green buildings. Now, here I am using comparative analysis. So, different aspects will be considered. Then I shift to the different sectors also. So, as I was saying, is there any specific location for washroom, bedroom? We'll discuss each and every aspect in different sectors. So, here we have a complete idea of differences between Vastu and green buildings. So, if we go for the philosophical foundation, Vastu is based on Indian ancient wisdom and cultural tradition. It is influenced by the Hindu philosophy and metaphysical beliefs. It aims to harmonize with the natural forces and cosmic energies. Whereas green building is grounded in modern global environmental concerns. It is rooted in scientific principle and research. It focuses on sustainability, resource efficiency, and reducing ecological impact. So this is the philosophical background of both Vastu and green buildings. If you see the design principles, Vastu focuses on orientation, different room layout for positive energy flow, recommends specific material and symbols for enhancing the energy, incorporates rituals and cultural elements for spiritual significance. I will try to highlight one more point here. I've seen this in my mind. You must have seen wind chimes. Wind chimes we gave doors and windows. What is the purpose of that? Wind chimes, anybody can know? It gives an idea of what? Whether wind is flowing or not. So, if wind is flowing and wind chime is giving us the indication of that. So, what should be the orientation? What should be the orientation? The orientation should be same as the direction of flow of wind. So, if I align my structure in such a way that wind doesn't blow in that direction, so even if you place the wind chime, it will not give you any indication. So, Vastu focuses on this. Then, green building emphasizes energy efficiency, renewable energy, sustainable material. It utilizes the technology and scientific methods for design. It prioritizes the measurable environmental matrices. Measurable environmental matrices means we have certain parameters, like if we dispose the effluent, so many parameters are there. Like COD, BOD, we have limits for different other parameters like pH, total solids. So here all the environmental metrics can be measured. Air quality index, yesterday someone talked about air quality index also. I think Darrell only told about air quality index. So it can be measured. So green buildings will focus on those metrics which can be measured by us. Then environmental consideration. Vastu aims to create balance and harmonious environment. It considers natural elements like water bodies and debris. It prioritizes environmental harmony over quantifiable metrics. So green building was prioritizing quantifiable metrics here. It will prioritize the environment, but quantifiable metrics will not come to the picture. Green building will minimize the carbon footprint through energy efficient design. It will promote the water conservation and efficient waste management. It incorporates the renewable energy sources to reduce the reliance on non-renewable energy. So here the focus will be to depend less on non-renewable energy. Like just so I have an example of solar. It is a renewable energy. So we are shifting from non-renewable source like petrol, diesel to solar energy or electric vehicles. Next, user well-being. Vastu focuses on psychological spiritual well-being. It incorporates the element of biophilic design and cultural symbolism. It considers the emotional impact of the design choices on the occupant. Whereas green building addresses physical well-being with optimal indoor air quality and lighting. It utilizes the technology for enhanced comfort and health. It adapts universal design principles for accessibility. Then certification and standards. Vastu often relies on consultation with Vastu experts. There is no certification body for this. So it lacks the standardized and universally recognized certification. Interpretations may vary, as we have discussed earlier also. The interpretation will vary from person to person. We had that discussion also on water conservation and waste management. Whereas green building adheres to recognized certification programs like LEED, like B. Standards are based on quantifiable environmental metrics. Certification involves rigorous evaluation by third-party organizations. Then economic consideration. Economic benefits often are secondary to the cultural consideration. So in Vastu, as we have discussed, large spaces are given. So obviously in today's time we go for this, costing will be more. But in green buildings, one of the points which I mentioned earlier was land efficiency. So here we will not be wasting the land. As every everything can be replenished, but not land. Means it cannot be created. It is limited. So we'll focus on land efficiency. Vastu may attract specific market due to cultural significance. So since we are talking about economic consideration, it will attract only specific market which believes in Vastu. Whereas green building will lead to increased property value and market demand. So as the market trend is shifting towards green building, so value of green building is comparatively. So if we go for economic consideration, the valuation of the green building will come out to be more than the building which is based on Vastu. Then it is limited to government incentives compared to green building. Whereas green building may qualify for government incentives and tax credits. So we know subsidies are given if we use solar panels. So it is liable to get government benefits. Then community engagement. Again, in community engagement, those communities which firmly believe in Vastu will be following it. But green buildings, since it is based on scientific approach, larger community believes in use of green building structures. And in this course also we are learning how to align ourselves towards the green ecosystem. Then these study areas. Now these are the different sectors which are under consideration. We will be talking about residential sectors, industrial sectors, commercial sectors, cultural and religious buildings, educational sectors, and hospitality sector. First, I will do the comparison among the approaches for residential sector. If I give a summary first, Vastu will focus on spatial alignment, orientation, energy flow within the individual. So all the points will be aligned with this. And green building will prioritize the energy efficiency, sustainable materials, and indoor air quality. Now, one by one, we take all the points for residential sectors. First, shape of the plot. Vastu says that shape of the plot should be square or rectangular. These are the best. Rectangular plots with longer sides on east and west and shorter on north and south. So longer side means length of the rectangular plot should be aligned towards east and west, and shorter side should be aligned towards north and south. Hexagonal and octagonal plots are also good. You can go for that. Elliptical, semicircular, triangular, and egg-shaped plots are inauspicious. So it says don't use these type of plots, and you must have observed when you purchase some land. Our elder people focuses on these things. Then what the orientation, what the shape of the land, because I can relate with this. I don't know whether you heard this from Bomukha. Bomukha land. Bomukha means like a cow-shaped land is here. Cow-shaped means it is narrow at the front and broader at the rear. So it is considered to be inauspicious. Only rectangular or square building is good on a circular plot. If you are going for a circular plot, the building should be rectangular or square. Now, green building says rectangular and square plots are good, but different shapes are better. There is no restriction because here we focus on what? We focus on energy efficiency. Wherever we like more energy efficiency, we go for that particular shape. So here there is no restriction. So more sides means what? Let's suppose if I go for octagonal. More sides means what? More sides are available to receive the energy. So more side means more exposure to the natural agency which is desirable. If you focus on shape of the building, this previous was shape of the plot, shape of the building. Rectangular, square, circular, hexagonal, and cow-face, as we have discussed. Less broad in the front and more broad at the back side are considered. Triangular, long bar shape, bow shape, oval are considered. So in Vastu, these shapes must be avoided. In green building, there is no such issue. Rectangular and square buildings are very common. However, you can go for different shapes. Then, if we talk about the roads, commuting roads which are best adjacent to the building. A plot having roads on all these sides is best in Vastu. Green building also says this because there is scientific reason will be given. So if there is a road around the plot, it means there is open space, proper ventilation will be there, natural forces will be available, natural agencies will be directly in contact with the plot. There is slope of the land. Land means slope in east, north, and northeast is considered good. So land having slope in east, northeast, and northeast should be preferred. The flow of the rainwater must be towards northeast. When rain comes, the flow should be in northeast direction. Land having slope in west and south is not considered. So if slope is in west and in south direction, it should not be preferred. Then in green buildings, there is no such concept of the The only concern is drainage. So slope should be such that our drainage or drain water should be connected very soon. So in Vastu, there was no concept of, or this point was not included in this, but in green buildings they are focusing on drainage of the. Then projection of the north, projection in northeast and north and in east direction is good, whereas projection in any other direction is not considered auspicious. In green building, projections are good, and in this case, wood area and more part get exposed to the natural area space, and more opening of the doors will be obtained, more windows will be there, more ventilation will be there. So in Vastu there is a specific direction, but in green building there is no specific direction. Then position of well, tube well, underground tank and septic tank. Where to place all this? Northeast is most auspicious further for underground water tank. Water storage in east is also good. Well in south, east south, southwest, west north is very good. Then southwest will be higher than the northeast. This will relate to the water drainage. In the previous point we mentioned that flow of the water should be in northeast direction. If the water is flowing in northeast direction, it means southwest portion should be high. So its elevation should be comparatively high, then only the water will flow northeast direction. Then septic tank should never be built adjacent to very close to the four walls or walls of the home. There must be gap of at least 1 foot. Septic tank should be built in southeast and northwest corner. In green building, there is no such recommendation. There is current practices regarding well, tube well, underground and so there is no specific location given in green buildings that septic tank should be there. We will place the septic tank, which is we apply some logical reasoning. Septic tank should be placed such that it is capable of collecting the waste from the house, treating it and finally disposing in the sewers. Then open spaces, setbacks around the building. Vastu in residential buildings says the main building should be constructed such that more open spaces remain from north and east. That is, buildings should be constructed in south and west. The building in the middle are also good. There should not be any construction on 4 corners of the building. All the 4 corners should be left vacant. Now, in green building, code suggests, so here the code will be followed, that minimum clearance space should be given as 6 meters on any street, 5.5 meters from no house, and front open space of minimum 3 meters to be given. However, these bylaws may vary from state to state. So it is not fixed, these values may vary. No construction work to be done within 7.5 meters from the center line of the road. Rear open space of 3 meters at no place less than 1.8 meters should be provided. Side open spaces should not be less than 3 meters. These are for the buildings which are not more than 10 meters. So all these specifications are for those buildings which are not more than 10 meters.
So this space you are mentioning the code, this is as per green building, but in the government law point of view, they are also mentioning these points. So
we are talking green building.
Green building.
Yeah, that's right.
The government also recommends the.
So these are what the
So is the government law based on the green building point of view? That's what.
No. The codal provisions are the bylaws are set as per the particular state. That state will specify the limits. How much of the space is available? Then height of the building. Vastu says that the height of the house must be equal to 1 by 116th part of the width plus 4 hands. And when I say hand, it is to be measured from elbow to fingers. If house has 2 or more stories, the height of the upper story should be less than 1 by 12th part of the lower story. Green building says the height and number of stories is related to the floor area ratio. It has nothing to do with this calculation. So it is fixed as per floor area ratio, and floor area ratio is prescribed by the municipal body. If I say that suppose floor area ratio is, you must have heard this term, 1.4 or 1.5. What is the meaning of this floor area ratio? That suppose the area of this floor is 2000 square meter. The area of this floor is 2000 square meter. Here floor area ratio is 1.5. It means what? Only 50% more construction is permitted on this. So if this area is 2000 square meter, 50% of more construction means 3000 square meter of the construction can be done. So if you construct 2 stories, in 2 stories only 3000 square meter of construction will be done. not more than this. So this is the significance of floor area ratio. So here the height and number of stories for the building is related to floor area ratio and provision of these open spaces which are based on the occupancy classification and size of the construction. If the building height is not covered by this, then the maximum height of the building shall not exceed 1.5 times the width. Maximum height of 1.5 times. Yeah. Setbacks are necessary when the total height of the building exceeds twice the width. Setback means what? Mathematical setback. From the name only you can have an idea. Means you will not directly start the construction from the road. Yeah, border you can say. You have to provide certain clearance. So if your plot is on road, you will not start the construction from the road. So there will be a certain setback. If I say setback of 3 meters, means you will start constructing your house 3 meters from the boundary. That is what.
Is it really necessary? Because I have seen many scenarios where there is no gap at all.
To relate to this point, let us suppose it is really necessary to stop at red light. We will say stop at red light, but you will say it is really necessary. But it is order provision, it should be followed. We don't follow it. That is a different thing. We have dustbin to throw the waste, but if you don't follow it, that cannot be allowed. So it should be followed.
The other way around, if it is a small area itself, obviously if you do so, then
Setback should be removed. The value of the setback will be reduced, but setback should be removed. If you see, again, I give an example, if you see the government houses, however small it is, there will be a setback. If you must have seen government houses, there will be a setback which will be provided because those are constructed as per bylaws. They will not worry about how much of the space will be left after. But as a private party or as a, let's suppose I am a developer, I will not get that setback because I have to get maximum revenue. So as per code it should be followed. Whether we are adhering to it or not, it is a factor. Then bedroom, sir. Washroom. Yeah. So this is the one. So bedroom should be provided in the south. In kitchen should be provided in southeast. Then veranda, provide veranda in north and east. Provide under it is which is open to the sky is that we have discussed. This is Ramasa. Then WC provided in southwest direction. Bathroom east as is hygienic due to the falling of the morning sun. Now comparing to this green building, bedroom in hot and arid zone southwest. South is the direction of the breeze in summer. So this is the direction of the wind for breeze, which is taken into consideration in green buildings, but not considered in Vastu. So Vastu will say provide the bedroom in south irrespective of your zone. Wherever you are living, your bedroom should be in south. So here it does not relate to these things. But in green buildings, as per the area will inside the location. So in green buildings, it must be provided the direction with veranda to avoid the heating of the bedrooms. So if direct sunlight are falling, so bedroom wants heat. Then kitchen, east or north, east as morning sunrise falling are natural. It may be provided in southeast. Veranda, do not provide in north and east, provide in south and west to avoid the heating of the first and bottom end. WC, do not provide in southwest, which is the direction of the breeze. Now see, here is just opposite. Do not provide WC in southwest. Right? This is the direction of the breeze. So all the odors will be entering in your room. All the odors will be entering in your room. So we should avoid placing WC. Then bathroom, preferably not in southwest. Then other aspect of vegetation pertains puja, that is worship room, provided northeast. Green building.
So we are making contradictory statement, not coming forward. So we are saying that veranda, provide veranda in the, provide veranda in the market. That your entrance is in market.
Yeah. So in green building there is no place for worship. You can place it as per your convenience. It is nothing linked with the energy efficiency. Then dining room provided in west. Green building do not provide in north, northeast, west and northwest direction. Drawing room provided in north or northwest. Green building says do not provide in northeast and northwest. And the reason for it is the same. Because direction of the breeze will be such it will carry the odors in your living room. Then study room provided west or southwest. Then green building says provided north, northeast. And diffuse light throughout the room. There the concept of lighting is in. There the concept of that Vedic chakra is there to situate the study room. There was a lot of study or education, so we have to place the room there. The showroom provided in southwest or northeast as per Vastu. Green building providing north. Garage as per Vastu provided in southeast. Both should be made in north or east. Both should be 2 feet less in height than the main building. Garage should be in the corner of the plot. Parking may be underground towards north or east. Covering corners of the plot by construction garage is not good. So it says it is not good, but definitely if you are going for that, then the directions. Then corners should be kept open. All the corners should be kept open as possible. This point was mentioned earlier. Then green building says provide garage in any direction with no issue. Prevalent common practice is to provide in the corner of the plot. So Vastu says corner should be left open. But what we are doing in green buildings, we are occupying and we are using them. Most leave it anything. Then basement. Vastu says that basement placed in northeast is good. 1/4 height of the basement should be kept above the ground level of the plot. The height should not be less than 2.7 meters. It is not considered good to have basement under the whole building. So the entire building should not be covered with the basement. So partial area should be covered with the basement. The basement may be constructed under the whole building in green building concept. There is no restriction on that. With the part of height which was there in Vastu. So Vastu was also saying that certain part of the basement should be above the ground. Same is the case with green building. And there is a logical reason behind this. Why a certain part of the basement should be above the ground? You must have seen the windows just adjacent to the ground level. For the purpose of for ventilation only. So certain part of the basement should be above the ground. It should not be completely below the ground surface. Then trees and lawns in residential sector. Garden and lawns are good in east, west, north, and northeast direction. Neem and mango and issue coconut provide good results, whatever may be the direction. Banana, chameli, champa trees are auspicious. Baboon, bear are not good. People, banyan tree, and gular should not be used in east, west, and north, respectively. It means people should not be in east, banyan should not be in west, and gular should not be in north. This is as per us. Then green building says deciduous. Now here there is a logical reason. Deciduous trees like shisha, lemon, and teak should be planted. The leaves will fall apart. If the leaves will fall apart, what are they going to do? These trees will shed their leaves and water. Can somebody relate to the sunlight? If you get more sunlight, and again they will grow their leaves back in. They will again go by the leaves, which will facilitate the sunrays in the winters and offset sun in the summers. There is a reason behind planting of these trees in green building. So this is the case study of residential sector. This is Beddeck run in UK. The key feature of this Beddington zero energy here is ready. D means zero energy level, and Beddington is the name of it. So Beddeck is a pilot sustainable housing development in London. It incorporates numerous green building features, including solar panels, rainwater harvesting, and sustainable materials. The project aims for zero net energy consumption and no carbon. The outcome of this is that Bedford has achieved the highest rating under UK Board for Sustainable Homes, serves as a model for sustainable urban living. It demonstrates that the sustainable design can be applied to residential communities on the largest scale, promoting energy efficient and environmental responsibility. The picture is of that Bedford. Any questions? So we move towards the commercial sector. We take an overview. Vastu emphasis on the placement of offices and commercial spaces to enhance business prosperity. Whereas green building is targeting efficiency, has nothing to do with the business prosperity. Here the entire focus will be on sustainable practices in construction and eco-friendly workspaces. Now, if we compare the different aspects in commercial setup, plot and compound wall. Vastu says for commercial setup, square shaped plot is considered best. And in case of area, its slope, its inclination must be from it must be from south to north, and we know the specific direction also. Slope should be where the water should flow. Now to this point you can relate also. So green building, different shapes are provided having more exposure to the natural agencies. No such issues there in green buildings. Placement of the factory building. So factory must leave spaces for a corridor around it, along with the space of parking lot and vehicle passage. Green building says it must be placed to maximize the natural light, minimum energy consumption, take the advantage of passive solar heating process. Main entrance, Vastu says for commercial setup, eastern wall of the factory should be the entrance. Green building, main entrance should be as per the direction of office placement, either west or southwest direction, workstation of the owner or topmost manager in such a way that it faces towards the north or east by one. If you are having your own setup in commercial, if you can't change the building because it's already built, but you can change the direction of the setup. Then in green building, there is no such concept that in this direction you should place. Flexible layouts are there to manage the natural light and ventilation. So wherever natural light and ventilation will come, we'll make the arrangement here. Then in commercial setup, machinery placement should be done in southeast or south sides of the compound. In green building, it must be placed on leeward side. What's the leeward side? Windward side and leeward side. If the wind is blowing, we want pollutants to enter in our space or to leave our space. So all the one, I take an example. We must have seen the generators. Green color wind generators are there. So if you place that generator in such a way, when the wind blows, it carries the entire smoke in our setup. It is not preferred. So where we keep it? When the wind blows, it disposes of the entire smoke. Then water structures in commercial setup. Vasu says these include the underground water tanks, overhead water tanks, water pumps, wells. Most of them should be placed in north or northeast zone for residents. In green building, there is no such recommendation. Waste management, we have limited emphasis here. In green building, it incorporates waste collection, recycling practices, design systems for efficient waste segregation and disposal. Certification and standards, as we discussed earlier, there is no certification body for Vasu, but for green building here, IISC, D and P. Then storage houses in commercial setup, Vasu says storage houses must be in east or east south east direction or east north east direction. Green building says it must be provided in north. Can somebody get vision for this? While green building storage houses will be in north direction. You can relate with that. In commercial building, the storage should be north direction. Let us suppose you are storing cement or grains. It is not exposed to the rain. This was meant to be there. Then temper placement in commercial setup, northeast zone of the factory. In green building, there is no recommendation for this. There is no point which has been considered for this religious practices. So it can be placed in any direction. Toilet and washroom in commercial setup in Vastu class, either in east south east direction, west north east, south west direction, as per industrial Vastu guidelines. The septic tank must be located between west and northwest, or between east and southeast, or between south and southwest direction to ensure the containment of the negative water energy. So, septic tank and somebody throws it out. What's the purpose of septic tank? I've used this from many times. I'm not describing septic tank. What's the purpose of this?
Some rural areas will not.
Yeah, they must be knowing. In cities, it is less frequently used, but rural areas, outskirts. See, wherever there is no sewage system means the process of collecting, treating, and disposing the sewage. In cities, we have a system. In rural areas, we don't have the sewage system there. There, we provide a septic tank. So, within the house only or adjacent to the house only, we provide a septic tank. The purpose of the septic tank is to collect our liquid waste, decompose that waste, and that waste will be further dispersed into the soils. It acts as a manure tanks. All the purposes are served with the septic tank. So, in the earlier time also, we don't have advanced sewage system like in today's time. We were using septic tanks. Then green building says do not provide in southwest, which is the direction of the breeze. Same. In southwest direction,
population is less. And you visit a old houses connected.
Totally. Septic tank is suitable only for the population of less than 300. If the population is more than 300, it will not work. So the search point is very correct. Yeah, away from the house for
It should not be in the.
That is not possible in places.
That is not possible. But what I know from my grandparents and even that discussed with the
and this
in earlier days, the project, because there is a belief of positive and negative.
Because that is exploration.
exactly.
And now
In
they
fact, states want construction of mushroom outbreaks. So now we have based on we are factoring on need of individual housing. Just set attachment to the living space.
and also every room is having that attachment. Earlier it was completely opposite.
And we must see the spots. You, if you visit those spots, there is also a separate space, separate washroom is there. And there we can also find the septic tank. That waste is being collected and disposed of septic tank. Well, it must be, I thought that it must be outskirts or city or district having more space. In villages also we have washroom outside the house. What I think also,
how this constructed, you will never find that toilet or washroom for the living space.
So by washing utensils is very comfortable. By standing and washing we get that. But for the next one it is very uncomfortable. Basically, change this to we can't change the so we have to walk away. This
In some places, the dressing room is along with the washroom. Because recently I visited two places, both the places I saw, here only in Tamil Nadu. So they have the washroom and the dressing room. They have kept that with all the whatever required for the women. It is good. But there is the security also. They have provided some barricades and all.
So in this house, that is we wanted to rebuild it, but it's so strong that we must say that if we demolish it, this time forces on the building. This will cost more than it is very strong. Whole house is very good. When we get into the house, we feel that it's cool. And it has a lot of fun. I mean, just bedroom, we have separate room, storage rooms, keeping the bathrooms and toilets, they are fine. There is a great and especially in the kitchen, a lot of importance was given for mattress powder. Every time they used to, that was cooling, it was eco-friendly. I still remember in my childhood days in my grandmother's days, always have powder in front of the house, in bigger things.
What I feel that since we have heard this word master, so what we demand that our construction should be as per master, but space should be not as per master. So because of the commercial reasons, the people will suggest okay, you to like this. Modify.
Another point is the wall thickness of
Wall
houses
thickness of
is
figures
like
like our elders and elder construction is strong.
This way.
Yes, sir. I would like to want this add something. Like as a man of space, we would like to. So what architect, there's a code called Forma. The one is the wallpaper which we put it on the when we enter the house. There's a garland thing on the door of entry. Okay. So similarly, same thing is there when we put the first code. In that there is one script. In that script, this Brahmachakra is also there. And there is another script where it shows that where should be put. Like place places of kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and everything like those services. Same structure is in all the codes. Where I mean, it's still there, though it's in ruins, but you can still get it. The guide is there, and he will tell you the same thing. Even back older days also, I'm talking about 300 years back also. The structure was there, the education, the guidance was there. It was coming from the ancestors and it was going on. So my point is here is like to tell you that even on the codes, it was there. And the script is also there.
Any other comment? What do you want to add? Then in commercial setup, the placement of the machinery as per Vastu should be southeast or south side of the compound. In green buildings, it must be placed towards the leeward side to dispose of the effluent naturally and create minimum noise. Here the focus is on disposal of the effluent. Then water structures. These include underground rent. So these include underground water tanks, overhead tanks, water pumps, vents. Most of them should be placed in the north or northeast zone for passages. And in green building, the placement of the water structures or underground water tanks is no specification. This is the case study for commercial sector, the Edge, Amsterdam, Netherlands. It is the highest rated LEED certified building. The key features of this building is it is often touted as the cleanest office building in the world. It incorporates innovative features such as energy efficient LED lighting, a smart building system that optimizes energy use, rainwater harvesting. The buildings designed maximize the natural lighting, ventilation. The LED lighting came into the picture after the use in this particular building, after the use in this particular structure. The outcome was the Edges received numerous awards for their sustainability and it's credited as the greenest building globally by BREEAM. It showcases how modern commercial buildings can prioritize sustainability, leading to the improved energy efficiency, employee well-being, and cost. So, two of the sectors we have covered: residential sector and commercial sector. Any comment, sir?
So according to you, which is best?
According to me, sir, integration should be there because if I want best for that. Opportunity should also be available. Like we said, I wish I go by the Vastu design, integrating some scientific concept, but I don't have the space for. So we'll go for evaluation. We try to synchronize it. So once I started reading about Vastu, means I'm looking in this aspect also that it is interesting, so we should do something in this. So some of the features are not aligning with the scientific concepts, but most of the things we can incorporate in our today's syllabus. Next is industrial sector. Given an overview, Vastu emphasizes on the layout and design of the industrial facilities for prospective operations. Then green building focus on sustainable industrial practices, energy efficiency, and waste reduction. So first of the aspect is ventilation and air quality. It recognizes the importance of natural ventilation. Green building incorporates advanced HVAC system for optimal air quality. Water conservation, it emphasizes proper placement of water features. Green building implements water efficiency technologies and recycling systems. Space planning, Vastu focuses on the layout based on the Vastu principles that are listed in the previous slides also. Green building prioritizes flexible and efficient space planning. Waste management, Vastu focuses on, has a limited guidance on waste management. Whereas green building encourages waste reduction, recycling, and sustainable waste practices. If you go for cost consideration, Vastu may not explicitly consider initial cost. So as you asked, I'll prefer Vastu, but initial cost will be huge. We can't go for it. Then green building acknowledges the long-term cost saving of green technology. So initially the cost will be more. That's why government is giving subsidies for installation of solar panels, because initial cost is more. Subsidies are given, but long-term effects are. This is the case study for industrial sector. This is the Tesla Gigafactory in Shanghai. It is one of the finest green building examples. So Tesla Gigafactory in Shanghai, which produces electric vehicles and batteries, is the example of green manufacturing. It incorporates rooftop solar panels to generate renewable energy and uses energy efficient equipment in its manufacturing processes. The factory aims for carbon neutrality and sustainability in electric vehicle production. However, I don't align with this, because we discussed this point, sir, and also that we are producing electric vehicle, but consuming more of non-renewable resources. So operation of this vehicle is eco-friendly, but production is not. So there are 2 points to this. The outcome is the Gigafactory is significant contributor to Tesla's commitment to sustainable transportation. It demonstrates the industrial facility can incorporate green practice to reduce their environmental impact while maintaining the high production capacity. It is a Gigafactory. When I was a child, I used to see this series in Discovery, Gigafactory. They used to show the Gigafactory of all the works in the entire world. So there is term I have related. Gigafactory. Gigafactory means manufacturing capacity is very large. Then sector is hospitality sector. Now, Vastu influence the layout and design of hotels and resorts for guests and satisfaction. And green building will prioritize sustainability, energy efficiency, and eco-friendly practices. Now, as per Vastu, the room placement should be such that guest rooms in specific directions for positive energy flow. Green building will emphasize on optimal room placement for natural light, reducing the need for artificial light. Entrance location. Vastu recommends an auspicious entrance direction for attractive positive energy. This is hospitality sector, but this same point can be found in forts also. The entrance is such that you will feel the auspicious energy or positive energy when you will enter those forts. So direction is aligned in system. Whereas green buildings will consider the optimal entrance location for energy efficiency and effective installation. Material selection. It encourages the use of natural materials like stone for aesthetic appeal, whereas green buildings will promote the use of eco-friendly materials. In the earlier time, lime was used as a binding material because man was told that the fort walls are thick and still they are standing. Reason for that is the quality of the construction was comparatively good and the materials were unadulterated. Like if you go by the technical terms, cement is more stronger than lime. In fact, for production of cement, we are using lime, but practices in today's time are adulterated. That's why the durability of our structure is not at par with the bigger structures. We designed the structure for 50 years. Those structures are standing for, I think, 300, 400, 500 years.
Whatever they're getting on the top of the fort, they're using the same thing. Then they used to use a lime, then the salt, the lime, and the local resources. So that keeps the building, strong because the resources are taken from the whatever the availability is there.
Exactly.
So that actually is going to stand.
And they were forced also to take use the local resource because transportation was an issue. In today's time, it is very easy to procure the marble from Makarana. Famous for marbles, we procure it. But at that time, it is practically not possible to do that. Hence, it was more focused on locally available materials. Then, light and ventilation in hospitality sector. It highlights the importance of natural light and ventilation. Whereas in green building, it incorporates energy efficient lighting, HVAC systems for guest comfort, and energy saving. Vastu for water features suggests the placement of the water for positive energy, which is to be balanced. And green building implements water conservation measures, efficient plumbing system for sustainability. Then furniture placement. Vastu advices for hospitality sector should be arranged for harmonious posture. Green building prioritizes flexibility. So furniture should be such that maximum space efficiency should be there. In today's time, you must have seen the bedrooms. It is the size is reduced, and we keep each and everything there only so as to utilize these things. We have the storage below the bed also. So yeah. So space is also not there, sir. Where to keep it? So we have devised innovative methods to store our things below the bed. Top of the cupboard. That is it. So
Intelligently.
intelligent.
Each and every problem, that means we have east versus then again east with the south south with that in one example in the east actually by advance that is part. In the south it will come then in coming to west it will come this area. Different positions are why that the kitchen won't come to other places that east place was the very area like this. There will be fire, then the lot of problem. Because of that wind and everything, there is lot of accidents. That's why the vastu is very important. Then this studying thing. The studying things also, it is very good. We will look into these two. That's why you gonna
What is the orientation? When somebody orientation. Okay, in which direction we are setting?
these two.
East.
In the north pole, no, that's the north pole that you have to listen also will then in our brain, if you look into the north pole, long time, then in our brain can't concentrate too much time. Then it will be irritation. Then we will get the respect the sleeping also we want to the north direction. We should use the east. That like everything it will be matter. Very interesting you people learn from Jenny. Please explain everything you have any doubts you can ask in problem. Then in the east, then where is the fire? There is the water. Water also one position is there. That's why it's down there.
Actually, the place of
Yeah. Then in the bed, it will come to that side now. Then that house won't get anything. That is, we will just know that is full of kasta and everything. Why? Because we are firing things, there's water to we only pouring that water. Then others will be and positive energy will come. That's why everything is very
Just one final for information. Is there any recommendations of Vastu for orientation of bed?
orientation. It is definitely there. I have not included yet because we were talking about building it. Deliberately, I have not kept it. It would have said there is a proper orientation for bed, your study table, each and everything is built. Bed, yeah, bed.
Head should be on the
Head should be on its side, everything is. But since my topic was on building design, I have not entered into the interiors.
Ask for information.
I was expecting somebody will ask us a very common thing, which we inquire that in which direction we should sleep.
where to keep dustbin, how to keep
There is everything mentioned. Okay, I'll continue. Any other point? So next is renewable energy integration. Vastu doesn't consider the integration of renewable energy. It generally does not addresses this point is not addressing traditional Vastu principle. Being built in pages.
Vastu says about renewable energy. That is the reason they are saying the east-west should be longer and entrance so that we allow the solar rays to get inside. So Vastu is indirectly saying about renewable energy.
So it encourages the use of renewable energy sources such as solar panels and wind turbines. I was talking about renewable technologies. So in Vastu, these technologies are not. Then Vastu limited guidance on waste reduction and recycling is mentioned, but in green building, there is a huge importance. It promotes sustainable waste management practice, include recycling and composting. We have had lectures on composting also, vermicomposting, composting, vermicomposting also. Then cultural sensitivity. In Vastu, it considers the local cultural belief and practice in design. However, green building incorporates cultural elements by adhering to the modern sustainable standards. Then this is the case study for healthcare sector, the Mayo Clinic in Phoenix, USA. The key features of this is the Mayo Clinic Cotton Screen Therapy Center in Phoenix is designed with sustainability in mind. It includes energy efficient lighting, a reflective roof to reduce heat absorption, a landscaping with naked drought resistant plants. The building is designed to provide healing environment for patients while minimizing energy consumption. The outcome is the proton beam therapy center demonstrate that healthcare facilities can integrate sustainability without compromising the patient care. Its green features help to reduce energy costs, support environmental conservation, and patient care. The next topic sector is cultural and religious building. So many examples are given in this starting. Most of them were this religious building only. So Vastu is integral in the design of the religious structures, emphasizes spiritual significance and cosmic alignments. Whereas green building prioritizes sustainability in construction and operation without compromising with the cultural identity. One example you can give. One new construction is going on in today's time. It's a very hot topic. Ram Mandir. So cultural integrity is there, but it is only based on green culture. So I was saying that which is better. So both integration are there. So cultural integrity is there. So green aspects are also being considered, and there we can follow it reason being huge spaces. But individually on personal level, it will be very difficult to incorporate each and every aspect. Now, if we refer to different aspects, orientation and design, every shrine must be constructed facing the east direction with the entrance in the same. East direction is sacred in Vastu because sun rises from here, which is the sole energy divine symbol of the light. Green building, it balances the traditional architectural elements with energy efficient design, prioritize the optimal orientation of the natural light, passive heating, cooling, and energy efficiency without compromising on the cultural significance. One example here is then material and construction. Vastu says use natural material like stone, traditional craftsmanship for structural qualities. Whereas green building promotes the use of sustainable, locally sourced material with low environmental impacts, integrates eco-friendly construction practices while respecting the cultural aesthetics. In energy efficiency, Vastu may like the explicit emphasis on the energy efficiency, focusing more on symbolic and spiritual aspect of the design. So the emphasis is on spiritual aspect. Whereas in green building, it incorporates the high efficient lighting. I can give the example of since I visit Gurdwara, we have Bangla Sahib and Delhi. So it's a very popular shrine for us. So there, this energy efficient lightings are being provided. That if somebody, you must have seen in modern buildings also, if you enter, it will be switched on. If nobody is there, it will be switched on. Then we have langars also. Langars means we serve food. There also energy efficient practices are being used. Renewable sources are used. Solar plants are being installed. So in religious setup also, we can incorporate the green architecture. Then water features and conservation. Water storage must not be located in northeast corner if underground. Overhead tanks must not be situated in southwest in shrines. Drinking or water sources can be arranged in these systems. Then green building integrates water conservation practices. Rainwater harvesting. This is also there in rainwater harvesting. These points are mentioned. So it integrates water conservation practices. Rainwater harvesting, efficient water use by preserving the cultural significance and enhancing their sustain. Then symbolism, ritual and shades for our spiritual belief. In Vastu, it ensures the plot of the temple is randomly shaped. It avoids symmetrical shapes, while constructing a shrine because shapes like triangle, circle, or oval are prohibited and considered inauspicious. It should be a regular shape, square, or rectangle. Green building respects and incorporates the cultural symbols and rituals with the design, ensuring they align with the sustainable practices. It balances the aesthetics and symbolic aspect with modern green building technologies. The adoption of the local customs. Vastu addresses the specific cultural and regional customs to the examples I have seen this same thing in church also. If you, whenever I go there, I can feel the proper ventilation is there. The use of windows and doors is done in such a way that the requirement of the artificial modes, that is AC and fan, is very limited. So it addresses the specific cultural and religious construction, tradition and design and conservation, whereas green building adapts green building practices to align with the local customs, ensuring that sustainable features complement and enhance the cultural and religious significance of the building without compromising the authenticity. The next of the sector is recreational and sports facilities. The Vastu influences the layout of the sports facilities for positive energy. So if there is a positive energy, we will be able to win. We have seen the perfect example of this in the World Cup. Last match, you can see the body language of our players. So the positive energy was not good. So in green buildings, it will emphasize sustainable construction and operation of recreational spaces. We talk about the orientation and layout. Vastu specifies the placement of sports facilities based on the cardinal directions, often aligning with the energy flow principle. Whereas green building prioritizes the optimal orientation for sports fields, sports, and building to maximize the natural light, minimize the energy use, and enhance the overall user experience. The material in Vastu, it encourages the use of materials like wood, stones, and traditional construction methods. Whereas green building promotes the sustainable and low impact material for construction, flooring, equipment, considering the factors like durability, recyclability, and avoided damage. Then energy efficiency. Traditional Vastu may not provide specific guidelines for energy efficient practices in sports facilities. However, I have discussed earlier also, the Vastu was originally came into the picture for residential sector. It was applied for households, but now we are extending it to other facilities also. So green building implements the energy efficient design strategies such as efficient lighting systems, then HVAC technologies, insulation, which reduces the operational cost of environment. Next aspect for sports facility is inclusivity and accessibility. Traditional Vastu may not explicitly address the inclusivity and accessibility consideration, whereas green building prioritizes the universal design principle. Accessibility means the design should be universal. Can somebody throw the light on this universal design? It means what?
They have the stadiums, what they are made there, like entry from the 4 different points to 6 different points, should be applied here.
There are also all the sports or all the activities can be performed. Design should be universal. So, if you observe this, in a particular stadium, number of sports can be played. That's a different thing when we see a cricket match. We only see a cricket match being played. But the same stadium can be used for different sports also. So, design should be such that it is universal. Then waste management, Vastu has limited guidance on this waste management in traditional practices. Whereas green building implements the waste reduction strategies, recycling programs, sustainable waste disposal methods in sports facilities to minimize the environmental impact. Then technology integration, traditional Vastu may not incorporate the modern technology, whereas green building integrates smart technologies for facility management, including energy monitoring, automated lighting, interactive systems for modern and efficient user experience. This interactive system, from this I have one more example. Now, the lifts are also very interactive. I've seen this in Gurgaon. If you want to use the lift, you don't have to press the button or you have to simply stand there. It will scan your face. Your face will be already feeded into it, and it will directly take you to the floor in which you want to go. So these are the smart grids which are being introduced. So in green buildings, integration of the smart systems is also very prevalent. The next of the sector is rural and agriculture structures. Then Vastu in general integrates the design of rural dwellings and agricultural structures for prosperity, whereas green building will promote the sustainable practices in rural development and agriculture. The first of the aspect is orientation. Vastu says that agricultural land with a road on the south should be avoided. Agricultural land with a road on the south should be avoided. It is not preferred. No passage should be built linking to agricultural land. To agricultural land, there should be no passage in between. Whereas green building prioritizes the orientation for solar access, wind direction, and natural lighting. This is essential for energy efficiency in agriculture. Slope of the land. Vastu says the piece of the agricultural land should always have a slope towards the north or east direction. Where there is a green building, there is no focus on the slope. Where the only aspect is drainability, where you want to drain out the water. Then for agriculture setup, energy efficiency, Vastu does not explicitly focus on energy efficiency, whereas green building integrates passive water analysis, energy efficient appliances, likely to reduce the energy consumption. It may incorporate smart. Then renewable energy, Vastu basically does not addresses to this specifically as because they might say that it is taking that of natural ventilation and light, but no technology integration is possible. But green building promotes use of solar panels, wind turbines, biogas plant, and other renewable energy systems to meet the energy use. These biogas plants are very prominent in rural sector. So as I told that in rural sector we are septic tank. From septic tank only we can generate the biogas. Methane is produced because of anaerobic decomposition. Just like we have a problem with methane will be produced by anaerobic decomposition. It cannot be produced by aerobic decomposition. So in septic tank when anaerobic decomposition takes place, we can get it produced. So in rural sector we can set up biogas to support the green industry. Then water conservation. The more in the underground water tank, water storage ideally be placed in northeastern direction or eastern and northeast sides. Wells should never be situated in the southeast, northwest, or southwest direction, as this would lead to some huge losses as per Vastu of agriculture. So wells should not be situated in this direction. Green building encourages rainwater, efficient irrigation systems like drip irrigation, like sprinkler irrigation. Can somebody tell about drip irrigation? Roots will be there. There will be water there. Very good. Since we have runoff is very less in drip irrigation.
We will not allow a flow of water. The minimum water requirement is fed through drop by drop, small post. This is a drip irrigation.
Okay. So, water saving technologies to address the water scarcity in rural areas. So, we go for sprinkler or drip irrigation. Next is institutional sector. Vastu integrates the spiritual and cultural consideration into educational and healthcare spaces. Green building prioritizes the energy efficient system, sustainable material, and occupant benefit. So, the philosophy in Vastu structure that all institutes should be built in east or northeast entrance. Again, as Sisicam told also, your brain will work more. So, more positive energy will be there. So, education institute must be located in this direction. Green building philosophy says it is more sustainable and it should be more energy efficient design. Orientation of educational structure as per Vastu, more spaces towards the east, northeast, while other parts like south and west and southwest must be used for construction. Whereas green building will focus on optimizing the solar integration. We talk about energy efficiency. In previous sectors also we discussed, there is no primary focus on this. But in green building, it is central to the design for energy reduction and energy consumption. Then renewable energy, again, there is no renewable technology which is inhabited into the Vastu Shastra, but in green building it advocates the use of renewable energy sources. So the conclusion is this comparative study contributes to the disclosure on the sustainable architecture by advocating for an integrative approach that draws upon the rich heritage of Vastu Shastra and global imperative of being eco-friendly building practices. So, I again repeat, according to me, both should be used and it must go hand in hand in today's.
There are a lot of discussions
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a break now. So we'll reassemble as early as possible. So good, yesterday we didn't pick up, otherwise you would have sent us home at 10 o'clock.
You that it will go.
Almost 2 hours you have taken.
I don't try to idea.
No, let me put it, people from Punjab, whoever are registered earlier, never batted less than, here Rajasthan,
Yes.
right? The border of Punjab. It is good.
Very good.
Sun has to rise before it. Our sun is there, no? Come this way. Come here, look here the sunset. Huh? You see, these also come full. Kapara. You have some?
So good morning everyone. I hope everyone starts well and how Indian requires the fuel to pump up. So in this context, we talk about the biofuels. So already the Jaspal sir has talked about the sustainability in a very broader sense. And the sustainability in general we can be defined as the optimal use of our existing resources without compromising with the future needs. So in this context, if we see with the rising concern over the climate change and continuously increasing fuel prices, there is a requirement for the alternative fuel resource. So in that, the biofuels that are biologically derived fuels can be one of the prospect for it. For this, here I will be talking mainly about the two biomass resources, the bamboo biomass and agricultural residue. As yesterday we started to present about the what are the agricultural residues we have, so which are not being used. And one of the aspects we also know the stubble burning. So also you have heard about the Jaspal sir, he comes from that area, New Delhi, the Parali generally it's called. So they burn over there, and this is one of the major cause for the increasing the pollution index in the New Delhi. So this can be one of the solutions to the stubble burning, the biofuel production. So these are the list of the content which I will be discussing in my slide: introduction, literature review, objective, method, study area, result discussion, conclusion, future scope, acknowledgement, summary, and travels. So the first step starts with what are the energy resources. So yesterday we have very intense discussion what is the thermodynamics of energy. The first law says that the energy cannot be generated or destroyed; it just transferred from one source to the other. Like from sunlight you get the energy. It's from that primary producer to the successive level, the 10% get transferred. So in this, the broader term, the renewable and non-renewable. These two types of energy resources we have. Can anybody get that? What is the renewable resource? Since we already discussed in morning, like what are many renewable resources, sustainable bedding and anyway. What? Yeah, we can replenish or regenerated. And non-renewable thing, opposite. It will be exhausted. So as we know that we have the non-renewable resources like fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, okay, and nuclear energy. Whereas the renewable resources like solar, wind, geothermal, hydroelectrical, and biomass derived energy. So here we will be focusing about the biomass derived energy resources. So if you look at the energy requirement scenario, which is measured in terms of a British thermal unit. So as you can see, as per the report of the International Energy Agency, from the year 2010 up to the prediction for the year 2050, as you can see, the energy requirement is increasing for both the OECD, that is the, anybody know the full form OECD, and we have come across in the book also. What are the OECD and non-OECD? OECD. It has to do with economics. I have written it. So it is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So we categorize the different countries over there. So the developed and undeveloped nations. So you can see both the scenario, the Asian Asiatic countries and also the developed countries like America, there is a continuous rise in the energy demand. So here we look at the scenario of the India. So as you can see, the major 75% of the still the energy requirement comes from the fossil fuel resources, which are the coal, petroleum, and natural gas. Whereas the renewable energy counts for the only 16% of it. So which the majorly involves the water renewable resources, which are the 3% can be solar or the wind energy, and 13% energy comes from the biomass resource, and remaining 9% is covered by the other resources. So in this video, I talk about the biomass. So what do you mean by the biomass? So biomass can be defined as any organic material which can be used as a feedstock or substrate for the biofuel production. So it is generally an organic matter. Can you think about any biomass in your surroundings? As already defined, it's an organic matter. It's organic matter is just like made up of carbon. Can you think in your surroundings? The air you are sitting that is made up of wood. Okay. The surroundings is of plant biomass also. So these are general example of biomass resources. So you look at what are the advantages of biomass as an energy resource. They are easily available. They reduce the need for the fossil fuels. They also amortize the landfill disposal, and they overcome the economic constraints of the conventional fuel. The conventional fuel that already we have spoken, you can tell that what do you mean by the conventional fuel? Which fuel you use for your vehicle? So these are the example of conventional. So the biofuel can be alternative for the your petrol. It also provides an eco-friendly platform for the fuel production. So as we talk about the biomass and substrate for biofuel production, so what do you mean by the biofuel? So it is a fuel that is derived from the living matter to the biochemical process that is termed as a biofuel. If you just want to take general definition of a fuel, so that is the any hydrocarbon which can be burned, it can generate the heat energy form of energy that is termed as a fuel, and the biologically derived fuel by the biochemical process which can be used as a fuel resources can be termed as a biofuel. In broad version, we can categorize into three types: solid biomass fuel, for example, biochar, biogas such as biomethane, biohydrogen, and liquid biofuels. These are mainly used for the transportation sector like biodiesel, bioethanol, and biobutanol, of which the bioethanol may be used as a co-fuel for the blending with the petroleum for the transportation. Here, so as we look at the national biofuel policy, as we already talked about in the chapter discussion, what are the policies for the national tackle the environmental challenges. The national biofuel policy in 2018 they have majorly focused on the second generation bioethanol production. So in this, the majorly the government has projected to blend the ethanol with the petroleum resources to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and also to overcome the fuel dependency. Okay. So E10 is the 10% blending of ethanol with the 90% of the petroleum, and 20% E20 is the 20% of the ethanol and 80% of your petroleum. So these are the mixtures called flex fuel engine if you heard about it. So in this aspect you can utilize for your transportation. So why bioethanol? It is highly oxygenated fuel with a high octane number which improves the engine efficiency and also mitigates the greenhouse gas emission and provide sustainable energy. Can anybody can tell the vehicle like flex fuel vehicle recently launched which can run with the bioethanol? Any company or brand name in India only? But no, I'm asking any brand name, like any company has come with the brand.
What is
Fine.
Toyota is
Okay, Toyota. So like, can you tell me the what like it is with the E20 or 100% petroleum, 100% ethanol?
Actual update is it had already implemented.
No, that's not implemented, but they are already
Yes,
Indian
for that you need a special vehicle. Already the existing vehicles can run in India.
So
They
they
can implement.
yeah, that's what the brand and everything are asking for that. Any
There is no need of any special vehicle for this mixed biofuel requirement. The existing vehicle itself will run this mixing.
the pressure application of fuel changes kind of not designed. So we can't run with the APN system. It's different.
correct. So for that, they recently brought the Bajaj, the TVRAMACHANDRA. So they have come up with the some of the flex fuel engine which can utilize the ethanol with the petroleum blending can be used for the transportation. Okay. And it can utilize the terrestrial biomass as well as the marine biomass resources for biofuel. So now we talk about what are the types of resources which are available for biofuel production. They can be categorized into the fourth generation. Okay, the first generation involves the edible food crops. So they are mainly the starchy material or the sucrose containing feedstock like sugarcane, wheat, barley. So these are the mainly considered under the first generation feedstock for bioethanol production. Whereas the second generation involves the lignocellulosic biomass. They are mainly the agriculture or the plant residue, which I will discuss today. The one of you already discussed, that is the stubble burning. So these are the agricultural residues. So like we are derived from the grass. Also, it can be utilized as one of the plant resources, which comes under the second generation resources. Then third generation involves the algal biomass. They are mainly microalgae and macroalgae. They can be fresh water or the marine biomass resources. And then recently, the focus has also been driven towards the fourth generation, which involves the genetically engineered microbes. Even in the some of the aspect algae also. Algae, it utilizes the sunlight. It can make the carbon storage. So here we require the carbon source, and also by means of the genetic engineering. If you know, some of you know about the cloning, if you heard about. Anyone from little bit back? What do you call cloning? What do you call genetically modified? What do you call genetically modified? Are they genetically modified?
Genetically modified means you are going to change the gene structure of the organism. Like BT cotton is a very good example. Then golden rice is one of the examples. GM.
So here, introducing the following thing. So like here, the algae has the property to capture the carbon, but it cannot capture the ethanol. So the yeast, which has a property for the converting the carbon of the glucose to the ethanol, that gene can be introduced to this system, and directly the one organism can carry out the function of the biotechnology. So that is the application of the biotechnology, that is the fourth generation bioethanol production. Okay, so as you look at the current ethanol program, blending program in India, so as is projected by end of 2025, there is the target to achieve, that is the E20, 20% blending of ethanol with the petroleum, of which if you look at the current scenario, there are nearly 10 to 15% of the blending only we are able to achieve. Hence, if you look at the currently the government majorly focusing on the sugarcane resources. Okay, so as you look at with the increasing the consumption, the year-wise, there is a deficit. So the amount of ethanol supply which is required, we are not able to meet. For that, there is a requirement for the alternative biomass resource to achieve the target of 20% blending of ethanol by the 2050. Okay, so why in this aspect the lignocellulosic biomass can be used as a sustainable resource for bioethanol production. Since the first generation, I talked about these are mainly edible food crops. So the one of the major concerns in developing countries like India, you have food security. So you cannot utilize which is being used as a food resource for the biofuel production. Therefore, the second generation resources being used as a biofuel production since it contains a high cellulose and hemicellulose content. You know the plant structure, the cellulose is one of the polymer of the glucose. So that is the substrate that is required for converting to the bioethanol. If you have high cellulosic content biomass, it is suitable for the bioethanol production. And also it provides sustainable solution to the agricultural residue burning. And also it can improve the farmers' income. And there was a discussion like why farmers are burning the stubble since they do not have solution. So like there was one of the thing like the farmers should be under the polluter pay tax. They are responsible for it. But why they are doing this since they do not have solution for it. Okay, so you can kind of one of the technologies there, you can kind of one of the solution for the farmers also, how they can utilize this waste biomass for the energy generation. And the future fuel that is the third generation biomass from the algal resources. So here mainly I have focused on the marine macroalgae. So in that one of the major concerns is seasonal variability. Okay. So if you look at the monsoon, post-monsoon, you can see the variation in the carbohydrate profile. So since for the biofuel production constantly, you should have a constant biomass with the significant the cellulose and the sugar content, which is one of the constraints in the algal biomass. And also the production cost is high. So if you take the natural resources, it's fine. But when you want to grow in the laboratory conditions, requires like large amount of media requirement, which is the production cost. And also the comparatively biofuel yield is lesser as compared to the first and second generation existing technology. Okay. Clear? So now I talk about
The second generation.
yeah, second generation only with generation 2G, that is second generation from the waste biomass which is being projected. Even if you look at the sugarcane bagasse, that comes under the second generation. You can directly utilize sugarcane juice, but sugarcane juice is for the sugar consumption. So the government has like subsidizing the like service for the sugar industry. So in India we are the highest consumer of sugar, right? Exporter. Okay. Exporter. Okay. So in that, like if we start like, utilizing that for the biofuel, again in terms of the economics also it will not be balanceable in that aspect. Okay. But so for bagasse, sugarcane bagasse already the government is focusing on this. So this can be like the stubble burning can be one of the value addition to all the other environments. So now I talk about the agricultural residue and vacuum biomass. So this is a typical structure of a rice plant. So in that you can see the rice plant, the majorly it's a cereal plant which has a rice grain, bran, germ and the husk. Husk is the outer covering of your rice grain which comprises about 10 to 20% of the entire biomass structure. Okay, so if you look at the all components, the germ part, which is mainly for the nourishment, which contains carbohydrate, protein, fat, and fibers, and also the endosperm, that is also for the carbohydrate, protein, and fibers, and also the bran, also contains the various carbohydrate fraction and the various valuable resources. Whereas the husk, which is hard covering, which is non-edible part, and also it can be used for the industrial application. So as sir has mentioned earlier in the first class, so like already this rice husk is being used, it has a property of thermal insulation. So it's being used in some of the industry for the like the generating the heat, like the serving the boilers and all. So in this study, I will be proposing the rice husk as a prospect in addition to the thermal insulation. It can be utilized for the biofuel production as well. Okay. The secondly, the bamboo. Okay, the bamboo plant, it is generally comes under the grass family. So look at the same structure, which is called as a bamboo plant. It has a node, internode. So have we visited Arctic mission? Okay, so like we observe one bamboo variety. It has wax kind of surface. Okay. Yeah. So that is the thing that is known as the golden bamboo. Bamboo vulgaris. Okay. So there you saw that in the stain there was a, now you see the like a neem tree or anything. There was a kind of the division of the bamboo division over there. So those are known as nodes and internodes. So this entirely comprises the bamboo gum. This is the same part of it. So if you look at the total green curve, it comprises 70% of the total biomass, whereas the decaying and dry curve, which comprises the 30% of extraction. As you know, the bamboo there in the forest, there is one of the source for the fungal infection. So because of that, the bamboo gum tends to be ruptured off, and hence it can be utilized for the biofuel production. Okay, so we look at what are the economic advantages of the bamboo. It is mainly used as an ornamental plant, and I hope most of you would have used it. Okay, also for the construction material and for the textile, and also has one of the property of the carbon sequestration. Okay. And in morning we discussed one of the application where the biomass is being used for sustainable building. Anybody get that? Just pass. We talked about the renewable material. No, not waste. For sustainable building.
Basement.
Okay. No, one example. Morning already we discussed that.
Sustainable building, all the kitchen waste, all waste can be collected.
No, I'm just asking where the material has been used apart from as a renewable material for building construction. One example of the morning already discussed that. Correct, in the bamboo, the terminal they have used this one. Okay. So now, okay, so the bamboo is also considered as a green wood for the farmer. It generally, in the botanical terms, belongs to the Poaceae, that is a grass family, and it is one of the monopod plant. Okay, so if we talk about the plant structure, it is a wood. It contains a woody gum, the intricate branching and strong rhizome structure in the rooting and also infrequent larvae. They are highly renewable in nature and also highly adaptable. So they are really, if you look at the global distribution, there are more than 1,575 species of the bamboo which are distributed worldwide, which are found majorly in the tropical, subtropical, and the temperate region, and mainly categorized into the 160 genera, of which the India is home to the 148 species, 4 varieties, and 29 genera of the bamboo of both native and the cultivated form. So if you look at as per the botanical classification, there is only 3 genera of the bamboo which is being found in the India and worldwide, that is the Ochlandra, Dendrocalamus, and Bambusa. If you look at the worldwide distribution in India also, you have higher fraction of the Bambusa, which is prominent in the, you can consider as a cosmopolitan strain. Okay. So, in terms of India, you look at for the bamboo, the favorable condition requires a high rainfall. Okay, so in that's why you can see the highest the bamboo lies located here in the northeastern region. So why bamboo can be a prospective candidate to biofuel production? It comprises the significant amount of cellulose, nearly 40 So it majorly comprises significant amount of cellulose of nearly 40 to 60% dry weight of the biomass and hemicellulose of nearly 20 to 32% of the total dry weight fraction. Okay, so dry weight, I think, is it a, I think first time most of you, what do you mean by the dry weight? Like the normal cell, human body is made up of a cell, right? It has a major fraction of what? Water, so nearly 70%, correct? So that is your wet fraction. So once you dry the biomass, well, by sunlight or over heating methods, whatever the fraction apart from water you have, that considered as a dry wet fraction. Okay, so it contains 40-60% of the cellulose over there, and it contains substantial biomass in the Indian forest, which comprises nearly 80 million tons of night growing stock. Also, it comes 11.71% of the total national forest area. Okay, so which nearly 28% of its livestock comprises in the northeastern region, and in Karnataka it comprises 5.5% of the total area. Okay. So now next up, I talk about the agricultural residue production in India. So as per the estimates which are given by NITI also, they are generally 30.5 million hectare area of the South Asia, which comprises the India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. They mainly comprise the rice seed cropping system. So of which nearly 20% of all cereal production and 40% of mainly the wheat production in India are destined to the rice wheat cropping system. Okay, so in this context, the environmental and ecological balance has mainly been brought into the evidence by the continuous rice and rotational wheat farming. So in this aspect, I think the Jaspal sir has talked in the first environmental economics. So why if the agriculture productivity in Punjab is decreasing? He has majorly focused on it. If anybody can recall? Yeah. Jaspal, could you please why agriculture, as you mentioned, why the agriculture productivity in Punjab is decreasing?
The seeds will be both this better, but the accumulation of the salt which is toxic for the plants. Over a period of time, this toxicity increases and we need to be processed.
And also, so like you mentioned about the land for only one crop if it use, can you elaborate on
that crop will be requiring a particular kind of nutrients. So over a period of time, the same nutrients will be used. The efficiency of that nutrient will be found in the soil, which in turn will reduce productivity. So to maintain the balance of the nutrient in the soil, we should practice space.
So in this context, the rice wheat cropping is used. So once the rice like the cropping is like the cultivation is done, then after you have the leftovers. Okay. So these are the debris which after the harvesting of the crop, which makes up the agricultural residues. So agricultural residues are the, once you grow the agricultural crop, so after that, which is the leftover part, which remains over there, that comes under the agricultural residues. So which already started and described for particularly the Udupi rural areas. Okay, so these are the important natural resources which are available in surplus quantity, which are the valuable material can be utilized for the biofuel production. Okay, so according to the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Government of India, there are crop residues which are produced in India at a rate of 500 million tons per year. So, as you know, the stubble farming, stubble burning is one of the major issues. There are nearly of which 92 million tons are burned annually by the farmers, especially the North India, which leads to the rise in the air pollution. So, among the generation of 500 million tons per year of the agricultural residue, the 92 million ton is just burned out since there is no solution for the stubble burning. So hence there is a requirement of a technology how this stubble can be converted to the valuable products. Okay. So if you look at the how the agricultural residues are produced, it can be categorized into the 4 categories as per the agricultural crops. The cereal crops, for example, any cereal crop, rice, wheat, pulses. But the rice, you can take bajra, jowar, bajra, all this comes. You have fiber crops. Even cotton is also fiber. Gujarat is one of the major production of the fiber crops. Oilseed crops like sunflowers, these are the sugar cane. So these are the category as per the agricultural or agrarian states of India, which are high compared to high agricultural productivity, of which if you look at the Uttar Pradesh is the highest in amount of the agricultural productivity, of which comprises the 72% production of the cereal crop, and this 72 million ton of the crop. Sugar cane is nearly 41 million ton per year is produced, which is highest as compared to the other regions. Okay. So if you look at the scenario of Karnataka, the cereal crop production is nearly 11 million metric ton per year. Other resources like fiber crops are 3.5, 0.8 rupees for the oil seed in Karnataka, and sugar cane is produced 8.8 billion tons per year. Okay. So what are the types of agricultural residues you can think about? If in terms of the rice crop, the husk, straw and bran, which are mainly categorized under the residual component, the wheat, the bran and straw, also maize, the straw, husk and the skin, the millet, the stover, and sugar cane, sugar cane tops, bagasse and molasses. So this can be utilized as a resource for the biofuel production. Of which in this study I have focused on the rice husk as a substrate for the bioethanol production. Okay, so why the rice ethanol paddy can be used for the prospective candidate for bioethanol production? It contains a significant cellulose, that is nearly 35 to 40% of dry weight of its biomass, and heavy cellulose of 50 to 20% of its dry weight. So, if you look, as I mentioned, the rice husk, that is the outer covering of the rice grain, it is the nearly 10 to 20% of the entire rice biomass structure. So, for example, if you have 1 ton is nothing but the 1000 kg of the biomass. So, from that, the 100 to 200 kg of the rice husk is being generated. Okay, so if you want to take in terms of the values, the quantitative values. So if you want to generate 1 ton of the rice, from that 100 to the 200 kg of rice plus agricultural residue you can get. So estimable output, if you look at in India, that is 24.8 million tons in India from the paddy milling process. So this much of the husk which is being generated in India. Yes. So sugar cane, as you know, when you get a sugar, for that after the production, these are the conversion steps of the sugar. So in that when you get the sugar extract, so for the convert to sugar, when you convert over there, you get the one of the fraction, which is the molasses, which is highly sugar rich over there. Can you utilize it? Yeah. But here mainly the bagasse is also one of the resources. Bagasse is the sugar cane juice we gave you. So whatever the leftover part, that is the bagasse collection. But these are the highly sugar, these are the sucrose containing. So from this you can get higher amount of the ethanol. So now I talk about what are the steps in the bioethanol production from biomass. Now we talk about the technical aspect. The first starts with the collection of the biomass. It starts with the collection of the biomass. So after you collect the biomass, the first step as you know, all the plants, they contain a cell wall structure. So the cell wall is made up of cellulose, which is nothing but a polymer of glucose. So first, it has to be broken down to the glucose molecule. For that, we do the process that is known as pre-treatment. Okay, pre-treatment is the breaking down of a cell wall, plant cell wall, to the monomeric sugar for fermentation process. Okay, so once you get the monomeric sugars, for example glucose, then it goes for the fermentation, then is the yeast fermentation. You know the yeast, it has the property to convert the glucose to the ethanol, and finally bioethanol is being produced. Clear? So here in my study I am ready to focus on the pre-treatment process for the bioethanol production from the biomass process. So if you look at what are the methods for the pre-treatment, they can be categorized in three types. First is the mechanical or physico-chemical method, second is chemical and biological method. The physical method involves the pyrolysis, microwave assisted ultrasonication, liquid warm water, ammonia vapor explosion, CO2 explosion, and wet oxidation. These all are the techniques, the instrumentation technique which is being used for the extraction of the sugars from the plant cell. The second is the chemical method, where you use the chemical, for example, acid, alkali, or the solvent to break down the plant cell wall structure. The third is the biological. Biological by the means of, in our body we eat, there are something which converts into enzymes. Okay, so biological by the means of enzymes. Should I move? So this is the typical representation of a plant cell wall, which comprises the cellulose and it is added with the hemicellulose structure. Okay. So once I apply the chemical, enzyme or physical method, the structure gets disrupted. It gets broken down. From that you get the reducing sugars. Okay. So these are reducing sugars are nothing but the monomeric sugar, for example, glucose. Okay. So Rajesh, can you tell like plant cell, what I explained? Plant cell is made up of, cell wall structure is made up of. This is written. It is made up of cellulose. Cellulose is a polymer of glucose. So once you give any treatment, acid or any enzyme, it will break down to the glucose. Okay, so this is the general process of pre-treatment. Okay, so there are mainly two routes. Biochemical routes involve the enzymatic process, and second is the thermochemical process by means of acid coupled with the various physical methods where you get the sugar. So which in my study I am focusing on the thermochemical method, which is also known as acid hydrolysis or acidolysis. Okay, so what are the advantages of using thermochemical method? It enhances the yield of fermentable reducing sugars and also the less energy consumption. So one of the limitations here is that it tends to form a inhibitors. Since you are using acid, if you know the molarity of sulfuric acid, 37 model. So sulfuric is also acid one of the, if it catches your skin, then okay, so it is for that. Similarly, if you have high amount of acid in your process, in fermentation you are going to use micro. It's also unique. So that also tends to die. So you need to have optimal concentration of acid for your production.
So that acid can be reused. Say acid battle treat. One day you are treating that with acid. That can be reused.
Yeah, now like generally you see distilleries and all, they generally do not they use only the market boundaries and all. They use the water for the treating water. Okay, this is the acid is very minute quantity. Okay, 0.1 then diluted form. So once you have, if you have this the continuous process. So once one batch is going on, so after that the same it can be recycled over there. Okay, so it is known as third water tank, they call it over there. So it can be recycled. The larger scale it can be utilized. But we need to have minimal amount of acid. So now we talk about reducing sugars. So reducing sugars, generally the chemistry would have studied, so which contain the aldehyde or keto groups. Okay, they are known as reducing sugar. So they can be from the plant lignocell biomass. You have three types of reducing sugar, such as glucose, galactose, and xylose. Okay. So after the pre-treatment, I will get majorly these three sugars: glucose, galactose, and xylose. So what are the applications? If you are on the artificial sweeteners, they also tend to utilize the reducing sugar, and they also have application in bioethanol production. So this is the typical pathway how is consumed the glucose. So this is the known as the glycolysis pathway, which converts glucose to the pyruvate, and why we use yeast. So this pathway is present in majority of the organism. Even like human being also, we eat food, no? That is broken down pyruvate, then it goes for the electron transport chain, then we get ATP in form of energy, right? But here in yeast, this pyruvate further with the help of an enzyme that is called alcohol dehydrogenase get converted to the ethanol. That's why yeast is being used for the bioethanol production from the glucose. So this is the, as per the literature, using the raw bamboo biomass, they have obtained the bioethanol yield in the range of 0.3 to 0.4 gram per gram reducing sugar. So how much amount of sugars you are putting and how much ethanol you can get, that is one of the aspects that is being used for the analyzing the ethanol yield. So this is the range of 0.3 to 0.4 gram per gram reducing sugar as per the literature for the bamboo biomass. When you look at the rice husk, this range it falls in the range generally 0.07 to 0.19 gram per gram reducing sugar for the bioethanol yield from the rice husk biomass. So as you can see, these all values are based on various chemical enzymatic process. So for that, we tend to have one of the optimal strategy to maximize the production yield. So my study mainly focused on the optimization of pre-treatment process to get the maximum bioethanol productivity. Okay. So based on this, my objectives are to identify and collect the sustainable biomass resource for bioethanol production. Second, to optimize the pre-treatment parameter for maximum reducing sugar release. And third, to produce the large-scale bioethanol using the industrial yeast strain, and the last is the mass balance analysis of the process. So we look at the methodology. The starts with the collection of the biomass resource. Thereafter, the mechanical reprocessing is performed. That is nothing but the drying and milling process. As I mentioned already, the dry cell concept. You tend to remove the water, and also you want to mill it. Why do the milling? Then that atta that you are saying, that milling. Yeah, correct. So smaller the size, larger the surface area. So when you talk about any the reactor and all, the smaller the size, you have higher reaction efficiency. For that, you require the milling process.
So why this milling process? Just milling.
No, just milling.
You don't add any other.
No, it's just grind, like you have to grind it. Yeah, that's why I gave it the atta touch. So thereafter, the thermochemical treatment is performed. Here, I am using the acid, using the autoclave, one of the instruments that is being used for the thermal hydrolysis. So thereafter, the obtained sugars is fermented using the yeast, and finally, ethanol contained was analyzed using the one of the method, that's a dichromat method, that is based on the spectrophotometry. Okay. So my study area, I selected the agricultural state of, that is Karnataka. Here I selected two areas, that is the Bangalore rural and Ramnagar district. of which for the bamboo biomass collection I selected Sindiketta village in Devanagari Taluk in the Bangalore rural region, and for the rice turf I collected from the Ramnagar district of the Karnataka. So, as part of my study, the first step was the collection and the pre-processing of the biomass. The major biomass resources were studied. The bamboo biomass was the Bambusa bamboo. That is one of the strain which I identified in my study. And second, that the rice. Everybody know the scientific name of rice. That is Oryza second. I not really explain what does it mean. These are the definitions. So this shows that, as you know, the bamboos of bamboos, it is a cosmol, you would have seen it. It is also known as a throwy or spiny bamboo. In Hindi, it is called a kanta pass. Okay. It is higher in your vision also. Okay. And it is the rice. So thereafter the collection, the biomass was pre-processed, that is dried, and finally the meal to the fine powder. So these are the taxonomies of it. I won't go into much detail of it. Just the stage of that bamboo which that is the bambusa bamboo. Or I will say that is the rice. Like the rice also there are different. The say like the basmati, the sona maisu, and like basmati donda. Then Ganda salad, one of the yes. Yeah, you can elaborate. Yeah, so these are the different. So for the bamboo which I have collected, there is also known as the flowing bamboo. There is the dance or kanda and in Kannada, if I am correct, anybody known as DTU. Okay, DTU is a name. And it is one of the monocots in the shrub. Okay, and one of the picture, the growth period is the high monsoon and the post monsoon season. Okay. And when you look at the rice, so it is the known as rice or general paddy. In Hindi, the chawal is called. And also in Kannada, akhi and something. And it is widely cultivated in tropical, subtropical, and temperate region. Right, the grey part that is the edible and pericra, the outer covering that comprises the husk. Okay, so which I have used, that is the pericra of the rice for the biofuel. So after the collection and processing biomass, the next is the pre-treatment to break down the plant cell to get the sugar. Here I use one of the methods, that is the method that is one factor at a time. As I already mentioned in the models over there. So here are my input parameters are acid concentration, substrate loading, and pretreatment time. So these are the three my parameters and my output parameter. So I am studying one model, but these are my three, and my output is, I mentioned RS is nothing but the reducing sugar. So I want to maximize my reducing sugar production using these three parameters, for which I have used one of the statistical method, that is one factor at a time. The name suggests one factor at a time. Means I am only varying one factor by keeping other parameter constant to check effect of its on my output variable. Is clear? Very clear? Okay. So the first parameter, the acid concentration. So as you can see, as the acid concentration tend to be varying for both the biomass resource, the bamboo and for the rice kernel. So for the bamboo biomass, specified as a BB. BB is nothing but the bambusa bamboo. NFRS is the non-fodder rice kernel. Okay. So here you can see for the particular 0.3 molar. It is one of the concentration, like in chemistry study, is one of the chemical terms, how you dilute the solution. Okay, so 0.3 molar of the sulfuric acid and 0.5 molar sulfuric acid was found to be suitable to get the maximum sugar extraction for the biomass using the thermal acid hydrolysis. Okay, this 121 degrees Celsius means I think how can explain how we can use 121 degree. We use one instrument generally. It's major for our biological. Yeah, autoclave. For this process, you require to have autoclave. So next, my parameter that is the substrate concentration. So how much biomass I am going to put into the reactor to get a maximum yield. So as you can see, as the biomass concentration increases from 2.5 to 10% for bamboo biomass, and the rice comes from 5 to 15%, you can see the linear increase in the sugar production. So the maximum sugar extraction was obtained using the 10% of the bamboo biomass and 50% of the biomass used for the sugar extraction for bioethanol production. My third input parameter, that is the pre-treatment time. Okay, so here how we calculate the 121 degrees Celsius. So I was studying the different temperature parameter like 60 to 121 degrees Celsius. So both the biomass resources using the control acid concentration which I already optimized, that is 0.5 molar, loading of biomass loading of 10 to 15% of the maximum sugar yield was obtained at a temperature of 121 degrees Celsius. So in both aspects we can tell the higher heating rate. So using the autoclave assisted method is suitable for the plant cell bond disruption. So since you know this is a hard material, but for that if you just boil it up, it doesn't give the sugar fix. For that you have to give a slightly harsh condition to break down it to get a maximum sugar fix. So here I want to emphasize this. So for any model to check, you should have some statistical analysis. Here I use one way ANOVA. ANOVA is nothing but the analysis of variance. It is the ANOVA is analysis of variance. When you have what 3 or more than that parameter, if you want to check the effect within the dimension intra and inter, okay, within and between the factors for that the ANOVA can be used. Here the major parameter is the P value. P value anybody can tell? Those who are come across any statistic. I think Google has done some model fitting here. How do you find out that any, you mentioned about some models. How the model is accurate?
In my case, I use inverse model. So for that, accuracy, I compare that direct characteristic of digital regulator for so I need to use this P value in this diagram.
So the statistical analysis don't know that.
ANOVA,
No, I'm just asking general statistics. How you tell my model is accurate? So P, I'll just tell the initially what the P signifies. P is the probability value. Probability, I think everybody is aware, toss of a coin. Okay. So once you toss, there are chances either 0 or 1. Okay. So in that, the probability value. So if my model is there, model is that I have input parameter and output parameters. Okay. So these are the input parameters. I want to check my sugar extraction yield. So generally the P value, probability value, it is considered that generally it should be less than 0.05. So that means if you consider 100% as a fraction of the data. Okay. So in that 95% the confidence interval. So I have 95% confidence in my data, it will fall within the normal distribution. Then 5% can be a variation accounted for it. So in that, if my result is coming within that range of 5%, that means my analysis is statistically significant. So here you can see for both the pre-treatment, for both the biomass, the P value is below 0.05. Okay, so hence both the pre-treatments are statistically significant. Is it clear? So the third step after sugar extraction, that is the bioethanol production using the yeast. Okay, so here I use one of the industrial yeast strain, that is the highly osmotolerant and for the high bioethanol productivity. So as you can see, for the bamboo biomass and rice husk biomass, the PD is nothing but a potato ratio. This is one of the control we have to use when we want to compare any the unknown resources. So for both the biomass resource, using the industrial yeast, I have obtained the bioethanol yield of 4.7 to 5.3 gram per liter. In terms of volumetric productivity, it is 5.3 to 6.8% of the total fermentation volume from both the biomass. So generally, I have obtained 5 to 6% of the ethanol from my fermentation product. So finally, as you said, the mass balance analysis is very crucial in terms of like environmental auditing. Also, you consider what are the where the stream of method is going, so where any waste is generated, where it can be utilized. So this is a generalized. I am not going to the detailed value. If I am like putting the 100% of the biomass in the starting, the pre-treatment is going into the pre-treatment reactor autoclave. After that, I am getting, for example, 60 gram of the sugar. Okay. So the remaining now similarly for 50 to 60 gram, which is the leftover biomass. It can be utilized for the some of the other application, like the biomass can be used for the utilized for the adsorbent. So from that, the whatever sugar which is there after hydrolysis, the 60 gram of which amount of sugar which is utilized by the yeast, how much it can take out, because all organisms has a capacity. Like you eat food, there is a limitation. You cannot eat more than that. Okay, so how much amount of laying that? Around 11% of gram of the sugar was consumed by the yeast. From that 11 gram, I got finally 4 gram of the ethanol. Okay, so I started from 100. From that, after hydrolysis, I got 60. From that, 11 gram was used by my yeast, and from that, 4 gram I got at the final. Okay, so my final yield, as I showed you literature, gram per gram, how it is calculated. Finally, I got 4.79 gram of the ethanol from consumed sugar. That is 11 gram of the sugar. So the conversion yield, if you take the ratio, you will get 0.42 gram per gram reducing sugar for the bamboo biomass. And similarly for the rice husk, it comes 0.10 gram per gram reducing sugar. So I just tell in theoretical calculation how it is done. So theoretically, if you put 100 gram of the glucose, so 50% can be converted to the conversion efficiency of the yeast. So if I am putting 100 gram of glucose, only 50% can be converted into the ethanol. So the maximum target we can achieve, that is the 0.5 gram per gram reducing sugar from any biomass resource. Okay. So you can see from both the biomass, bamboo, rice husk, which is giving higher conversion. Is it visible? First is the 0.4 in the bamboo, another is 0.10. So it's visible. So for the bamboo, you can see this is the ethanol productivity, and this is the amount of sugar consumed by the yeast, 4.7, and you will get 0.42 gram per gram reducing sugar for the bamboo biomass. Whereas when you look at for the rice husk, the final ethanol which I am getting, that is 5.33 gram from the amount of sugar that is consumed, that is 48.78 gram. So final the yield which I will get, that is 0.10 gram per gram reducing sugar. So now you can compare which one is giving, which I told the theoretical you can get maximum 0.5 conversion ratio. So in both the biomass, which will be the higher starting? Can you tell? Why? So since the yield is higher in terms of the marginal productivity, so bamboo biomass will be suitable as per the mass balance. So, in conclusion, the present study was carried out to analyze the effect of various pre-treatment factors for bioethanol production using two biomass resource, that is bamboos and non-water rice husk. So for this, I have used one of the statistical methods, that is one factor at a time. The test was found to be statistically significant, which improved the sugar extraction, and overall I obtained bioethanol in the range of 4.7 to 5.3 gram per liter from both bamboo and rice husk biomass with the yeast inoculum of 3.4 to 5% using one of the yeast strain, that is the conventional baker's yeast. That is, I think this will be everybody. Baker's yeast. That is Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So without any inoculation, using the separate hydrolysis and fermentation process. So there are different processes for ethanol production, which I have covered in my study, that is separate hydrolysis and fermentation. As you can see in the mass balance, in one reactor, biomass is going where the plant cell is getting broken down to the sugar, then the sugar is entering the fermentation tank where yeast switching is coming and you are getting the ethanol. So it is kind of separate hydrolysis and fermentation process. So the scope for future work, so as I mentioned, after treatment you know some of the residual biomass, which is the after sugar extraction, which is the leftover biomass, can be utilized in biorefinery concept. Like you have the residual biomass, and biomass are known to hydrate the heavy metals. So they can be utilized as a potential adsorbent. Like you use a activated charcoal. So similar way, this it can be used as an adsorbent for the heavy metal removal from the waste stream. And second, to scale up the 2G, that is second generation bioethanol production using the grass sampling, the MOEFCC and the cost benefit analysis. As I have covered both the biomass, the bambusa bamboo and rice husk, they both belong to the family of MOEFCC, that is the grass family. So other biomass which fall in this group can be explored for the 2G bioethanol production. So lastly, I would like to acknowledge Dr. TVRAMACHANDRA sir for the project idea conception as part of EM course, and also I would like to thank my firm which I am working, Ankit Engineering Private Limited, and special thanks to Dr. Dipti Abdale, biofuel consultant, for the project supervision, and my institution for providing the infrastructure and laboratory support for carrying out this research. So in summary, this study majorly employs the bamboo rice husk biomass for bioethanol production as per the biomass availability in the agrarian state of Karnataka. In this study, I have used the statistical method as per the statistical design of experiment, one factor at a time, and all the parameters were assessed for the pharmacochemical extraction. In overall bioethanol yield, as I already explained with the mass balance analysis, in the range of 0.10 to 0.42 gram per gram reduced sugar with 10 to 40% conversion efficiency was obtained from both the biomass resources. So hence, this can be used as a sustainable solution in terms of agricultural residue for the solution to farmer and other stakeholders for the agro waste management. These are my references. Thank you for your time. Any suggestion is there or any question? Thank you.
Is this reproducible in the last case and economically viable?
For that you should have economically you should talk about. For that you have the large amount of biomass, it should be consistent, and also the pre-treatment step. If you go with enzymes and all, the production cost will increase. So that's why I have come up with the cheaper like acid or alkali. So in that the production can be scaled up for the higher application. But when we talk about the mass balance, this is as per the lab scale. For the larger scale, it has to be carried out in terms of also, as I mentioned, features of the cost benefit analysis also need to be. So if you look at as per the 2G policy of the government, they tell what is the estimate for it. So it tells nearly 100 crore of the investment is required with 20 crore for the land acquisition. So you just want to start a firm for rice and all. So this is the estimate. But as you can come with the economical strategy, still it can be worked out. That's why if you have the biomass which are like waste bin, which are of no use, so your majorly the production cost can be cut off. So then you can go with the large scale investment.
So using that also, is there the process also, is there any rest?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Like the I mentioned in my future scope it was that residual after the biomass you get sugar, which is leftover. That is the biomass, nothing but a biomass. So it can be used as an adsorbent. Okay, so if you want to have any treatment facility over nearby, then that the waste thing is there. For heavy metal, you can utilize the biomass.
Basically, it acts like a sponge. So it will, during the pre-treatment process, you have extracted all the sugars, whatever that is required for ethanol.
So after the process is done, easily acts like a sponge that can absorb basically all your things. So in this, to summarize the entire process, it's basically we are taking a sugar-rich biomass, breaking the biomass to simple sugar, and we are feeding that glucose to an organism called yeast. The yeast consumes the sugar. Like we have waste in our body like urine, stools and cats. Similarly, yeast also has such waste. So yeast gives out waste in form of liquid, that is ethanol, and gas in carbon dioxide. So the ethanol, the waste that yeast produces, that only is not our. So basically, it consumes the yeast and gives out the waste. So that is that process. And the carbon dioxide can also be collected and used. So whatever the spent grain or spent biomass is there after the process of your fermentation, that is divided over your nutrients. It acts like a sponge. So that you can absorption of your heavy metals.
And even we are focusing on these reusing. So after the fermentation, you get a yeast. So which can be used as a again starter for the next batch. So it is also one of the enzyme immobilization. That's the cell immobilization. The same, which is the final product, the growth yeast is that can be used as a starter for the next batch of the. So in the entire process, whatever the components can be inside. Yeah, there is already, as I mentioned, the existing technology, the sugarcane bagasse. There is a in Assam. There is only one biorefinery, which is they have started this work on there. So
in India, in a commercial scale, like we showed in the beginning, the tables and all, to meet the biofuel blend, mostly molasses is used. There are three grades of molasses, A, B, and C. So using that, basically, your sugarcane, once the sugar juice is extracted, it is boiled. Once it is boiled, it takes different color. Based on the coloring, they have a gradation. So certain fraction gets into your sugar, white sugar. The rest of the thing gets into your heavy molasses. As the time you boil your sugarcane juice, basically the sugar gets caramelized and concentrated. All your water gets evaporated and the sugar gets concentrated. And this concentrated rich sugar juice is used in fermentation. Basically, ethanol only depends on your concentration of sugar. The higher your sugar, higher is your ethanol. So India is now the scale production of bioethanol is utilizing. Now the mandate has changed where we can start using other non-food feeds. So that's where all this is coming into picture. Any horticulture waste or food waste. Now in India, if you have heard about Nagam Energy in future, they are coming up with India Food Corporation India. They have surplus rice grains which are not utilized for consumption. So these are all slightly spoiled grains that are rich in your starch. So that
You just have to boil, extract your starch solution. You know, so yes, it is also there. We have used right part. Yes, you can use. So biodegradable food waste because they have also content material in them. Food waste is better for anaerobic digestion, for protein, biogas. Whereas these agricultural residues and woody biomasses can undergo your treatment and then get it for the. So that's what we collect the carbon dioxide.
The thing about this is quantitative, there is very minimal quantity of CO2 which is being produced. So even you can collect it, like the almost see in the distillery or sea, they tend to have collected very small quantity of that. So that CO2, like if you look at the like final CO2 emission of that, there won't be much quantity of the overall. So it can be like if you like water, it can be dispensed into water. After the process, now the water.
Basically, to achieve a circular
Then carbonic acid will be made. So carbonic acid will be utilized for some other. Now cell culture we use for the media and all.
These other biomasses are in molasses are in this nascent state where like different forms are working on it. The technology, like we said, the extracting the maximum sugar is the from the non-rich wine, because sugar cane is a fruit. So once the sugar juice is extracted, that's basically sucrose. Sucrose cane is made up of glucose. Whereas other biomass like we said, cellulose, it gives the plant the erectness of a plant because of the stiffness of a plant is because of the presence of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. So breaking down them is a challenge. So if you are employing a pre-treatment process which incurs less acid and less temperature, and you are getting maximum sugar, yes, oil is basically pressing out your seeds. You take the part. So but the production of that seed is very less. You have to wait for the plant to grow and then you need the. Now see, if you say like which is much costly, if you think almond oil is much costlier or almond oil, the larger the biomass, how much oil you are expecting. That also comes into. So here the second generation is more feasible because of the availability of the simplicity of
that is more of a chemical process. So
that is basically cancer certification, and then you have your BMPC passes, KSRTC passes, and you have there was a thing studying Masood also, which they have done a trust in 100% by
Did you stop at 121 or have you seen about that?
no, then as per in laboratory scale, as I mentioned, their scale, we have maximum up to autoclave code up to 121 degrees. Generally, they hire like the hydrothermal liquefaction. That is one of the methods where they go up for the hard body biomass and all. For that, people they go up to 100, 300 degrees Celsius also. And talk about the large scale, so that is also one of the aspects. But we have observed that if you go to the harsher condition, it tend to break down even your sugar fraction also. So you need to have the optimum condition of acid, biomass, and temperature to get maximum. Is there anything else? I actually asked still I have to complete.
Yeah, me and you. The positive levels appear biological production. You consider it well. And I want to learn how challenging it will take for the production. You have running laboratory, then
Like the start of the collect, you have the collected biomass. So what process which I have followed. The first thing you can categorize generally if you last year you just look at that, it varies like 7 to 10 years of procedure. So it goes to continuous run. So which I have followed the biomass selection. The first is the pre-treatment. So day one after the collection you will dry the biomass. Dry to get generally for drying you need to have 24 hours and overnight. Even sunlight also sunlight will take larger time as compared to the overnight. So one day you will consider for the 1 to 2 days. And after that, drying the milling cell and the pre-treatment. Pre-treatment that is on the reactor. And then for fermentation, there is no for the yeast growth and to carry out the ferment. Minimum 24 hours, 48 time frame is required. So after that, if you want to further get downstream, distillation and the final ethanol production. So in and what process we have around 3 to 4 days, it can maximum up to 7 days. Final finished product can be. So that depends on the scale. If you do it in the last in the industries, so that can be like a continuous run. One batch is going, another batch is also. And finally, one all together they will be mixed and you get it. Thank you.
One can put the mark.
Chairs are both front and just pause.
Like in a very layman term, whatever comes to the having populated reading, building, so all these terms are there in urban area. So urban area is basically the area which is very developed around the city, and the urban area is growing rapidly nowadays, and which is basically unplanned growth, and due to which there are many problems. So that's why we need to look at how the urbanization is happening, and find a solution. We need to see that what is the pattern of the urbanization in the city. The content of my project are started with introduction, followed by literature review of area methods, So introduction. And urban area, according to National Geographic Society, an urban area is the region surrounding the city. So as I said, when the urban term comes in mind, we relate it to the city. So it is any city which is like around, there is one city and then slowly concretization starts to happen around the city. So that is known as the urban area, or the urban area forms around the city. So whenever the development happens in that area, urban area forms. And urban dynamics is an analysis of how the urban systems operate. The dynamics basically means that how the system is changing, how the cities are changing. That is how the urban area is changing, how the pattern is changing. That is the term refers to the urban dynamics and how what is the pattern of change of the city. So it is the analysis of how urban system operates and how it can be more efficiently managed. What we can do to more efficiently manage those things. And it is a management tool for urban policy analysis. To make the urban policy, it is a management tool, and we have gone to urban environmental management. We have done many tools, management tools of environmental management. So similarly, urban dynamics is a management tool for making the urban policy. So urban dynamics include how the changes happen. So all these urban dynamics terms are given in a specific city, like how the city is changed, which those patterns, these terms per point. There are various terms I have just taken with it. So starting with suburbanization. So many of us have come across the term suburb area. We live in suburb area or house in suburb area. Suburb area is any area which is located around the major city. Any big city which is there, the area surrounding that city is when the area surrounding that city develops, it is known as the suburb. And it develops mainly because of like high cost of living in the main city, so people move to the suburban areas. Then ex-urbanization. So ex-urbanization is basically when affluent people, the people who are rich, they move away from the city region, and but they continue to come here to the cities for their economic work or like they live there residentially, but all their economic activity is in the city center. Counter-urbanization. Counter-urbanization is the counter-urbanization was the term which was coined by Patrick Leahy in 1915, and it is when people move out of cities into the rural areas and they try to change their pattern of living. Like the city is too much, the city has developed to an extent, and then the people who are there, they usually move out the rural area and they try to live there. Decentralization. Decentralization has been understood by the term. The center of the city, you can decentralize, another center develops, and the economic activities, they start to shift to another center. Then there is the decentralization of the city. Urban decay. Urban decay is basically when the city is old and the old construction starts to decay slowly with time. The center, we can see we can assume it as the next step of the decentralization that slowly with time the cities have been old and the city center has been moved and the people start to decay. Urban renewal and gentrification. Urban renewal is these old construction is getting a renovation, that is urban renewal. And gentrification is also a kind of urban renewal in which the people who are in the take over the area of the poor people. When the city develops, the cost of living and all those also gradually increases in the city. So obviously the people who are living there before, they are not like really rich. So the cost of living for them increases and we gradually move to the city very heavy, and the rich people, they take over the old buildings and they renew it according to that. So that is gentrification. So urbanization undergone multiple changes or changes. Urbanization is not a one process or does not happen at a one go. Urbanization is a gradual process. It happens in multiple stages. And if we look at old times, the urban centers were the cities which were like administrative towns. Those were considered majorly as urban areas because administrative work was major at that time. And economic activities were also related to administrative work. After coming out the industries, the region where industries were set up, where urban agglomeration started to happen, and city started to develop. In present time, where IT industries are there, where urban area, like their agglomeration started to happen, and urban area getting expanded. So, in this way, urban area goes through multiple stages of changes. It changes every time, like with time. Then leads to the dispersed capital development in the outskirts. Although it is not flat, it leads to a very natural development in the outskirts. We can observe, like all of us must have observed that in every urban area, there are like slum kind of things developed in the periphery of the area. A very famous example is Dharavi, Mumbai, in Delhi also we have like wherever there is a major city, slum area is also around it. So because of these multiple stages of changes and all that, it leads to a very natural development. There is no planned development and it is majorly in the outskirts of the city, in the periphery of the city. Urban dynamics. As I told the dynamics, the changing pattern of the city is how the city, urban area has been created. Now, how is it changing? What is the changing pattern of the city? That is the urban dynamics. It is large-scale changes in land use and nature of land use. How is land being used? It is used for the major area which is used, the major land use which is in the urban city is for the build-up area, it is for the comfortization of the area. So, at large scale, how is the what is the land use? How is the land being used in that city? According to that, we analyze the urban dynamics of the city. With the increasing population, pressure on land and resources are also increasing. We came across the shopping and environmental management also, and the population is rising, the pressure on resources is increasing with time, and the problem with the urban area is that the density of the population, the major population is concentrated into a very small area. That is why the problem of resources and all those things happen. Pressure on land and resources need to address the proper land use planning. Now, obviously, if there is a problem, we need to find a solution. So, for this, we need a proper land use planning so that the problem for all these pressure on land and all these do not occur, which can be understood by urban dynamics of the city. If we understand the dynamics pattern of the city, then how is the city changing, we can plan the city in much more better way. And nowadays, the concept of smart cities is also coming up. That which smart city is basically the city which optimizes its resources usefully, and it is also has the green concept in the planning, and it is resource efficient, and environmental initiatives are also taken. All those things. It is also coming with the smart cities. So, with the help of urban dynamics, we can implement it much more nicely. Now, although there are like some similar patterns in how cities think, but still we need to know that all over India there will be some similar patterns in how cities change. But every city different problems. So we need to also analyze cities differently and provide solution according to that. And also, like there is a guideline by WHO which says that there should be 9 meters square. The urban green space, that there should be a green area or a park or anything like that. It should be 9 meters square per person per capita. It should be like that. But across India, we cannot find that ratio anywhere, and which is not a good one. The objective of my study it is to understand the changing pattern of the city by analyzing its land cover and land use change. So land cover is basically that how the land is covered, by what sense it is covered, either it is covered by green area or what area, that is the land cover. And land use is basically how is the land being used. It is used for agriculture purpose, it is used for construction purpose or all those things. So we understand that by knowing the land cover, and land use of the city, we will understand that how the city changes. Then I will be comparing the accuracy of both the cities which I have taken in the study area, which are Indore and Jabalpur. The study area which I have taken is Indore and Jabalpur. In the map, you can see the location of both the cities. It is in the center of India, in Madhya Pradesh, and in Madhya Pradesh, the mark which I have are the district. These are the district, and which I have taken from the study area and the city boundary of the area. So Indore is located at 22,75 north. This is the latitude longitude of the city, and it is situated in central India in Malwa sector of Madhya Pradesh, and it is also commercial capital of the state. As majority of the economic activity of the state, like IT industry and all that, are situated in the Indore. It is situated along Saraswati and Khan River, and altitude is 553 meters, and it is 14th most populous city in India with the urban population of 24 lakh, and this population which I have taken is only the city population, it is not the district population. And Jabalpur is in the it is on the eastern side of the state, and Indore is in the western side. So it is also located in Madhya Pradesh, and it is situated on a divide between the watershed of Nanda and river, and also the water is situated in Jabalpur, and the city population is 10 lakh. Now the methods which I have used in my study. So first of all, I have can you see the picture? First, I have selected the study area, which is Indore and Jabalpur, then satellite data visualization. So there is a site called IISC. In that I have gone and given all the things required, and then there I have visualized my data, that how is the data, if it is lofty or all that, and then I have taken the read and all that of the data, the row and path, and then the data which I have taken for my study is Landsat 8 data and Landsat 7 data. Landsat are the satellites, and Landsat is operational Landsat images. For 2023, I have taken Landsat 8 data, and for 2003, I have taken Landsat 7 data. Now using this data, Landsat 7 data was having a line drop error. So to rectify that error, I have conducted a scan line correction in that, and all these process was done using Earth Explorer code editor. And in for so what is the scan line correction? It basically you just imagine a normal photograph which you have in your phone, and for example there are strips in your photo, so you need to rectify it. It is similar to that. So to correct that, I have conducted a scan line correction. So it's replacing the defective DNs with the average of the values for the pixel occurring in the line just above or below. So whatever the values are there above that pixel and below that pixel. For example, this is a strip, and these are the values which are defective. DN values are the digital number which are given to the pixel. So it takes the value which is above 1 pixel and lower to that pixel. It takes the average of it, like it calculates the mean for it, and then it assigns the value. After conducting scan line selection, I have composed false color composite image for both Landsat 8 and Landsat 7 data for 2003 and 2023. So false color composite is basically, as you can know by name, it is a false color composite. It does not show the true color of the area. So it allows us to visualize wavelengths that human eyes cannot see. So there are two wavelengths which we can see which are visible, which red, blue, red, green, and blue comes to that. But NIR we cannot visualize that band. And so in the chart we can see there are various false color composite combinations, but what I have used for my study is I assigned there are various bands. Red, blue, green are the primary bands, and there are several other bands also. So for the red band, I assigned the NIR, and for green, red, for blue, green. So this was the false color composite combination which I have used. There are various other false color composites also which people use according to their usage. So false color composite is basically we can see much more heterogeneity of the area, and it is easy to delineate between the various areas. It is much more heterogeneous, so we can make out much more clearly between the different areas. After doing the false color composite, I have calculated the various indices, which the indices which I have calculated are SAVI and NDVI. So SAVI is soil adjusted vegetation index, which is used to correct normalized vegetation index. Now, both of them are kind of same, but SAVI is like it first I will explain NDVI. So what happens in NDVI is you take NIR and near infrared and red band, and it takes the ratio of both those things, uses the reflectance of light in visible and NIR wavelength to determine the amount and health of vegetation. So what is the health of the vegetation in that region? It determines that using the near infrared band and red band. So now SAVI is a bit like modified version of it. It also uses the L factor, which is used to minimize the soil brightness in area where vegetative cover is low. So it was observed that when NDVI was calculated, many areas which were like covered with soil, that were also taken as the vegetation area. So to reduce that error, the L factor has been introduced in this, and the value of these ranges from -1 to +1. It will calculate and give the value between -1 to +1. If the value is near to 1, it shows that how much healthier the vegetation is and what is the quality of vegetation. If it is 0, it means there is no vegetation, and -1 is for like water bodies and all that it shows that. The formula used for this is NIR minus R divided by NIR into 1 plus L. So L is the amount of green vegetation covered. So what I have taken from my study is 0.5. Most probably it is taken. Then NDBI is also, it does the, like it functions in the same manner. We are just using different bands for knowing the build-up area of the our region of interest. So normalized difference build-up index uses NIR, near infrared, and short wave infrared. SWIR is the short wave infrared. Band to emphasize manufactured build-up area. It basically emphasizes on the build-up area of the city. That what is the build-up area? And it mitigates the effect of terrain illumination. For example, if there is very high rise building, it will be having an illumination. So many times, what the sensor does, it also takes it as a build-up area. So it reduces that effect, and as well as atmospheric effect. Atmospheric effects, there are like various what is the noise? If there is pollution, then also it is difficult for the satellite to capture the right data. So it minimizes that. It not totally reduces it, but it minimizes that error. The formula used for NDBI is short wave infrared minus near infrared divided by short wave infrared plus near infrared. And also, like I have taken this data from two different satellites, Landsat 8 and Landsat 7. So band combination for different satellites, it also changes. So the formula the bands which we use in the formula, it also changes. And like in Landsat 7, I have used band 4 and band 3. Band 4 was near infrared and band 3 was red infrared. While for Landsat 8, it changed to band 5 to band 4. Band 5 was near infrared and band 4 was red infrared. Then same goes with the NDBI also. After computing all the indices, for the classification of the area, I have used the random forest classification. So random forest classification, what it does, we assign a training polygon. For example, imagine any random image whichever you have. For example, we are sitting here and system is sensing us from any height. So what I will do is I will to categorize all the people. Like I have to categorize, for example, humans and barren surface. We just take two categories for simplification. So what I will do, I will just give a training polygon. For example, the breathing man is sitting, I will just mark that area and I will give that this is the human body, and for the barren surface, I will give the barren area. Like that, I will take the training polygon and I will assign it to the classifier. Then the what classifier will do, it will automatically compute according to that pixel that what are the similar pixels in that region, and it will classify the image according to that. So there are various classification methods. What I have used is random forest classification, so it creates multiple decision trees. The training polygon which I have given, according to that, it will create multiple decision trees using different random subsets of the data and features. Then each decision tree, it has created multiple decision trees. Now each decision tree is like an expert providing its opinion on how to classify the data. How should the data be classified? It acts as providing opinion on it. Then calculating the prediction for each decision tree, most popular result is taken. Whatever is after calculating all of those things, whatever is the most popular result of that is
and classification without in your
and that I am giving just for example.
Just be careful about that. Don't give the wrong information because you are using the Landsat data. Landsat 7 and 8. Where movement is interference.
No, I'm not human interference. It was just to
No, where is movement that is movement we can identify. The classification box is like that. Then they will also think like that way. Now, part of the classification you are taken. That classification you just yesterday that our movement is talking about that. No. That way, that is what you can use and you can make it separate pieces. This is the water body, this is the line, this is the thing. What is the color? That is what color composition you have thought about that. In that you know is which one is the water body or where is the thing or green, what are the things. That way you just explain. In the dance side, in the outer movement.
I was just trying to make it comfortable for myself. Yeah. Then the description which I have taken, and Ma'am has told that what are the categories which I have taken are the builder for my classification, builder, vegetation, cropland, water body, and others. So builder, it consists of roads, commercial and residential area, infrastructure like airport and stadiums, as well as other sports. So whatever area is under the construction, what is the concretized area basically, it comes under the built-up area. Then for vegetation, trees, semi-natural vegetation, whatever the park area is there, or if all you do not have any, whatever park or any green land is there, that is come under vegetation. Then for cropland, agricultural fields, and water body are like lakes, stream courses, reservoirs, and water bodies. The water body that have been categorized as water body in the classification. Other, it consists of the barren land, whatever land which do not come under any of these categories. It is barren and it is open area, fallow land, or ground, or the stadium. All those areas I have taken as others. After doing the classification,
Can you differentiate residential and domestic area?
it all come under the all come under the because it is like if you look from the residential area and the buildings, it is all the concretized space. Although if we have like much more better spatial resolution, maybe we can make
Ma'am, it works on the reflectance. So for the complete build-up, reflectance are nearly same. Yeah. So but still, if you want to separate them, one way, but we know, you can, if you literally know this is industry and this is a home. So with the help of Google Earth, you can just digit it. That's it.
also the data which I have taken is 30-meter structural resolution, which means that the image is consistent and one ground, one pixel is of 30-meter area. It is covering the 30-meter area. After doing the classification, we perform the accuracy assessment, that how much what classification I have done, how much accurate is that classification. For the accuracy assessment is done. So I have calculated it in three areas. First is overall accuracy. So overall accuracy is computed by dividing total number of correctly classified pixels, that is sum of the elements along the major diagonal by the number of different pixels. So what overall accuracy does, I just have to give formula and compute, but what is the process? It is actually it computes the total number of total classified pixels. Like it is based on the training polygon which I have given. According to that, how much correctly the classifier has classified the pixels. According to that, overall accuracy is computed. Then confusion matrix, it compares on the category. Confusion matrix also, the training polygon which I have given, it just gives the statistic category that just creates a matrix according to that and it gives the answer. So compare on a category by category basis the relationship between the known reference data that is drawn from and the corresponding result of the automated classification. Then kappa statistic, it is the measure of the distance between the actual agreement between the reference data. What is the actual agreement between the reference data and an automated classifier? And the chance agreement between the reference data and the random classifier. And there is also the kappa statistic. It is basically it gives the measure on the basis of difference between what is the actual agreement between the reference data and the automated classifier, the classifier which is classified the data, and the chance of agreement between the data which I am given for the reference and the random classifier. Now, after all this process, result. So first is the land cover analysis. So this is the soil adjusted vegetation index. The one you see on the right side is of the Indore city and one on the left side is of Jabalpur city. Now, this is for the Indore city. So as you can see the value alongside it, the value has in 2003 it was 0.621 and it has increased a bit to 0.656 in 2023. Which means the vegetation has improved a bit. But here the major thing is that the things which have been classified as vegetation, it majorly covers the agricultural area. So it do not tell the actual vegetation.
Increase doesn't give the spatial extent of it. Don't give the wrong. 0.621 and 0.353 is not the spatial extent. It is the index.
The vegetation is much more healthy. The quality of vegetation.
Are you sure?
So the value has increased, which means the vegetation is much more.
It is the same period or different period?
From the past. No, same period from January to
January to February.
I am
January 2003, February 2003. Agriculture crop there will be some change. Plants will grow.
but it is not the same period, but still it is and in the case of Jabalpur also, we can see the same thing. That
What is the right patch in Jabalpur?
still it is the background change. It will not come with the city, the administrative office. So we can see that there is much more vegetation in the green area in the outer region of the city, and it is majorly the agricultural area. So the Savi area is showing the value of the agricultural crop or agricultural land and what is the how vegetation. And as sir has said that because it is a salary to factory data coming from gravity to factory. That's why also the changes in can happen. And the major
You in that third session, you have even more than yeah, yeah. What is the KVA? That vegetation plays in the agricultural area, how it will be coming then soil is the maximum soil brightness in the vegetation properly or no? That's why it is negative 5 and the negative positive value. Then what is the that negative 5 to represent what is the positive value represent in inverse figure what is that? We just carry about light.
So the negative values are represented the water bodies of the area. So as you can see in 2003, to 2020, we do not see a water body, and it is because it was dried up in 2003. And that is also we can see the changes in the values of the green area, because there is much more availability of water in 2023 in Indore as compared to the south. Then NDVI is the built-up index of the city for Indore. The NDVI value have also increased from 0.251 to 0.317. So the so the build-up has also been much more
because of the increase, no? What you want to tell me, first tell me Hindi, then continue.
so the build-up of the area has increased with the from 2003 to 2023, and in Jabalpur also we see the same pattern, but in Jabalpur as compared to Indore, the value of Jabalpur is much more higher because like Indore is comparatively a big city, and Jabalpur comparatively a small city. But the built-up area but the built-up pattern is much more is being much more prominent in Jabalpur, as the value has increased much more in the Jabalpur city as compared to the city. As we see in Indore, it is increased from 0.251 to 0.317, while in Jabalpur it has increased from 0.317 to 0.411. So the build-up is much more prominent in the Jabalpur city as compared to the Indore city. Then coming to the land use of the area, so the classification which we have done, random forest classification, is the result of that classification. So land use, when we see in Indore city, these are the land use classes. Build-up is denoted by red, vegetation by green, cropland by yellow, water body by blue, and others by so when we see in the Indore city, the build-up has increased, and it has we can see much more increase in the urban sprawl of the city, and much more like spread in the built-up area, and the green cover. The green patches also we see in the middle of the area, but overall the built-up area has been increased, and the cropland area, which is denoted by the yellow. As you can see, the yellow area has been taken over by the red colored pixels. So the cropland, it denotes that the areas which were under cropland earlier that have been converted to the built-up area. And water body, it was dried up, that's why we are having this difference in the water body. It is the Bilawal lake, which was constructed during the Maratha period, and due to like lack of rain and all those conditions, it dried up in 2003. And if we see at the water body, only there is one major change in water body. It has not increased. Actually, it was right up in 2003. That's why we are saying that major change. Now, if we look at the table below, it is showing that what is the area of the increase or decrease. What is the area in Bharat? First, it shows the built-up area in Bharat, and the next shows the built-up area of 2023. So, built-up area in Bharat was 86 point something hectares, and it has increased to 159 in 2023. So it is a very massive increase in the built-up area. Then vegetation has also increased from 30 hectares to 40 hectares, which is a good positive change, and it is the positive reasons for increase in vegetation area, and it is also the Indore is also come under the smart city, and due to the smart city initiative of the state of the city, maybe the green area was much more taken care of. Then cropland has drastically reduced, as we can also see in the map here, that the area which was earlier cropland, it has been converted to the built-up area. So the actual decrease that we see in the cropland is from 100 hectares to 38 hectares, which is a very drastic reduce in the area. Then water body is showing increase, but it is due to the drying of the lake, so we cannot make out the actual change in the water body of the area. Then others, so the other category, which was fallow land and all that, it has also decreased from 57 to 32%. Most probably, if you see that fallow land is either converted into the cropland or the built-up area. But in the case of Indore city, it is converted much more into the built-up area. So the built-up of the city has increased exponentially from 2000 over these 2 decades, from 2003 to 2023. This is the classification of the Jabalpur city. So Jabalpur, from over the 2 decades, now if we look at the map of Indore city, overall increase in built-up is more, but if we compare the Jabalpur city from 2003 to 2023, it has grown much more built-up area when compared to the Indore city. And we can see much more of the expansion of built-up area in the.
Can you see that there is white spot in between?
Yes, so
What is the agenda of that?
In the study area, it is comes under the control. It is the controlment area of the Jabalpur.
You
So
should
it
have
will not come under the. Yes, I should have.
an agenda for it showing what is white out.
No, but I could have written over there. So, as we can see, if we look at the statistics, so built-up area has increased from 54 to 108 hectares square kilometer, which is much more higher as compared to the increase in built-up in Indore city. When we come to vegetation has increased from 47 to 25, and we do not see much as we have seen in the Indore. In case of Indore, that there was much more decrease in the cropland. But in case of Jabalpur, there is not major change in the cropland area because it is because there was major amount of the fallow area in Jabalpur city, and the fallow area has been converted to cropland, and the cropland area has been converted to built-up area. So that's why we do not see that there is any reduce in the cropland area. So fallow land is being taken over more. After that, water body. So water body has been the valuation of that water body has been increased from 5.1 to 5.2. But if you look at closely at the river patterns, the river has shrunken a bit over the time. Then others area, it has decreased from 64 to 36. So there is decrease in the area in other, which is mostly the fallow land or the grazing land or the other area, and which has been taken over by the cropland. But in case of Indore, there was no much fallow land there, as it is already a city area and an urbanized area. That's why cropland is taken over more from the periphery in the Indore city. Conclusion. So city boundaries covered with cropland, and with the expansion of city, these croplands get converted into the built-up area. So as we see what is the basic pattern of these cities, the city center is having a built-up area and the periphery area is covered by the cropland area. So, and as we see the cropland area is being much more pushed as the city is spreading, the cropland is like moving on much more to the peripheral region of the city. Then Indore city shows much massive increase in built-up area, which has taken over cropland. Then we have already discussed that there is much more increase in. When we see both the cities, we see that Indore city is like having much more area under the build-up, but the increase in area is much more in the Jabalpur city. Both cities show the growth in built-up area and the outward expansion of the city. Jabalpur is expanding much more rapidly when compared to Indore over these 2 decades. Overall total area in the build-up is more in Indore, but expansion is much more common in Jabalpur.
You said in Jabalpur,
The fallow land is being converted into croplands, and the existing croplands are being converted into built-up areas. Okay, so how sustainable is that? Can you comment on that in the ecological viewpoint?
No, it is not. Obviously, like security is also a big issue nowadays, and with the increase in city converting their periphery cropland area into built-up area, it is a major problem, and it will be like a very severe problem in coming years.
And one more thing is that you said Jabalpur has mostly, in a comparison, Jabalpur has mostly had a more urbanization process. So you took a ratio of these two things, like area of 2003 to 2023. How did you come to that conclusion?
This is the area calculation. What you see here. This is the area. It is for the 2003. According to the map, whatever area comes under this. So this is showing the built-up area of 2003 and the built-up area of 2020. So we compare that.
So it is increased by 2x. The same thing can be said for Indore also, right? Like because 86 previously and now it is 150.
Indore is having much more larger area than Jabalpur.
In my suggestion, I think that area difference would have been given in percentage.
I just have very like you mentioned about the vegetative for 2003 to 2020. Actually, see in Indore there is a slight increase, right? Whereas in the Jabalpur from 47 it's decreasing to 25. So can you just tell me what would be the factor? So like is Jabalpur is more industrialized area? You know what is the factor over there? Why there is a decrease in as you look at it like in terms of the city population, more urban cities in Indore. There is a basically.
The first reason can be, as we see, there is a right of land in making 2020. So obviously there was water deficiency in that area, which is much more improved in 2020. So that's why also we can see that difference, which is a drawback in the study that I should have taken also another year for better comparison. And the second reason can be that Indore is like developing much more. It is much more coming towards it. It is also categorized under smart city. So in a smart city, we have one provision of like sustainable development also, like not exactly sustainable development, but of the greener area. So in wake of that also, the green area which were already there, that should have been protected much more.
Yes, sir.
Study sessions are there.
There two more also. We want the comment now only. Okay, maybe for this presentation. Okay. So this is a GIS based thing, no? Others are different topics.
Prachi presented about the urban dynamics of two cities, comparing the city of Indore and Jabalpur with the time duration of 2003 and 2023. And she took a random forest classification method with the legends like built-up area, vegetation, cropland, water body, and others. Where we saw that even though Indore is one of the largest cities of the state, and it has a good industrialization. Jabalpur is also having a catching up with it, and the built-up area is increasing, which is also decreasing the croplands as well as vegetation. And it was a good presentation.
Actually, the major reason for seeing the much more exponential growth as compared to Indore and Jabalpur is that which are like much more developed cities, they do not have much area for the build-up, but in Jabalpur there is much more scope for making the build-up area.
I found the presentation good. The first part was also new to me, but I learned how to like. The second part, all the results were adequately compared for both Indore and Jaipur. So overall, it was nice.
Very nice presentation, Raji. Your land use dynamics was nicely you understood properly. You can see your good result in Indore city and Jabalpur city. Increasing vegetation cover you showed us in Indore city by the application of the remote sensing data. And application of random forest we all are using. So it's nice session.
Topic is Bimaro state, yes. But we have given only this.
Urban dynamics we explained.
Bimaro state. Bimaro is
Indore and Jabalpur.
so Jabalpur कैसे Bimaro? तुम्हारा Jabalpur है? Rajasthan, Bihar, UP and not Bihar. Yeah.
Please explain much.
You can ask. Not explain, you should take PPT and start explaining. The question you will put it properly. Otherwise, you'll run away.
Time constant.
What time constant you have? Huh? Huh? Correct, no? Raji, what time constraint you had? I used to see you sitting. Huh? The people who have time constraint will not do like that. And smiling. That too early morning, 9:35. Okay, time constraint 9. Then what is the thing next? Data constraint. Data, okay.
I should have done it for all the states which comes under the market.
You are using Google engine. It is not that difficult. See, Rajesh did the entire thing in 4 months, entire India in 4 months. Bihar state only 2 states. What will happen to Bihar?
I forget what.
We'll have lunch, huh? And then come for He doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't remember our names only, sir.
Memory problem, no?
इसको थोड़ा practice.
Interaction is root you forget, people name you forget. You know, it's finish. Yesterday I went to walk.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. I'm going to present National Education Policy and Environmental Education. Let me read and then I'll explain something. Our statement highlights the basic issues of environmental protection and the need for environmental education. It emphasizes the role of UNESCO definition of environmental education as a method to put the conservation objects into practice. The mention of India's initiative, such as making environmental education mandatory at all education levels, is crucial in demonstrating a commitment to addressing environmental concerns. The call to reorient the environmental education curriculum is to move the debate to local issues, reflect and understanding that environmental challenges vary across regions. This adaptability is essential to effectively address the specific environmental issues that communities face. The reference to India's National Education Policy (NEP 2020) indicates the comprehensive approach to education, including environmental education. The NEP focuses on addressing common issues related to the training environment and proposing measures to improve it aligns with the broader goal of creating a well-rounded and sustainable education system. Highlighting the importance of preparing students with both academic and life skills is significant. The changing environmental conditions and the negative impact of pollution and climate change make it imperative for individuals to be equipped with the necessary skills to contribute to sustainable practices. The acknowledgement of the challenge and the need for continuous evaluation of environmental education in the future indicated a commitment to improvement and adaptability. As environmental conditions evolve, the education system must evolve as well as to effectively address the emerging challenges. In conclusion, above statement effectively highlights the importance of environmental education, the initiative taken by India, and the role of the National Education Policy 2020 in shaping the more environmentally conscious and adaptable education system. The keywords: environmental education, challenges, opportunities, curriculum, national education policies, education and the life skills competence education, academic and life skills global context. Let's go to the introduction. In 1972, during an Apollo 17 mission, humanity witnessed the first solar image on the Earth. This captivating photograph portrayed on the planet as a radiant blue marble, suspended in the wetness of the space, contrasted against the profound darkness of the void that surrounds it. It was collective realization that Earth is a confined, finite system. The exclusive abode we collectively share, the celestial snapshot of all referred as for the blue marble or one marble, reshape our perception of the planet, instilling a profound understanding of its interconnectedness and significance. Now here the blue moment is the image of the Earth which Apollo is taken from the by a satellite. The segment emphasizes the necessity of tending to the Earth as a comprehensive and intricate system that sustains an extraordinary complex, network of interconnect life. The occurrence of environmental catastrophes in the preceding decades have heightened public awareness and concerns regarding environment. It became evident that the unified response was imperative amid the challenges posed by the Cold War and the struggles against the terrorism by numerous nations. Some nations advocate for increased environmental initiatives under the United Nations. Some nations push for the United Nations to undertake more environmental initiatives. While the United Nations Charter, the fundamental document of the United Nations, aspires to improve the quality of life for all by promoting peace, stability, economic growth, and human rights. It did not explicitly, please continue on that. Sometimes the word doesn't come from my mouth. Addressing environmental concerns. The groundwork for collaboration on environmental issues was eventually laid by the proactive effects of small Scandinavian countries. So what we understand from this chapter introduction is whatever the environmental catastrophes are there, UIP is taking care of that. Awareness and concerns regarding the environment. Increased environmental initiatives taken by many countries and the United Nations. Address environmental concerns. Efforts of small Scandinavian country. In 1972, the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment, the Stockholm Conference, Environmental and Sustainable Development Challenges and Global Action. The initiative launched by the UN Conference on the Human Environment in 1972 have been instrumental in shaping the pivotal concept and institutions such as Sustainable Development and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNDP. This argument and the conflicts related to the environmental concerns have been persistent. In 1973, United Nations Conference on the Human emerged from these discussions and significantly shaped environmental management for the subsequent 5 decades. The debates sparkled by the conference played a pivotal role in the development of crucial concepts like the United Nations Environment Programme, UNDP. The Stockholm Conference demonstrated that the collaboration on environmental and sustainable development challenges is effective when leaders proactively take an initiative and consider the concerns of all stakeholders. This highlighted the transformative impact that dedicated efforts and global decisions can be on shaping the trajectory of environmental policies and practices. Now let's see the Stockholm Declaration in 1972. It encompasses the proclamation of multiple principles and various recommendations. Each principle articulated in the Stockholm Declaration has a significant importance with Principle 12, specifically addressing environment protection education. This principle reflects the commitment to forecasting awareness and understanding of environmental protection, further emphasizing the policy approach adopted during the Stockholm Conference. Now, in the Stockholm Conference, out of 26, the Principle 12 give an emphasis on environment protection education. Let's read more about it. You would need to be educated about environmental protection to make them much aware about the issues. It is essential and it should be communicated by humans by conducting skits or any other medium to make people aware of the environmental crisis, so that people would work effectively to control the pollution by putting their efforts. Thus, education relating to the environment protection is itself the major principle under the Stockholm Declaration 1972. Environmental education focuses on the parts of human behavior that are more closely connected to how a person interacts with the comprehend their biophysical environment. some more on its well, environmental protection education. Oh, I can have one. Through the process of the environment education, people will learn about environmental problems, solve them, and take the step to protect the environment. People have a greater grasp of environmental concerns as a result. They are more equipped to make wise choices. A complete ever-evolving education that is responsive to change in the world that is changing quickly is environmental education. Understanding the key issues, the modern complex world problems brought by the interactions of biological, physical, social, economics, and cultural components of the person and the community. Hence, it helps to prepare the individual and the community for life. Environmental education restores a broader perspective that recognizes the fundamental interdependence between the natural and green environment, as well as the connection between current actions and the events. So, I'm just showing you a small graph. So, what is the environmental education is going to give you? How the environmental education will, if you apply the environmental education, how it will focus you. It will give you awareness, action, attitude. It is a continuous process. So why the need of environmental education? In a broader prospect, the global environment outlooks numerous reports have substantial evidence of the evidence of the environmental damage. The increasing stress on the environment is attributed to the factors such as population growth, economics, activities, and consumption patterns. This signifies those various forms of pollution persist due to the rapid escalation in the demand of energy, transportation, and other consumables. The confluence of population expansion and heightened economics and consumption activities has contributed to the significant strain on the environment, resulting in observable environmental degradation as outlined in the Global Environment Outlook reports. Unsustainable land use practices have led to a range of issues, including soil erosion, nutrient depletion, water shortage, salinity and destruction in a biological cycle. Examples of land degradation. This degradation in turn has adverse effect on the other ecosystems, impacting productivity, biodiversity, and contributing to the climate change. The worsening water scarcity poses significant threats to the environmental services, food, security, public health, and overall development. The consequences of factors such as population expansion, rural migration, increase in income resources, exploitation, and climate change compound the risk of both the quality and quantity of the water and land resources along with the environmental support services they provide. The loss of ecosystem services and the global reduction of biodiversity poses serious threats to the future development. In light of these challenges, environmental degradation not only hinders progress but also jeopardizes future development, establishing a clear connection between environmental issues and human health crises. It underscores the imperative for sustainable practices to address these interconnected challenges and ensure the well-being of both the environmental and human populations. India is grappling with the similar challenges. As per the latest assessment conducted by Center for Science and Environment (CSE) on the state of India's environment. Sorry, sir.
It's quite old actually, not recent.
Yeah, but sir, when I was doing my my work, many sites are not opening, so I
This is 2010.
oops.
Before this man, but
What are the findings of this report? The report also analyzed 2011 census data on migrant population and determined that over 50 lakh, 5 million people were internally displaced within India in the previous year. This figure reveals the highest number of internal displacement in the world. Flooding brought on by the southwest monsoon caused 26 lakh displacement, while cyclone Freddy alone caused 18 lakh displacement, followed by cyclones Vayu and Bulbul. During the times of these tragedies, the nation had about 45 crores migrants, with the majority of them relocating within their own state. In 2011, over 1.7 million new migrants, predominantly from rural urban areas, relocated for employment. Forest covering has reduced 38% in the areas, and 5 of the 21 rivers streams are currently experiencing a total water shortage. 1,357 people died last year because of 19 significant weather disasters. The corona shutdown incidences have ensured that industrial activity and the vehicle emissions are the primary contributors to urban air pollution. With a mean annual rainfall roughly 1,100 mm, this resources is becoming scarce due to the lack of effective water management techniques. This survey as just a few reasons why an enhanced environmental education is necessary. It is a vital to grasp our interconnectedness with the nature, recognizing our dependency on the environment. Understanding of relationship with nature is a paramount to promoting a sustainable environment. Acknowledging that we are merely one species among the many on the planet living with life. While our actions have yielded positive outcomes, such as increased life expectancy, material wealth, travel, and leisure, they have also led to adverse consequences. Issues such as land degradation, air and water pollution, and species extinction pose risks to the human well-being and health. Most significantly, it is imperative to comprehend our connection to the environment, because this understanding is a crucial first step in addressing our most pressing environmental challenges, which inevitably impact social, economic, or health system. Now let's look at the historical perspective of environmental education. The concept of environmental education in India is neither unfamiliar or not recent. It has a roots dating back to the prehistoric times. Every religion and culture in India have, through their traditions and social perspectives, underscore the importance of environmental concerns by issuing clear warnings about the consequences of environmental degradation and the imperative need for the conservation of human life. In the context of human culture, nature is perceived as an all-encompassing force, further emphasizing that implicit connection between the environment and the various culture, religious traditions in the country. Indeed, the ancient Hindu texts, including the Vedas, Puranas, Upanishads, Mahabharata, and Ramayana, have laid a robust foundation justifying environmental conservation. These texts not only advocate for
that report has to be working.
I'm sorry, sir?
It is Center for Science and Environment Education. Their report is actually.
Yes, sir.
As it is, you are putting it without synthesis.
Yeah,
Your project was NEP and environmental education.
So, what I thought, sir, it should start with the history and then story go down. So, most likely.
Karthikeya Sarabhai has become this.
Yes. Yes. I think acknowledgement of this. The enduring influence of these teachings reflects the deep-seated connection between rural and religious values and environmental awareness in India. Since 1930, the Indian education system has incorporated elements of environmental education into its curriculum. The foundation for the present state informal environmental education was laid by the report of the Education Commission, also known as the Copenhagen Commission, in the year 1964. 1996. In its initial phase, the report recommended measures to integrate the environmental education into the education framework. The primary school science curriculum should focus on helping the students gain a thorough grasp of the key facts, ideas, principles, and the process in the physical and biological environment. During the senior secondary level, the education system incorporated adequate information about the environment across the various subjects, the scientific and the social science curriculum, as well as, to some extent, the language and the mathematics curriculum, were designed to fulfill the necessary objectives. The textbooks in biology, chemistry, physics, geography, sociology, and the mathematics at this level provide sufficient information on the environment. The approach aims to enhance knowledge, comprehensive, and the skill acquired during the secondary stage of education. This is a sum where the students have taken the education into school and they have made some project and taken some awareness campaign. These are the pictures of that. The National Curriculum Framework NCET 2005. The National Curriculum Framework NCET 2005 states that environmental education is very much integrated into a variety of courses, including physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, geography, history, political science, health, and physical education, art, and music. So it's interdisciplinary. So how the environmental education is interdisciplinary with the all subjects discussed more than the following are some of the goals of the teach areas according to the NCET 2005. To teach children how to see and understand the connection between the natural, social, and cultural setting. To create an understanding based on observation and examples taken from real world experiences, rather than abstract ideas. Consider life's physical, biological, social, and cultural components. To develop cognitive ability and resourcefulness in order to make the youngster interested in social issues, occurrences, beginning with the immediate family and expanding to large places. To encourage the child's initiativeness and sense of wonder, especially about the natural world, including the people and objects, to increase the knowledge about the environmental concerns. Involve the kid into a hands-on exploratory activities to help them learn fundamental cognitive and psychomotor activities through the observation, categorization, interface, etc. To place an emphasis on the design and fabrication, estimation, and measurement as a foundation for the later development of technological and cognitive skills. To be able to critically address gender issues and issues of the marginalization and with values of equity and justice, as well as respect for human dignity and rights. It must start the children and spread to every aspect of society. Schools and universities should be environmentally responsible. This element will be included throughout the entire instructional procedure. The National Council for Education Research and Training (NCERT), which overview carrying out the strategy, recognizes the need of placing the teachers at the core of any reform in education. These are the few bits where the environmental education is being taken care in the school and they are implementing school for the students. At the primary level, environmental education is presented as an environmental studies (EDS). The physical, biological, and social aspects of the environment are studied in EDS for grades from 3 to 5, with the focus on preserving and conserving area. The government launched a significant teachers training program in the summer 1986. A revised orientation was given of thousands of teachers. This is there's a place in Panchali, Maharashtra, where they are taking a lot of trainings. Tata is taking a lot of training. So this is a picture of a teachers training center. So the teachers get selected from schools. For those who are interested, they register themselves and then they go and take a training. Article 48A. The 42nd Amendment to the Indian Constitution passed by the government in respect to the United Nations Conference in 1972 encouraged the environmental awareness by requiring the states to take measures to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forests and wildlife. By inserting the phrase thereof requires every citizen to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. 15 fundamental duties in Article 51A, Closure G, in further made every person accountable is accountable. Given this context, the Indian government formed the Department of Environment in 1980. Later, as the Minister of Environment and Forest in 1985. So this is a small picture why the need and importance of environmental education. The need and the importance of environmental education are as follows. It improves the academic achievement. Environmental education helps to improve test scores by providing students the engaging topics, but then topics about nature and biodiversity. Students can then apply this formation to all the subject areas and grades. It breaks the indoor habit. It offers a solution to the indoor lives of today's students, and their generation is the first to grow up indoors. Student experiences school life with the lots of play areas and grounds with diverse natural settings are more likely to be physical active, awareness of nutrition, imaginative and creative, and much more civil to one another. It improves students' health. It involves getting students out and active and helps address various health problems in students today, such as depression, obesity, attention deficit disorder. It supports SPPL. Environment education offers an engaging platform to gain and apply skills and knowledge in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It meets the 21st century needs. It focuses on knowledge, skills important for society in future. As investigating, questioning, analyzing, defining questions, reasoning, interpreting, solving issues, and developing solutions. The new education policy 2020 opportunities and challenges. The new national environmental policy offers a pathway for reclaiming, reactivating, and reconstructing the Bharata or Indian self with the aim of positioning the nation as a global leader, Vishwaguru, characterized by the values such as equity, equality, and brotherhood. However, it's noted that the current environment education system has not seen significant improvement to this point. As it stands, the environmental education system appears to be connected with its exciting structure and provides a comprehensive analysis to the state of environmental education in India, outlining the both positive aspects and critical challenges with a breakdown of the key points. Positive aspects. Recognition of the proper emphasis on the sustainable development goals, which is inherently involved in environmental benefits. Appreciation for the strategist strong emphasis on this knowledge. A valuable tool for addressing. No.
What person you are so happy? I saw some smiling that day. I saw some butterfly and so if you share your happiness with others, that will be good. I saw you continuously smiling, not looking at the screen.
The views are constant challenges. Next is identify the potential as a core issues and follow up policy evaluation. Methods and study area. Several key challenges and concerns regarding the integration of environmental education (EE) into the curriculum. Here's a breakdown of key points. Integration into the core issues. EE included into the curriculum but limited to just a few chapters of the textbooks. The integration into the core issues might restrict the comprehensive discussion of the environmental topics, potentially limiting students' understanding of these crucial issues. Neglect of regional contextual issues. The centralized textbooks do not adequately address the regional contextual issues. The lack of consideration for regional variations may result in an incomplete understanding of environmental challenges that differ across the state or regions. Limited availability in teachers' training. The limited availability of EE in teachers' training programs may identify as a potential reasons for the restricted nature and motivation of teachers regarding teaching method related to the environmental education. The suggestions that enhancing the training and resources available to teachers would lead to more effective delivery of environmental education. Challenges for instructors. Instructors face difficulties in incorporating EE into their lessons due to lack of references, resources, and environmental issues. Challenges unique to each state. Poor school infrastructure. While summarizing above concerns, policymakers should emphasize the need for a more comprehensive and regionally sensitive approach to the environmental education. It underscores the importance of providing adequate resources and training for the teachers to enhance their capacity and motivation in delivering effective environmental education. Additionally, addressing the lack of regional contextualization and poor school infrastructure is crucial for the implementation of EE. Apart from these, schools and institutions can run different clubs for young students, such as Eco Club program, Eco and Bioculture Campaign Program, Ecosystem, Ecosystem and Species Focused Conservation Education Program, Sustainable Campus Program, Water Health and Sanitation Program, Waste Management, Biodiversity Conservation, Humanitarian Environmental Group. Quick concluding close.
Keep the laptop down. She
No,
can sit.
Conclusion. The importance of making environmental education are more relevant by focusing on global challenge and addressing the personal connection students have with environmental challenges. Here's the breakdown of key points. Concentration on global challenge. Concentration on global change. Advocating for a focus on global change underscores the interconnected nature of environment issues that extend beyond local boundaries. Personal connection to the environmental challenges. Recognizing that the student may not see environmental challenges as personal matter, to a potential gap in their understanding of engagement. Providing greater justification. Emphasizing the need to provide the students the greater justification for protecting the environment cities, the connecting environmental issues to the personal relevance to drive attainable change. So I need to sit for 2 minutes.
Then below the 5 minutes. It's okay, don't worry, be comfortable. Later you'll be there.
She can take afterwards.
She has that inherent problem. Stress, she takes it overload. Chocolate or something? What do you want chocolate?
Chocolate.
Madam, be comfortable, sit for 5 minutes. No problem, we have time. Relax, relax for 5 minutes. Ravi, don't give biscuit.
Yeah.
Madam, be comfortable, don't worry. At your age only, at this age you are doing it. Please be comfortable, don't be this one, okay?
No, it's not going to the topic.
You want to do it after the class, on a break, we make one presentation and do it.
Yeah.
Last class.
No, I agree, but if she is stressed, no, you have effort.
Not stress. I'll be more stressed with you.
Yeah, I can sit and read. Then read it.
I just see 250.
Madam, when you are doing presentation, don't try to analyze okay, what is the result, okay, outcome of that. Don't worry about it, okay?
creating green classroom. Proposing the creation of a green classroom as a space for students to organize themselves personally and immerse in relevant issues aligned with the ideas of fostering a more personalized and immersive learning experience. Encouraging identification with environmental issues. Suggestions that teachers can encourage personal identification with environmental issues is practical approach promoting a sense of ownership and responsibility among students. In summary, of above all the points, advocate for a more comprehensive approach to environment education, combining global perspectives, personal relevance, and immersive learning experiences. The ideas of green classroom and encouraging personal identification with environmental issues can contribute significantly to forecasting a sense of responsibility and proactive engagement among students. Acknowledgement. I would like to thank Dr. TVRAMACHANDra for his guidance in selection of project and clearing concept related to it, Ms. Sisi and Ms. Asudama. I take a reference from the Environmental Management Commitment of Learning Canada Center for Ecological Science. Institute of Science, Canada, Environment Research Foundation book, written by Vijay Kulkarni and P.V. Ramachandra, printed by Delhi Press, New Delhi. Dr. Monish Paru and Professor Dr. Ashish Verma, Assistant Professor, IISC Medicine University. I've taken some slides, 2 slides from.
Shares acknowledged group.
It's not. Okay, guys, that's all. That's all. Thank you for the patience and understanding. It's very difficult for me to stand.
We could have given you the chair actually. What's Carmen? Did you get a message? You always take easy for free at this age also. How people put in effort. Next is who?
Next is Rajesh Singh Rana.
राजेश तुझे थोड़ा कलर तेरा भी नया प्रोजेक्टर आ रहा है तेरे लिए प्रोजेक्टर बदल रहा है will change it Bhuvan will change it now चलो चलो Bhuvan get it stop and I can start you can short break. Just remove the power also. And the HDMI port. Video capture, right? No, don't remove HDMI from that side. The whole thing you change it, no? Siddhika, use ours. Otherwise, you get confused.
Hello. Am I audible?
Your audio is not clear.
Yeah. So, my topic is good afternoon.
Your topic is good afternoon. Who gave you that topic?
My topic is land supply response, temperature responses in urbanizing landscape. So, as Prachi explained what is urbanization and the land region surrounding the city is called urban area, and she explained about the urban dynamics and what are the suburban areas and everything. So, I move to that introduction. So, first is what is urbanization? Nowadays, urbanization is a major problem. The rural people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas, and urban area is from the starting of civilization. It is called a cradle of human civilization because where the urban areas is much more, then the development, education, and other things are facilities are much more. Then in context of this, urban areas are cradles of human civilization. But with all these facilities and opportunities, there comes a responsibility. Here comes a drawback. That is degraded environmental quality. And you can see here that the urban area now that is all full of concretization, and in lower first it was rural, then it slowly became urban area. With this, there are many problems. One of them such problem is urban heat island. And what is urban heat island effect? That I will explain in this slide. So, urban area that is significantly warmer than its surrounding rural areas. You can see how that if you come inside any city from outside, then you can feel the heat coming through you. Then that's called urban heat island effect. As you can see that surrounding rural area is much cooler than the urban area. It is because there are two and three things. The first is in rural area there are the trees and shrubs. They are then what they do, they balance the land surface and its so they do the evaporation. There is more and the transpiration, what it is called phenomena. And second is urban area emit much more energy which it absorbs from the sun. So when it emits more energy, then it will become hotter in that particular area. So that surface is particularly called impervious surfaces, which don't let the water pass through them. So those are our countries. So that's why they emit more heat. Then how we calculate or measure the urban island in with the help of remote sensing. So we measure the land surface temperature. Then our next slide is about land surface temperature. So what is the land surface temperature? It is the surface temperature of Earth, and it is how hot or cold the surface would be if I touch that particular surface. Then it is slightly different from the air temperature, and it is emission property of the Earth. That means if any particular surface absorbs heat from the sun, then later emits them. Then that's the emission property. Then how much energy it emits, that will be the temperature, much more temperature. If particular surface is absorbing more, then it will emit more, and that will be hotter than other surface. So in this image you can see that even though they all have same air temperature, that is 12 degrees Celsius, but the land surface temperature of all surfaces are different.
Zoom in the photo.
So you can see that the air temperature is
54 degree Fahrenheit or 12 degree Celsius is for all surfaces are same in temperature. But for land surface temperature, you can see the sunlight asphalt is 19 degree Celsius, the sunlight concrete is 15 degree Celsius, the sunlight grass 13 degree Celsius, whereas shaded grass is 4 degree Celsius. These all are land surface temperature, which is different from the air temperature. So this is the image is from NASA. So they do the year. I think for air 4 degree Celsius common for grass. Shaded grass. No, US. Yeah. This image from the NASA. So
Can you please see?
Any particular surface absorb heat or energy from sun.
Means displacement law. Where is the displacement law you said? Lambda is equal to
Means displacement law.
Yeah. Wavelength or so sun gives us energy in the form of radiation. So radiations come to the surface and different surface absorb the energy from the sun. Then later emit it. If a particular surface absorbing more energy, then it will emit more energy. This is from. So if a surface is absorbing more energy, then it will emit it. The emitted energy is in heat energy.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah.
Emission 0.
You know black body property, black body radiation.
Yeah.
You know the sun behaves as a black body at 6600 Kelvin. You know by the wave displacement law, white body.
Yeah, white body reflects all the energy. So it does not absorb anything. But the real time objects are different. It has different absorption capability.
Depends on the color. Depends on the color.
Yeah, color also. It depends on the color. If we go on to the black color, then it will
Depends on the physical property of
physical property. If physical property and 2-3 things are there, that is first is color. If it is more darker, then it will absorb and emit much more. But the physical property of any surface, if we see concrete or other things, then concrete is absorbing more energy. Then it will emit more energy. And these are literature. You can see that LUSC around the world and India is changing majorly. Urban and agricultural areas are increasing and the forest area is decreasing. And different rainbow types have different thermal properties which influence the amount of solar radiation absorbed and emitted by the surface. And with the changing LUSC, the LSC temperature is increasing across the globe. And the increased LST causes various factors like urban air dynamics. So these are the objectives for study. Assessment of LST across heterogeneous landscape elements with varied proportion of vegetation cover in a pixel and computation of LST across agroclimatic zones of India for the period of 2001 to 2022. This is separate study. This is study area. Study area is chosen from Bangalore City, which is principal administrative, cultural, commercial, industrial, and knowledge capital of the state. And as you can see, the average altitude of the Bangalore City is 920 meters, and mean annual rainfall is 880 millimeters. These are the data used for this study. First, we use denser air image, and second, we are sentinel. There are different bands in sensor. So for Landsat base we have used band and it is used for LSD for land separation and pressure calculation. Then for Sentinel 2, it is used for language classification and the band is used 2, 3, 4 and 8. 2 is blue, 3 is green, 4 is NIR, 4 is black and 8 is NIR. Then resolution. For special resolution this is and Sentinel 2 this is 10 and Landsat 8 is 30 meters. Then this is methodology chart for LSD distribution to urbanizing landscape. So you can see first the Landsat data and Sentinel data we have then thermal band for Landsat 8 this is band time. Then what we have done that NDVI we have done and structural data which we will explain on the next slide. With Sentinel 2 we have generated the XCC which explained what is what and XCC false color component.
Can you tell us LSD? What stands for?
Land surface calculation.
Land.
So both slides is for that. Land surface calculation.
It has abbreviation, no? That confusion.
Yeah. So, this is land surface calculation.
Sir, you come to the front. You can read properly. There is a glare. They will be hard.
The generator actually which explained by Tachi in normal color composite we have blue, green and red. But in XC what we do? We assign the red color to NIR, the green color to red and the blue color to green. So it is because it gives us the heterogeneous spaces of vegetation cover much more than the BGR. Then landing analysis was done with Sentinel unit which have vegetation, urban, water body and mineral. These are the 4 classes I have taken.
Yes, lot of people don't know that now our GIS that's why you just give slowly and you give the simple that we will give the small tips like you just give. Okay,
It's all very high power.
they are very clear of this word. So you just give that land side which one that is, they will feel by something big. Like only this type of one image. Not this type image. In that you just show it. Yeah, right. Yeah. You can take.
Yeah, sure.
Feel that I think just leave right.
So
Okay. What happened?
satellite, above satellite and satellite. It is a satellite, and it is satellite to satellite. This captures image from the Earth. Then they give it in the form of pictorial book, and then we download it or then directly to cloud computer in Google Earth. So with these images we do our analysis. From USGS Earth Explorer website of US government, then you can download it from there. And 2, 3 or the Copernicus did.
We share our data with those groups and distance.
No, this is already satellite data. It's not we're giving our data to US.
No, these are satellite of you.
Open source data they're giving for everyone. You can access the data. They already have satellites. So open source, anybody can use this data. How was that? That image, just go image.
Yeah. So
Only like this.
So here you first have to make and provide. Then here these are different things. Then you select the study area. Then how much cloud cover you need, or how long you need the cloud cover. Then so you can select the satellite which you need the data set from. You can do this all in website. Or you can directly do cloud computing. If you know all about the data sets which you need, which year you need, time you need, you can just do in Google Earth. It just needs some coding, JavaScript.
You're saying coding is like coding. Even auto, what FCC, all that also can do that.
Yeah, in Google. After you download the image, then they will give the images in different bands that are told about. Then the FCC you can do in the software, GI software, FQGIS, IDAS imaging, or Google Earth Engine, FCC also you can do. It's just the cloud. You don't have.
Recently, it was reality application. Reality application.
No, I didn't.
He says it wrong. Reality. You keep this much information, you will not find. And it is not find well. Useful to any. Anyone can use any information. Please, so
That is the integration and application of JS, integration of different attributes, and it is also Postgres, SQL, and different other software in there.
We are making it more and more complex.
See, the first thing is he's giving you compliment that what you have done is good. First take that, then you can explain it to him.
He didn't understand
Yeah,
that
that
part.
is.
He is in this world.
Yeah, he's going into technical details. Please take the compliment first, then you can come to that.
Will come here.
What did he say? Psychiatry, he said.
Yes, I agree.
If you speak psychiatry, then you find out what is psychiatry. No? What is psychiatry?
Western Garden.
That app I said.
Yeah, that app is also made by Sayati. I have. Yeah, I have that in my memory.
See how much happy he is. He did the coding of that designing the thing. That is what happens to the expo. We are also coming out with Bangalore Lake Information System BLIS. Two ladies are working towards that. The day when they give green signal now, it will be launched. We say afterwards.
So, we never settle it.
We got it.
Just simple.
I will put it in. Sir, you take your photograph now. Yeah. You use camera. You take 2 photographs. 10 years back and today. What is the use of that?
get the earlier data and get the current data.
Correct. What is the use of earlier data and current data?
Comparison, sir.
We can compare. Now I have satellite is revolving. It goes on taking pictures of all the places in throughout the globe. Once in 21 days it comes to Bangalore, it takes photo of mine and goes back. Okay, like that it gives you picture. Okay, that picture, one picture covers 30 meters. That means, 30 meter by 30 meter, what are the energy reflected is stored in the sensor with the camera. See, your digital camera, if you look at the data is combined in RGB, red, green, and blue. Okay, that is why you will get a different color. Similarly, in these tablets, they have a camera which shows the data in red band, green band, and since the resolution is poor, we cannot make out the structure. That is a classification required. That classification, to do the classification, he does the coding in Java, not the student.
There's only one doubt. Once in 21 days, when you take a picture, it's 21 days, 24 hours, how it's taking this? Because a picture in the daytime.
See, if you start from here to go around the campus, see, to come back to this place, you will take 1 day. Then again next day you will go. Like that, the satellite also keeps revolving. You know, is revolving the earth, not just Bangalore or Karnataka. All parts of earth it will come.
A particular location picture, a picture taken in the daytime, a picture taken in the morning time, how we get such different
No. Every location the same time. If it is 12 o'clock in Bangalore, 10 o'clock in Chennai, like that. Okay? When the satellite passes, no, it works only during daytime because it is a passive remote sensor. When the sun is there, satellite works. When sun is not there, radar will work.
What is the difference between that and
These are launched by 2 different countries.
But the country is European Union and landscape is US. And you can see the special resolution of this 10 meter and this 30 meters. That is very large. So application of that can be actually. So the LST, land surface temperature. So the data of land surface temperature of landscape, it is of 30 meters. 30 by 30 meters. And for the sentinel it is 10 by 10. So if we see the 10 by 10 is 100 meters square and it is 900 meters square. So we can say that 9 pixels of sentinel can come inside a single pixel of Landsat area. So that is what we are doing in this study. That first we check the land surface temperature of the area where all the 9 pixels are of vegetation. Then second, we reduce or add urban area pixel. Then it becomes 8 vegetation or 800 meters square of vegetation and 100 meters square of urban. Then in next we will add 1 more urban pixel. Then it is 7 vegetation and 2 urban. Like this we will do where all 9 are urban pixels. So we will randomly choose points. Like here are all 9 pixels, 8 pixels or 9 urban pixels. So we will measure the LST of that particular pixel and time them in each, in at 9 vegetation pixels we are taking 10 points. Then 8 vegetation and 1 urban pixel we are taking 10 points. Then we are taking 10 points of like this. Then this is how we calculate the LST. So first we download the image or all we can do in Google Earth. In downloading, then we calculate the spectral radiance, which is multiplicative digital factor multiplied by Q cap, it is digital number of that particular pixel plus additive digital factor. These are available in this ML here. These available in metadata. When we download the data, it comes with the metadata in which we can get all these things. Then we calculate the brightness temperature. You can see the thermal constant conversion constant. These are different for all bands. Then band 1, band 2, band 3, it is band 10. The land surface temperature thermal band. So for band 10, it is also we are getting from the metadata. Then we calculate the NDVI NIR is there, and NIR plus there is also explained by Prachi. Then proportion of vegetation in this we do NDVI of that particular pixel minus minimum NDVI, NDVI maximum, and NDVI minus NDVI minimum whole square. Then with the proportion of vegetation we calculate the emissivity. This is the formula for emissivity. And with all these things we calculate the LHT. And the rho is the constant. Then coming to result and discussion. So this is the land surface temperature of Bengaluru. You can see that it is range from 24.73 degrees Celsius to 26.88 degrees Celsius, and this is Bengaluru LULC. You can see, and the stats of land use of Bengaluru, it is for 2022 data of April. And we will see that the land use analysis of that 2022, it is, you can see the build-up have almost covered all of the area Bengaluru, 86% is 8%. So, as Prachi is saying, WHO told us to build a tree or anything around our house. But you can see that 86%, so we are not seeing that much of vegetation around the house. And you will see that what happens when the vegetation decreases. And this is for that if all 9 pixels of vegetation that we have taken 10 vantage points where all 9 pixels are vegetated. So you can see the temperature ranges from 25.72 degrees Celsius to 27.78 degrees Celsius. Then these are all random points. Then we do for 1 urban pixel and 8 vegetation pixels. So you can see the temperature range is increasing. 27.06 to 29.52 degrees Celsius. Then and so on, we see the zero vegetation area or fully alkaline area. The temperature range has gone up to 30.84 degrees Celsius to 34.85 degrees Celsius. So we can see the April is peak month for the hot month in Bengaluru. For the southern area, April is the hottest month. So we can see if we have slightly, I am not saying that fully vegetated take your house or not, but we see that if we keep our house in the range of 500 or 200 meter square vegetated area, then you can see the difference, that how much is the difference in temperature. So this is for urbanized landscape, what happens. And similar study we have done for all India, which is agroclimatic zones of different, these are 15 agroclimatic zones of India. You can see starting from Western Himalayan region, this is the first one, upper, then Eastern Himalayan region, the our right side, then we have lower Gangetic plain, that is Bengal region, then Mid-Gangetic plain region, then upper and Trans-Gangetic plain. Then we have the plateau and hill region, the central, the four you can see, these are plateau and hill region. First is Eastern Plateau and Hill region, then Central Plateau and Hill region, then Western and Southern Plateau and Hill region. Then we came to Eastward Plain and Hill region and Westward Plain and Hill region. Then at last we have Gujarat and Western Dry region. The 15th one is Island region, which we, because of data comparatively with the region, so we did do the study of that. So I will explain you two agroclimatic zones. The first is Trans-Gangetic region. We have done the land use classification from 2001 to 2022, which are 5 years. And you can see the so these are the regions for the vegetation, urban, water body, cropland, barren and sand. So these are taken, and you can see the increasing urban area in all the This is from 2001, 6, 11, 16 and 2022. The region is NCR region. And this is land surface temperature maps first 6 months and from 2001 to 23. So the first is of January from 2001, 6, 21, 11, 16 and 23. For all the months we have done, and if plotted it in box plot, box and mission.
In April, from you can see here the 2006. Yeah.
So this is all about sometimes the heat wave comes or a cold year. So you can see that 2006 is in April it is cold, but as the May comes, it increases the land surface temperature of that particular region. And this is the western region. From the Rajasthan starts, and because of the desert, and so this is for the cost and viscous plot. So you can see that and the mean temperature from January to June. So you can see the mean temperature in some months are decreasing. As you can see in January, it is decreasing from 21 degrees Celsius to 17 degrees Celsius. But you can see almost in all of the rest months, the mean temperature is increasing. What? And this is for urban region. And same as previous one, you can see the land surface temperature of all months is increasing. And then we have this is NDA of the transient region, and this is static plot for NDA against LSC. So we can see that where the NDA starts to increase, the LSC starts to decrease. You can see that in where 0.1 or 0.2 the value of NDA, its LSC is quite high, but and this is the planar region. So similar to that, here this is the LSC for that, and these are the Boston plot we have done from January to May of 2001 to 2023. The June was important because the cloud cover in that area were high in June. And you can see also see the increasing trend in nearly all months. And one thing is you can see clearly the difference between this is for urban area, the Mumbai and other side, and this is for vegetation area, the whole Western Ghats. You can see the temperature difference in February and April. That here you can see 30 and 41 degrees Celsius or 37 degrees Celsius, but here you can see because the Sahyadri is all forest region. So you can see nearly 5 to 10 degrees Celsius of changes between these two. And this is NDVI and this is the correlation we have plotted between these two. And as like this we have done for all agricultural regions. This is Western Himalayan region, Eastern Himalayan region. Then you can see that plot and these LST maps. Then lower Gangetic Plain region, middle Gangetic Plain region, upper Gangetic Plain region, Eastern Plateau region, Western region, Gujarat region. So came into conclusion. The study has covered, and to conclude the study, we have seen how we can use the remote sensing data to see how the planet is changing or global warming is affecting us, and the study has provided compelling evidence of the inverse relationship between the land surface temperature and vegetated area. It has been observed that regions with dense vegetation tend to exhibit lower LST values, highlighting the cooling factor that vegetation has on the local climate. Then furthermore, the study underscores the significance of preserving and expanding green spaces in urban environments to mitigate the urban heat island effect. You can see where the vegetation is more in urban area, there is the land surface temperature is slightly less than the fully urbanized area. So this shows how the vegetation is important for us. The findings suggest that urban planning initiatives should prioritize the integration of vegetative cover in cityscapes to enhance the thermal comfort for residents and contribute to overall sustainability of urban areas. And these vegetation also helps in the reduce the energy consumption. As you can see, if we have temperature more, then the AC and other things will take more energy to do the work. But if we have already less temperature or so the energy consumption will be less. So with this, thank you.
So you are done with agro-primary zone, right? 15 agro-primary zone. So how many samples have you taken for each agro-primary zone? So you said 10 samples, right? Then I got it. 9 with the vegetative cover.
No. That is the study for the micro Bengaluru. The which I have done for whole India is class-wise variation of temperature. Not point. Point was taken. You can see the this is the point taken.
Go back to your box plot.
Yeah.
You explain the box plot. From where you got those points, that will answer the question.
Yeah. So this is for
outright rejected her section. You have the data there.
So this is for urban area, transient. But we have done that we have classified that area. Then different classified. Suppose this is agriculture area. You can see this agriculture, vegetation, and other things. So we have first agriculture area is raster calculated. We want to do only agriculture area we will extract. Then this agriculture area we will generate random points in these agriculture area. Then in these random points we will feed the data of the LST, land surface temperature. So for we have done
what we have done is we have done the land use classification. Then each the category, the urban, the forest, agriculture, randomly he has selected the point, some 50 or 60 points. For that, what is the temperature has turned out? Then that distribution through the box plot we have shown them. Correct?
How much time will you take to do all this?
4 months. We can do one thing, further we are going to put in, I think we are going to leave here. Keep that in mind. We also are expert working on a public geographic region plans. Dr. Mishra.
No, I said doctor.
About energy, and we can calculate the urban area. Yeah, for the air temperature, the meteorological department gives the data for the air temperature. We can see, and these are two types of surface field and the air meter.
Chemistry is more reliable because that's the heat absorbed by the body which is very different. Okay? But the air temperature can vary. There are other factors that change also. We will change.
And also we will change the air temperature. Land surface temperature is not so reliable.
In the value study, you said that there is like 30 dimensions, 30 meters. Now, the 30 meters it is fully with the area. Maybe some 10, 15 trees are there. If we count it for vegetation, will that ever come?
30 meters for land.
What we have done is we have taken 9 pixels. The 9 pixels, all 9 are built up, bed surface. What is the temperature? Out of 9, if 7 are built up, 2 are there. What is the temperature? If 4 is built up, 3 are there. What is that? Like that, he has that temperature. That also he has analyzed. He has not presented that.
Even if you trees are there, it will show
Yeah, but that we are trying to give a guideline to the government. What should be the setback for each plot? You know, the Vastu principle and all we talk about, maybe talk about setback and all, no? What portion of the plot should be kept aside so that it, people within the building will have the appropriate thermal comfort. That is our agenda. What do you say, sir? This person, am I right? Yes, sir.
Suppose IISC.
We'll take Dubai.
Right. Taking a picture, maximum I find completely another is problem. Do we have any best reducing urban heat and
Yeah, we can. So this concept, land surface as we do. It is the different thing.
I asked regarding we have strategy.
That you just put the trees along the road, that's it. Solve the problem.
Road material plan.
You can put the plant along the road. You have to become another Timaka and put the.
We have 10, 12 days for direction and other national.
No problem, India is also following the same approach to paradise of it. So, because we want to become food than independent people.
Nor highways, not
See, today he took food, he became active. He started this. See, that is the advantage of having food. Every day he is to eat biscuit and sit in that room and sleep. You are not thinking during the day, no? Because today, just in the afternoon, he pressurized him to have food. He had sugar in the afternoon. Kesari ball. After that, he became active. That is the advantage of taking food, man.
That is your, like, even example of the Gujarat urban landscape. Can you just elaborate because you just give that? So, what was your observation? That's what I'm interested to know about that. Okay, ma'am.
Specific. Because the area is so big and time you can see that both Gujarat.
You have to search for the trees in Gujarat. You will see only the air with the pollutant. You will see more pollutant than
industrial park without any problem.
But anyway, the state has grown a brand new.
You can feel that shortage of fresh air that go to Gujarat.
That's why Prime Minister is sitting in Delhi.
That's what Gujarat is more like the state policy focuses on more industrialization.
Economic family.
Yeah, that.
Good presentation, man. For the program.
Yeah, ma'am. I started at the chairs.
Look at the same region.
Yes.
Who will have the courage to speak when Rajesh is speaking? He can see everybody.
Okay, as we have registered multiple knowledge shared by Rajesh, now time to take something that like us. It is new to me, but I tried my best to react to the example. So in our content, we are going to speak about summary, introduction, what is our role, scope, and also we'll follow the process. So, you go through it with an example. So as I mentioned earlier, in this study we are going to do an NC operation. Product of a company. It is the concept. And we are going to consider the complete process of it, from raw material to manufacturing process till the end of life. So the interesting part, hope everybody is still fresh in their mind. And just examine. Did get this question, so everybody is an example. Idea about it, so I will just say this. This is not something that unknown. It's a process we are going to follow to analyze the product life cycle analysis and understand its environmental impact throughout its life cycle. And through that study, we can use it in different ways. One is to develop our product in a better way if we implement it at the start, or we can change the process altogether. That is also an option. So there are multiple ways of this. So this is how the system. At the bottom, if you see, those are the stages where you will have the raw material flow to manufacturing. Later on, we will have a productivity. Shifted or shipped, transported somewhere to the installation location where it will be used by somebody for full life. But later on, we will consider here. We will also consider the maintenance part, cleaning of the process, etc. Finally, so through this, obviously, the faucet means it is going to use water, and the manufacturing process and transportation will cause emissions. And finally, the impact of all these upon the environment is something. This is again the standard diagram where the transportation part is highlighted. It is there in all stages. It is just highlighted to from access to. The stages, we will start with the goal because that's how the NCA will be given. Finally, based on that goal, we will define the scope. And once this scope is defined, because system boundary is defined through the scope itself, then the inventory analysis is defined. Finally, the impact assessment, and we will interpret the assessment the way it is required. The benefits. So the benefit of LCA is it gives us a better material source. If we are thinking and if we are thinking on the perspective of process, it is going to benefit us. Some way it is an education because before this course I think it is so it is also the product standards. Air emissions, yes, we want to improvise the waste reduction, recycle point of view, the cost saving, many ways it could be. In our case, the goal is to identify and quantify the environmental impacts for associated with each stage for our process. The product which you have considered, the function of it is to regulate to water flow. So the functional unit perspective, it is just one installation piece which we have considered, which will have end of life effects. The product description is something I have here. Please note, this is not realistic. This is sample. So a product will be having some package. It will have some reference service line. It will have estimated service because reference service line it is on the marketing perspective. But in reality, the estimated service line is very good. During the estimated service life, there will be certain replacements under warranty, without warranty, that's all. And we will also use how many times it will be used per day. We will have some numbers. For this, as this being a faucet, so we will talk in terms of minutes because we have the flow rate of the faucet fixed. Users per year, it is 200. So that is an assumption we have. So now function of the system, as I mentioned earlier, it is to regulate the flow of water. It will be installed at whatever location. System boundary, we are going to consider from raw material to end of life of the product. Please note, the maintenance during this product phase includes regular cleaning, but the human activity and the capital we have. We have to understand this because later I will use this as reference and talk the result. So the system boundary is defined in 4 phases. So the product stage, construction, use and end. So the terminology, the P, it is just based on your own requirement. With ABC, P, PSC, anything you want, you can define for report perspective. So So in the product stage, we have considered raw material, transport, and from there on, the product once it is manufactured, it will be shipped to site. Again, the transportation part will come. Up to the next stage, the installation will come. Once it is in the usage stage, all the stages will be considered. So that what and all is considered is being highlighted here. Finally, the end of life. Obviously, the disposal, before disposal, it has to be transported to the space, processed, so everything is being highlighted. Now, coming on the scope, the data here we have considered is supply chain data. Supply chain data is the data which is being provided by suppliers as per the standards which has been provided to them by the company. So based on that, they have provided the data. Manufacturing data is an internal one which could be gathered through measurements. Obviously, it could be sensor based or person based, but the standard is important. For data quality verification, reproducibility, that is very important. Wherever we see the supplier data, we do critically review the for all these quality. Now, when we do the inventory analysis, many details are necessary to start with the location because the location drives the cost. The type of material of the faucet, the mass of it, the package, weight, how many times it will be cleaned, the faucet cleaning, I'm talking about, we are considering once in a week, as it is a faucet of the faucet. And what type of cleanser you are using, primer or type of chemical you are using, what is the flow rate? The flow rate is fixed for a faucet. That's why the flow rate is fixed in here.
Oh, you said your company product, no? And why USA? You are in Pune, no?
No. What is US based?
US based. Manufacturing location is there.
Okay, to give a data, our company is situated in India. We are in Maharashtra, we are in Gurgaon, Gujarat. So, in Gurgaon and Maharashtra, we are having our design center. While in Gujarat, we have manufacturing site. And also in Maharashtra, that is for energy sector, we have another manufacturing site. Outside India, in all major locations, we have manufacturing sites. So, this have used as a US reference because the data was available. This way. I could change it in the sample data anyway. Now, other data from here on it is blank. This there, that is not sure, but what we have considered that is important. Now, from a manufacturing perspective, as this is a faucet, it is made in foundry. So, in foundry, what and all will be fine. The foundry sand. The foundry rest. Using this only, you can make your foundry. Post that, the additive agent, what is used. So, all has been considered in the mass per piece for the fabrication. And later on the overhead side, the graphite and lubricant, again, those are all considered in the mass per piece.
Actually, for academic projects, I've seen people thinking that they put the number, but they request us not to give the report to anybody. That academic thing, they even Infosys and all people were there with me, but they never the plan.
I didn't get that project. Still in the, we are in the private sector now. Still. So,
It's a private sector, Visualizer is private. Even
so
one of the multinational Texas Instrument also they did.
true, sir. I completely agree with you. I did see, but but I have captured all the
approximate thing you could have done?
I thought about Excel, but
It not be done.
Exactly.
There are various ways of doing it.
I,
So this is blind. People don't understand anything. They say those are the raw materials, that is the process involved. But what is the environmental implication? That depends on the quantification.
that depends on the quantification, but correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding was the components used in this process, which is basically impacting the emissions, which transport is going to cause. That's why all the processes are affected and the chemicals also are affected. Based on that, we can connect to that or relate to it. On that perspective, I
Could remove your company name. Just mention a person and put some value.
Vinay manufacturing company. Yeah. It's not necessary you have to reveal your
Company name.
But you can.
sure that I'll do in the presentation. I'll present that. The report, I will update it, the numbers.
You can mask the name and all those things, all the confidential things. But which is not confidential, I don't see any.
The confidentiality part when
See, in India, I have noticed that people deliberately bring the confidentiality only to suit their thing. If they are doing some mismanagement, then they will bring that. Any institution also I have been. If there is everything is true, then people don't care.
I agree on your aspect, but here is many things are separated. Like
See, process, suppose chemicals and formulation. Not sharing, I understand, but environmental aspect, I don't think is enough to enjoy. How many cases of the thing and what is the environmental implication of that? Suppose if you say to manufacture 100 of that, we need X amount of this. This has a high amount of environmental implication. That is not a confidential information. I hope you understood.
I understand your point.
Actual quantity, we are not with the company, we are giving roughly the thing, what is the process involved and what is the environmental implication.
yes.
What project is life cycle assessment of kitchen or bathroom products. You don't want to take your products, they take any other kitchen, a lot of different items are there.
Madam, first I want to understand the data, so
That's just a case study, you can improve. That day we sent a message. Anything, not don't want to take your that the company product or something. You can take any other product. We also see that our products are given with different types of refrigerator, something like that. Also, we give the example. Like anything you just say, because they want to understand what is the from your side, then you do that chapter, then you will explain about the different, then they will get more idea. You are friends. We are the resource person. We will tell them to get you clear about it. But you are friends. That's why you can communicate very easily. So, one case study you can bring it and you can trust it. We don't want you to go to just company products or something like that. We are just giving a case study. Something we just explore.
Sure. Okay.
When you start looking at with the number, so tomorrow when you move up in the ladder, it gives you a lot of information for you to think actually. Otherwise, it's a static life. You will not when you make the process modification, certainly there would be efficiency, the reduction in the waste. All those things can come out in this analysis. Please keep that in mind.
Coming back. I wanted to point it very important. I know without the values, it is tricky to explain and try my best. Okay. So moving ahead, we saw the boundary sector. But now, once after the boundary management process, there will be the machine for polishing the product. Don't sign up material. So in that we'll be using beds, few of the tank beds, and also like few of the chemicals, so that the polishing is going smoothly. And again, finally, some polishing cream is also used. All are having some quantifiable way it is captured kg per piece if it is a liquid or solid. Otherwise, if it is in the other way around, like if it is using inch per piece, obviously the software which company uses to capture all those in the data, so it is defined.
The values you have taken now is in that unit. Units, kgs per piece.
No, it is a unit. So, if it is in gram, obviously I will convert kg, whatever the value.
So your functional unit is one piece. For that piece is that value or?
Yeah, for that, it's the value. So it is just a unit fix, because if you do not fix a unit, the calculation would happen.
So I'm asking now, in the previous slide, you
Yeah.
have mentioned some anhydrous sodium carbonate. The unit is kg per piece. Do you require that in kgs for one piece?
I'm not saying that they need a 1 kg or 2 kg. Okay. The unit is something I am standardized.
It can be 0.001 kg. 1
Okay,
kg.
in that.
I'm just standardizing the unit so that it is easy for the
That is in kg.
Standard unit.
So finally, the next phase, it will be plated. The plating will be done for the rusting aspect and also the life aspect, other part of it. So few of the chemicals are listed in here. Other than that, there are chemicals in there. Finally, once the product is ready, it will be shipped, obviously transported, or via road or via to many locations. So we capture miles of the product which has been transported, so that we can have emissions done. Again, one more, there were two. The first one is the transportation of raw material. Second one is the storage and location. There we have the distance, the fuel consumption, which is taken by the particular vehicle. Another point to note here is we have made an assumption that during installation there will be no electricity consumption and there will be no wastage. The package is only disposed and the carbon emission for the packaging application. Now in the starting we did see the maintenance aspect, that per year how many times we are going to maintain the faucet. The assumption was once in a week, so that's why the maintenance cycle will come into picture on the reference life and also the estimated life. The agent which is being used ideally can be converted into kg for complete cycle. One more assumption which has been made is there will be no repair or refurbishment during this complete reference time. And finally, the energy and water use during the usage of the product. As it is a faucet, it is going to consume the water during the process. So that consumption will be considered, and also the electricity consumption. The faucet could be the sensor based, so electricity will come into picture for that. And lastly, the end of life. The part weight, again, if it is losing some weight, or if it is getting whatever the weight is of the part at the end stage, that will be considered as waste, and it will be landfill. It will be like disposed in the landfill raw. Now, having all this data, we will jump on the impact assessment. These are the categories which have been selected. The ozone depletion, the global warming, the smog and acidification, eutrophication, all these are considered or shortlisted based on the manufacturing process we have. Now, when we move to the LCA result, so we have three aspects to look into that. So it is on the kind of way. So I just have it in the point of view. One is the supplier impact, wherein the raw material and its transport. So again, if we see the calculation will be done for P1 and P2, that is at the supplier end itself, the raw materials, how he has converted the raw material or generated the raw material, and obviously the raw material will be shipped to the manufacturing location. So that transportation calculation will be done. These all will be done in the software. The values will be done. Now, having those values, we can generate this graph. The blue and brown is for raw material P1 and raw material P2. Now, the impact from this graph, we can understand that the raw material and transportation is having impact at different emission types. Now, the ozone depletion, the material transport is playing huge role. Okay, and the fossil fuel depletion also, and also smog. So this is the transport is having huge impact upon these three emission sites. Other than that, everywhere else the raw material is playing a huge role or down.
This is the raw material impact.
This is the supply impact, both raw material manufacturing and raw material transportation.
All together.
Only two aspects. Now, when we want to analyze or interpret the result in manufacturing and product impact, so there we will consider complete process from P1 to P5. Along with that, we also have the product maintenance to end of life disposal. So that is going to reflect our complete cycle. But still, when we see this graph, it is very evident we can still see only two colors. That is because others are not having that huge level of impact upon the emission of the environment. That's why we are still seeing only the two colors. And in here, these two colors represent the energy use and the water use. The usage, that is having the blue, that is the energy use, and the brown is the water use. the color terminology is changing here. Those are the two which is having the domination upon the impact environment.
Take the first one, ozone depletion. See, when you are giving the impact, the inventory should be there along with it, no?
So, yes, that why
So at least the name of the inventory.
So this is a normalized profile.
So normalization comes late.
Then that is all in the percentage.
You mentioned water and energy. In ozone depletion, what does that mean?
So water and energy are the during the usage process of the product, we are adding water and energy. So that is playing a huge role on all these environment events.
Ozone depletion is very negligible compared to
Maybe Cincinnati can throw some light on it. We need it. Sure. So we are the result section where we are trying to understand this plot. Okay, so in this plot it was clearly you are this way.
Okay, this one.
So the energy usage for that water and the water usage are having the main impact upon the that water operation. That is having the main impact on environment compared to others. Those who are having
Here, actually, that we can give the product name X. Okay, X product has different type of ingredients like raw materials is there, then
raw material transport.
Actually, this is very simple. Okay, this is one product. In that product, the manufacturing phase also is there. The manufacturing and the product. In that, the product phase also is there. Here, for that operational phase, in that, here they are using different type of raw materials for their product production. Then another thing, in that they wanted for here they have given the red, that red line means the raw material transport. Okay, here in this map, this map I will get to.
Sure, I also want to. That is not wrong.
This is why this is not working.
It's working, you click the thing. Then it will activate. See? Everything works with us. Nothing is not working with us.
You can see here, blue red. This is the raw materials transport. Okay. This is the blue color, they are giving the raw material thing. In that, I don't know what is this raw material. For in that raw material, there is different type of environmental impact like ozone depletion, global warming. We already learned about these things in this 6th chapter. In there, smoke will be there, then acidification, eutrophication, carcinogenic, then non-carcinogenic, then respiratory effect, then ecotoxicity, then fossil fuel depletion. These are the x-axis include, these are the environmental effects. Based on their raw material, here they are given the different types of things like raw material, then raw material transport, then manufacturing, then product transport, then product installation, the product maintenance, then operational energy use, operational water use, then transport again, then disposal. This is the product. Okay, in that, in this table represent only in the basis of raw material and in the basis of raw material transportation. In these two categories is giving different types of environmental effects. Other things are negligible for history, based on history. Okay, you understood? You can understand the transportation part happens, the CO2 emission will happen, then different, the oil is also we will use biofuel, the is there. Then in that effect, based on what are the total gravity, ozone depletion, it will affect the ozone depletion, then it will affect the global warming, then it will be smoke formation will happen, then acidification also is there, eutrophication is there. Because of their raw material, that eutrophication value is higher compared to the transportation is higher. Based on transportation, their eutrophication is higher. Raw material transportation, the this one. Okay, here this is the way they are given. In that, in this one, okay. Percentage of depletion. Understood? He didn't give the values. We can do okay. I will tell you one thing. This is the 100% graph now. This must is 50% is often depletion from the raw material and then 50% is raw material transportation into the like that. In this one also. Okay. But here in the non-carcinogenic, because of raw material only 20% and because of raw material transportation it will get 80%. Very simple. Okay. Your goal was scope was to regulate the
from the project to the vanilla page. That is the scope to determine the scope.
What the project will do on that aspect.
And in one of the stage, the program of project is fixed.
They have some.
But the scope was to regulate the flow. That's a component, and then you correct.
So it is function, yes, you can regulate, but for the calculation, you have fixed it for the maximum. So worst case is the maximum flow. So you can assume that, right?
Actually, in our method, now who type of because it is our friend, so we will just do it very fast. In our daily now, just open it. In what we will do in the morning is that we just open it and then only people do that. Okay. But in this sensor thing, then when this thing that is the hand or something it will, then that way we can consume the water. That way, I don't know what is the product.
It is sensor based, so obviously you put sensor.
That's why that is the example of product. We can how to reduce the we can minimize the water consumption based on the pipe or something like that. Then how can we reduce the wastage of water?
Just for information, sensor, cycle of faucet, in comparison sensor, if you are including sensor also, the life reduces. So the best option is we should stop the wrong practice of continuous use of water. If you want to use for shaving, you should collect the tumbler and so just not to lose some practice. By practice, we should save water. We add a sensor that's not going to increase in price.
No, that because of the course, I said that you were, that means our PT madam's project discussion that demonstrates education. Okay, because of that, we will change their lifestyle. Okay, but they don't want it. These people are business people. They don't want to think like that. They want to sell their product in huge amount.
See, our product is luxury. So if I want to add to it, we are a luxury product category. We don't want to sell it.
When you take it, boss, consider as IISC very best plan. The sensor based person, you have this. That's a no.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that, Dadish, because when we design the product, obviously that will be taken care. And even though you say the sensor would have
Okay, let me assume that 10 years is your guarantee. Sensor guarantee you can assume for 10 years.
I haven't said. What I have said.
You are not saying decision.
Without a sensor, with the sensor.
Any guarantee. What are you doing? Short notes. That short notes they will close.
That is my
No comments.
And also all the products, that process that we use at end of life, we recycle it because it's kind of steel or recyclable materials. And then in your life cycle, it says it's landfill.
So that is how my system boundary we have defined. What calculation?
System boundary for your calculation.
Calculation. I have assumed this is the system boundary which I want to do for LCA purpose. In reality, no. Yes, recycle is a possibility. That we have to remove those coatings. We have, otherwise we can like go to that. Go take it to the furnace, you can extract all the materials we have used. But further, once you recycle, obviously it will lose its strength upon certain duration of life. So you have to add certain contents to change back the strength and etc. That is an additional process which is slightly complex. So I haven't considered the system.
That is not a compulsory for two people. There is a what is the product in that way movement inside. This is the system only. What you can end up also you can maximum.
The only correct impact is that now the system boundary. You need to make sure when you are doing that, the whatever left out process is not impacting huge way on the environment. That's the only concern.
That's why here that we are using the not the exact raw material that in our mind raw material is some trees maybe something based on plastic or something. Okay. Please making the power of phone that power. That okay. If that
Let's set a system boundary to the start of manufacture to the end of life. The end of life, you're counting scrap that in case of accuracy better than
it's a system boundary is the thing which a company decides. Okay, it's the product manufacturing industry decides. So if a person decides acquisition of raw material till till manufacturing of product or till the use of product, only that much if they have designed, then they will take part of only that till that step. Some people can decide from raw material acquisition till the reuse of the material after end use of the life. After that, without disposing, some people can reuse those raw materials again in the process. So if a company's or a product industry decides how much system boundary they have to set up. So if they have set up only from raw material acquisition till the end of their product life, then after that they won't account into their LCA process.
How we can stay in our practice? Because practice also relative. Is also a relative. It's not going to reflect.
That is life cycle assessment is different way. Okay, one is starting from the product production. Only that. Because where is our authority? Only that much. Because after that, and that way I give the example that mobile, that is cover. Some mobile we will buy, we will get in one cover, plastic cover. But in that plastic cover, I am not manufacturing. I am taking from him. Then, in my system boundary, what I can do, I don't know how to manufacture in that one. Now also he is not given this data. No? That was how I can get that data. So, I will take what is that? That plastic, that cover from his company to my company and what transported. Okay, that is the understood. Then after that, everything I will do. Because I don't know what is how they are included raw material or other things. Where they will value also I don't know. Okay, why? Because this is business
Obviously, they are giving a value to raw material. Some percentage of raw material can be assigned for a scrap value.
See, I agree with you completely. I'm not saying it is not possible. It is a good thing, but in my system, because I cannot see a huge impact on the environment. The process itself is again going to add another calculation perspective. So I wanted to simplify it. That's why I think it. If you want detail, you can sit another time and analyze. Okay, coming back to the last slide, that the conclusions, the observation which we had done, through that it was clearly we can understand what was impacting the environment, the parameters particularly. So based on that, you can either improvise our product by concentrating on those particular parameters, or on the design aspect of manufacturing processes. So this is the takeaway which we can understand from this straight.
Any questions? Starvin, any question? Let's see, we are environmental engineer, no? That is what? Data. Same question.
I agree with Sir's point of view. I should have done some.
He will do it, don't worry.
I am going to do it
again. Yeah, I take half an hour in. We have such a work experience, half an hour, you can sit and work today. Tomorrow you will do. You won't disappoint extra, don't you? Hello, sir?
I'll give you some answers on it.
And you do not include the life cycle of the raw materials. There are some chemicals which is used in the product.
So actually, the color code was similar between the raw material and the operational energy products that we got. So I didn't interface with actually explaining the concept, but it was actually the energy with the water during the operation of the process. That is causing this impacts. Not without the learning. And we don't want to create further confusion.
So thank you for the presentation, but for me it was more of a lecture presentation than a practical assessment where if the numbers were there, really we could have understood it better. We understand your limitations, but as sir requested, hopefully please put some numbers and explain to us. Yes, sir. Other extent.
There, no approval is required when I am there. Okay, we'll take a break. Let us reassemble as soon as well. But won't make sure everyone comes back soon. Because it projected. You brought biscuits from Pakistan and gave to everybody. That God says manufactured in Pakistan.
So I want to know that Pakistan also should have something. But this one is really highly fibrous biscuit. This much percentage of fiber we do not find in any other brand.
We can start. Okay. Yeah, I think the jury are there, so we can start.
Sector of the project presentation is state of environmental audit of oil industry.
So, Mike.
Yes, sir. Before proceeding to the further, I want to hear about fossil fuels from you. Can someone
Can you put the mic properly so that everyone can hear? It's not it's not
okay?
now Toda.
Before I proceed, I want to hear definition of fossil fuels first.
There is fossil fuel definition. In your district, there is a fossil fuel thing, no storage. We did ask example, is that what is fossil fuel?
So the hydrocarbon containing material. The hydrocarbon containing material, like coal, like oil.
What is the life of a fossil fuel? How much time does it take to form a fossil fuel? This video says the once decomposition of living organisms in anaerobic conditions for a period of millions of years, it forms a fossil. So this fossil is no doubt rich dead living things. So obviously rich in carbon, hydrogen, sulfur, nitrogen, etc., whatever point. Majority will be carbon. So use of fossil fuel will definitely end carbon related emissions. So here I just first capturing the emissions of fossil fuels, various fossil fuels. This is the list of emission type is as a column, first column. The capital heading of first row says unit. When we burn or use carbon dioxide of 1 gram, how much? Sorry, carbon dioxide, the unit says gram per megajoules. 1 gram of carbon dioxide, if you use for combustion, you will get 96 gram.
Sir, it is other way.
Other way, yeah.
So when you use 96 gram, you will have
Yeah, it's other experiment. When I use 96 grams, I will get 1 megajoule. When I get 1 megajoule, to study carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide. So that's various volatile organic compounds, polycyclic, aromatic, up to the particles. And in combustion of that, we are using a resource of 39 grams. So you can notice that here it is all the units except the first row and the last row. It means when we are using a 1 gram, we are saying grams. All rest of this is mg. So what I need to say is when we use fossil fuel, we are getting a lot of carbon dioxide and we are using a lot of resources. That is, we are using 1 gram. That's 39 grams of coal. When we burn, we get 1 gram of 90 grams of carbon dioxide. So this is in grams. So why I am focusing on this is further I will focus the fossil fuel emission, the pollution is the major because of carbon dioxide. Because the fossil fuel content itself is also rich in carbon, and when we use that for our application, CO2 is the major emission. So this is what I from that table I have summarized like this. All fossil fuel industries typically have huge environmental impacts in parallel to their industrial performance or use of application. So there will be resource use, air, and greenhouse gas emission will be there, and there will be challenges of waste management, and there is challenges of complying to the environmental regulations. So why the summary is, if you use fossil fuels, you cannot stop CO2 emission. So CO2 emission is the biggest problem of global warming. So in this slide I further summarize that table where fossil fuels there are 3 major: coal, oil, natural gas. This when we do the distillation of petroleum, or fossil fuels we extract. These 3 are the major applications we use: coal, oil, natural gas. Among all this, the cleanest fossil fuel you can say is natural gas. So natural gas will give the less carbon dioxide. All this will be giving carbon dioxide. But among all this, the carbon dioxide minimum is in the natural gas. So that's what I have summarized all main pollutants from burning of oil, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, that other. It's all repeated. Whatever is coal is having, it's repeated in all the classes. So, but the only difference is the cleanest fuel, what we can say from the fossil fuel is natural gas. So, this is the reason Delhi, when they had a pollution, lot of pollution, first they adopted a solution as going for CNG, because CNG is a clean fuel which will reduce the carbon dioxide emission. I don't know why Bangalore still not adapted that. Bangalore DMTS, people say that that is the most profit-making unit. They're supposed to have clean, they have to run all the buses in either in CNG or EV. Then only the pollution to a great extent we can reduce. So, among the various fuels, natural gas is often considered a cleaner option. and compared to coal and oil. So the following are the emissions: emissions, reduced air pollutants, lower sulfur content, fewer trace elements. So the one drawback which natural gas has it is, if we are not using it a proper technology in parallel with CO2, there will be release of CH4, which is methane, which is also, the methane is also having a higher potential towards, it is also a greenhouse gas, which has high potential for global warming. Since CO2 is our major emission, and focusing on the emission of CO2 from the fossil fuel as my subject. So it is a fossil fuel. I'm just focusing on CO2 emissions. So here now, fossil fuels like coal, oil, gas are largest contributor of climate change. Accounting for 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Global warming is caused because of the 75% of the greenhouse gases. Among that 75%, 90% is contributed by the CO2. So as greenhouse gas emissions blanket, can someone tell what is greenhouse gas or why we call greenhouse? What is actually global warming? Actually, if you would read further, you could find that greenhouse gas emissions blanket this greenhouse gas. Yeah.
Carbon dioxide exhausts the heat which released from the sun when it falls on the earth, the radiation which takes back to space is captured by carbon dioxide, which increases the temperature. Those gases which do that, they are called as greenhouse.
Yeah, this greenhouse gas is formed in blanket in the air, like our atmosphere, and will act as a blanket which will catch all the heat radiation and will give an effect of in atmosphere the global warming. Because of this, temperature will be high. And according to the latest UN update, 2023 was the highest temperature recorded for 2023 is the highest among all the previous. The major contribution for this is for the coal. And in the last Sunday, December 3rd, we had COP28. It's conference of parties, wherein all the countries are signing a treaty that we will by 2030 we will stop using the coal. But in our country the major power production is from coal also. But India refrained from signing that treaty. But another success with India is there is another requirement was that to make the existing renewable power what we are generating, we are supposed to make it 2 to 3 times, which India has decided and committed that by 2030 we will increase our renewable power source 3 times. That was our achievement in our last COP28, which was held at Dubai on 3rd of December. So as I was saying, that greenhouse gas emissions blanket the earth, they track the sun's heat. This leads to global warming and climate change. The world is now warming and climate change. The world is now warming faster than any other point in the recorded history. Actually, there was a previous history that the temperature is rising by 1 degree Celsius. Now that is gone, the temperature is getting increased more than 1 degree Celsius every day. Now, warmer temperatures over the time are changing weather patterns and disrupting the usual balance of nature. This poses many risks to human beings and all other forms of life on Earth. Like we can see that any weather conditions we have extreme, either heavy rain or no, either too much heat or too cold. So all these are all because of this global warming. Actually, I am from not from this fossil fuel industry. I tried my best to have some permit or some documents towards that, but still I went through many articles and tried to know many things. So I'll just explain the environmental auditing of fossil fuel industries. So here as we read in our chapter 5, can someone say that how many types of environmental auditing are there? There are 2 major types. What type? Chapter 5. I'll give 2. One type starts with O, another type starts with C.
She said objective based and client based.
Objective based
And client.
client based. In objective based, we have following environmental audit types. Liability audits, in management audits, activities audits. In liability audits, we have compliance. Compliance audit is very important in case of fossil fuel industry. In fossil fuel industries, one non-compliance can give one factor, not many factors. Every compliance is very, very important. Every instrument, every device will be calibrated. Like, suppose if I say compliance audit, we are doing for H2S in a particular area. You know the H2S. H2S is the most stringent gas which is emitted from a oil rig or land rig where we are extracting this oil or gas. This H2S, anybody in H2S for more than 5 or 10 minutes will fall unconscious and will die. That's such dangerous. So a person who is working in that industry, where especially in the oil rig or land rig, they will be always carrying a gas detector. Gas detector, and this detector immediately will give beep if H2S is detected, and because it's a warning to the person who is working there to immediately go and hook up the breathing apparatus, or he will be having on a backpack as a breathing apparatus to just get escape from the H2S. And until this alarm beep stops, he should go to a safe place and should wait for precaution or emergency transport team to work on it to reduce the damages of H2S and to go back to the same area for breathing. It's such damage. So like people, everyone speak that those who are working in the oil industries or fossil fuel industries, I said they say who is there offshore. Offshore, onshore. Onshore means you have maybe land, maybe outskirts of city. Offshore means you are totally in the sea. So they are being given as a 45 days in, 45 days out. because this 45 days, they are in such a hazardous area that they will be short of almost fresh air and the health is deteriorated. That's the reason they given either 90 days in, 90 days out. It's for their lifespan. That is the reason they are paid very high salary. So the fossil fuel industry professionals are paid very high. Here in India, one who works in ONGC, HPCL, or any refineries, they are paid high because they are compensating their health. So in that case, the compliance audit.
Like you said, like those who work in oil refinery, they get high pay. It's like country specific, like you are in a country. In India, you look at that. We are not a major oil project. We import the oil. So you are telling me India also has a high pay. Is it like
No? Fossil fuel industry, especially in the plant, there they have lot of emphasis. One example, let's say, most of the people at the age of 45 or 50, they will get admission. One is seen always in age-to-age standards. They will get many different diseases because no research is working in depth. Because if they work in depth, people will be afraid to go and work in this fossil fuel industry. But it's very hazardous economy. So every component which I have previously shown, every carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, all there will be auditing for compliance audit of release of all these individual components at a rig. Where your rig is like, when you say rig, it's like a ship with having 4 legs. So this ship will sail to a deeper sea where there will be oil-rich locations, and in these 4 legs they will be drilling, and they drill so deep, and these tracks start extracting oil. So this oil, when you extract that oil, it's a distillation process where you will send hot air or hot water, and you allow this petroleum product to come out. So when you are taking out, obviously with this, whatever the fossil fuel content it has, with carbon, sulfur, nitrogen, or any other element or anything, all this also will get filtered up and will come in some forms. So all these gases are very dangerous. So compliance audit, they will be compliance auditing for all these components in the entire space of their working platform. So in case of fossil fuel industries, compliance audit is a very major thing which we cannot bypass. Everything will be in the compliance audit. They will be taken care. So next is operational risk audit. So see this of
When we're talking about people working for 40 days and getting 40 days with assistance, if they are doing a very high risk job, then after 40 days, there's a reason. The reason is there's a health incentive. The reason is because when you work in a condition, the chemistry of body changes. Okay? And then because of that, if you are working in the same conditions for a longer period of time, you can lose your life. So what happens is that one day, the chemistry comes to the normal, body chemistry comes to normal, but it takes 7 days of span. After the 7 days, they can go on 7 days or 8 days, they can go and work.
die within 25 days. So that's the reason 20 days off. And then once the training is complete, the body is completely normal, then they go and work again.
So operational risk audit, like major drilling operations or gas extraction operations, there will be always this operations can, if it is not carried out in a safe method, there can be a risk of that operation which can really give us a loss of life, and there may be a environmental harmful chemicals may be leaked. All this can cause a violation of authority requirement. All those can happen. So in operational risk audit, all the risks related to the operation of that plant will be taken care. So like acquisition audit. Acquisition audit, like suppose if somebody owns a big rig, there will be a contract. Like they will take a rig for a lease and they will start working on it. So maybe some other person after the rig is very costly. Huge big investment. Here I think Reliance owns rig. Very few companies, not all companies can own rig. Because rig is like it's giving extraction of fossil fuel and it's generating the revenue. So suppose one rig they have taken for a lease. If the owner has earned enough sufficient revenue, then he will try to sell it. So buyer in that case he will go for an acquisition audit of that rig, wherein entire rig is studied for its evaluation whether buyer can go for this acquisition or not. Similarly, health and safety audit. The health and safety audit is very important in a hazardous area of fossil fuel extraction. Where suppose from the health and safety audit, the management team will come to know that every area is safe to access, where and all we should have a like breathing apparatus, like it's a breathing apparatus are kept in all the plant. If such a big plant is there and if there is a center, there is a big drilling happening, there will be requirement that at certain distance there should be fire extinguisher, fire blanket, and this breathing apparatus. In case if anywhere someone finds that this gas detector is ringing the alarm of a harmful gas leaks from the drilling operation going on, we having 35 meters to run and reach the apparatus. So how we can know that number of safety apparatus is sufficient or not? So when we have a proper health and safety audit, we will have a clear idea. Other day, ma'am was asking how many gloves should be required. So all this information we will easily get from a health and safety audit. When we take a data of a health and safety audit of a particular plant for a 2 or 3 months, we will be knowing consumables. What is required? How much safety hat? How much gloves? How much safety shoe? How much gas detector? How much breathing apparatus? How much portable extinguishers? All these, even every gas detector what we use, it has a calibration. This calibration will not be valid for more than 30 days. There are some gas detectors which will be valid for only 30 days. So this expired gas detector, if someone is using, he is putting his life on a risk, because if some hazardous gas released also, person will not get body of beef and he will not get rescued. He may feel unconscious and he will like it. It may be a factor of So health and safety audit is very important in case of a fossil fuel industries, where they will get an approximate idea of how much, what risk is there, the risk assessment, all will be evaluated, all those data will be getting from this health and safety audit. Next comes the management audits. Management audits, suppose the management will be having many rigs or many coal extraction locations. So management wants to ensure that all their divisions, like coal extraction division, maybe at 2, 3 or 4, 5 locations. So management will evaluate that all their divisions, different divisions, all working same is complying to all corporate policy or corporate requirements or not, will come to know corporate audit. The systems audit, there will be lot of systems will be used in fossil fuel industries. Every system, every day, every year will be having new technologies. So the existing system audit, when we are carrying out the system audit, we collect that data, we will come to know that whether it is economical to continue with that system or we have to change and buy a new system for that. So all this will come to know from system audit. In the previous corporate audit, even in the corporate audit, if we are not doing it, there is a risk that in corporate audit there is always target, revenue target. So if we are doing a drilling to a rig, over drilling and it's not giving us a revenue, how management will come? Management comes not by doing corporate audit. When they are coming for a corporate audit, they will check that this division, how many people are working, how much revenue it has given, how much fuel it has generated, and giving profit to the corporate. So that corporate audit is basically for the economy of the management. System audit, like I said, policy audit. In the policy audit, every corporate they keep a policy, they keep a goal that there should be one goal should be profit and another zero accidents or zero casualties or zero economies. See, anyone who makes profit, but if they have hazard, accidents more, any accident is a loss because all these acts, there will be compensatory insurance, there will be every accident is occurred, there will be insurance coverage. So policy audit will be, there will be a policy that we will be having a certain profit, target, goals, and zero accident targets. So all those policy audit is compliant or not, how will come to know when having policy. The issues audit. So usually from issues audit, we may have certain issues we may have recorded. So how to find the solution of that? It starts with auditing that issue. Suppose if we keep like in rig, usual rig, keeping 8 hours cycle or some rigs keep 12 hours. Like in the rig, there will be accommodation also. We can assume the rig size may be 1 10-floor building. Will be such a high rig. That in 10-floor building, the 5-floor building might be below the sea, another 5-floor maybe above the sea level. So there will be accommodations there. So in this there will be a duty two and 2 people. There will be always a 24 bar 7 these rigs and operation and drilling operations will be Then only they can see there is a huge rate. When you say talk about rate, it's a huge investment. We cannot have even 1 minute loss. If we are continuously working, then only revenue is generated. So this is all 24/7. This will be working. So in this 24/7, there can be either 2 teams or 3 teams. If it is 3 teams, they are working from 8 hours schedule, like 6 to 2, 2 to 10, 10 to 6. So 3 times the people will be on rotation. If this is 3 shift, if it is 2 shift, it will be 2 times. So in one of the issues was, they found that productivity is less. So productivity is less in 8 hours duty. So they found that the added 12 hours, with increasing the breaks, they found more productive. So such issues like maybe any type of issue, maybe even a hazardous issue or any type of issue. So such issues they audit and find out that how we can resolve that issue. So next is activities audit, site audit. In activities audit, it's really related to the site. Suppose like recently we had a site accident that was not related to fossil fuels. We had a one parallel accident and so many workers get caught. So here this can happen even in the core industries. So site audit, whether they are practicing a safe way of activity or not, how they come to know with an expert team goes for a site audit. Then they visit, they will advise whether the site is safe or not safe. So that they will immediately they will give a non-compliance. Anybody heard of NCR? It's a very common term used in industries. Like if I am going for a site audit, if I find something is not safe, immediately I issue a NCR. So this NCR is like non-conformance notice. When I am issued, they have 24 hours time to resolve. If they are not resolving it, they will stop the production. So all those will be carried out in site audit. Waste audit. Waste audit, obviously when we are doing the fossil fuel extraction or distillation with the fossil fuels, there will be waste also. So this waste we should manage with waste management, we should do it properly. We have taken a useful product and we cannot allow the waste directly to the sea or land. So this waste audit is done to analyze the waste sample and they decide that this waste can be further treated to reduce the hazardous content, then it has to be disposed or not, so they will find out. So waste audit is also very important in fossil fuel industry. But cross-boundary audit. Cross-boundary audit is like it's between 2 countries, a group of countries. They come to an agreement of suppose India buying petroleum products from Saudi. So India will be having a certain standard specification of the petroleum product and what richness or what content capacity we have to import from Saudi Arabia. So we will be having a specification. Based on that specification, a group of countries, they will form a common group having a common specification that this much rich percentage oil will be exported to India. So then there will be cross-boundary audit. So before India receiving the petroleum products from them, there will be a team of experts from India who will be part of the audit, saying that whatever they are giving to exporting to India by tanker. Before they start transporting to tanker, we will do a cross-boundary audit to know that they are complying to our quality what we signed on an agreement. So this is about environmental audit types. I try to give examples from my exploration from the Google. Actually, basically, I never been to this fossil fuel industry. I tried my best reading the articles, journals, and try to understand from that and try to give the example of in fossil fuel industry's audit. So,
publish concentration, publish a concentration, how much is the value of the petroleum for the petroleum technologies. There's a committee is for OPEC. OPEC.
yeah, OPEC, yeah. So, oil producing
Organization of the petroleum exploring countries.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
That is in general.
Yeah. OPEC.
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 Even the what needed, the price of the petrol comes from OPEC. So how much later the price
has to be produced based on that because these OPEC countries will be controlling the production. Why? So demand supply. If they don't keep a demand, the price will not get fixed. So if they supply excess, people will ask for a cheaper price. So OPEC will be always controlling the productions of among all these. There will be group of countries which will decide contract. There will be OPEC members will be deciding their country's production of petroleum. The next type of audit is environmental audit, which is driven by the client. This regulatory external. There will be every country will be having a authority, regulatory authority, taking care of their companies whether they are complying to their regulations or not. So such client will take the initiation because client is owning the rig or that rig or sea rig. So if there is a violation, the penalty goes to the client. So client will definitely initiate a regulatory external audit to have confirmation that their divisions is complying to the authorities regulations. That's why or sometimes this regulatory authority before giving a renewal of a permit can be even by this client driven or can be even ordered by a regulatory authority. So suppose a regulatory authority has to give a permit to go and extract, maybe in certain places they explore and they found a rich source of petroleum. They need a permit still to work there. So this permit they will be obtaining from the regulatory authority. So there will be an external party who will just give an instruction order for a regulatory external audit to ensure that they are doing proper petroleum refinery distillation process. They are not violating or they are not discharging any waste to the sea or they are not polluting the land. So all this, they before renewing the permit for them, they will issue an order for a regulatory external audit. So that is to decide whether it will be the enhanced post oversight. That everything is safe and it can be reviewed for them to further carry out the fossil fuel extraction. So independent external, like if bag, some owner will be taking a buyer, they will be taking a finance from a bank. So bank will finance them. They will not just blindly finance their risk. They will also keep a third party auditing consultant, and we get the independent external audit. The objective of the information is ready for the bank, whether finance has to be approved or not.
So you may have little idea because you have present your audit report, you have given.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was not able to do any case studies because it's highly confidential document, which is beyond my reach, not in my industry. So, with this slide, I will proceed for the sustainable solutions to the fossil fuel industry.
So his topic was environmental auditing of fossil industries. He said he's not able to.
Industry reports are aware.
So I try to dictate a public there, they will not give to any unauthorized person outside the device. Any document is like an asset for them. So they will not allow any unauthorized asset for anything. Even they are not allowed to carry USB to their office. Yeah, the internal audit. Actually, after this, I will just immediately going for, I will not be going for detailed case study on any type of audit. The next is I will be presenting the alternate solution to the fossil fuel industry. How we can do it. So maybe another 10-15 minutes I will finish. So internal audit is by the client to ensure that internally that all the decisions are top management, to be audited by the top management, to ensuring that very less risk is there in running their plant. And there will be a third party that also, if management has a lesser resources, like auditing usually maybe once in a week or once in 2 weeks. So maybe they will, some client or top management or members of the board will not be having their dedicated own staff. In that case, they will be having an external third party audit to confirm that they have the proper certified environmental system. So here, what I focus is fossil fuel industries. If we are using fossil fuel, that itself means we are causing harm to environment. So here now I am just trying to give us the advanced technology which can adopt, replacing the fossil fuel industry. Like I said about circular economic practice, like this is the latest policy or practice, the concept CEP. This involves minimizing the waste and optimizing the use of resources in the fossil fuel industry. This includes recycling and reusing materials and implementing sustainable practice throughout the supply chain. For a fossil fuel industry, they adopt a CEP, maybe to a certain extent, they can bring sustainability in the fossil fuel industry. Another, in place of fossil fuel, hydrogen as an alternate fuel production It's a actually very great field. Actually, when we talk about hydrogen fuel cell, fuel cell was discovered in around 1870s or 80s. But there was a lobby who worked against them, and that technology they did not allow it to come forward because there was a business and corporate lobby. They had a vested interest in selling the petroleum products, and that's how the fuel cell or the hydrogen cell did not come up. The technology did not come up. But now everyone has started exploring the market, exploiting the fossil fuel industries and causing global warming. People started now thinking that on fuel cell, which is also in a it is like we can say a safe fuel for production. Suppose when we are burning carbon, we will get CO2. But when we are using hydrogen as a fuel, definitely there will be CO2 because we have already separated the C part. So hydrogen is a safe fuel. So these are latest technology and research which is ongoing on hydrogen. Like hydrogen can be used as a fuel for energy. Following types of hydrogen based on its type of production. Like when you take B1, B2, B3, B4, B5. So as a down the line, if we take B5, that is the best hydrogen fuel. Now, so the B1 I am saying about the gray hydrogen. Where the hydrogen is produced from reforming or by technological process of splitting CH4 into C2, H2 and CO2. So what we are doing is still this hydrogen, we will be extracting from the fossil fuel itself. But instead of directly using fossil fuel for our combustion or energy purpose, we are acting a technology where we will separate the carbon. We will separate the carbon, where the CH4 will be split into H2 and CO2. And CO2 is released into air, then H2 is CO2 is released, but this CO2 will not be that harmful like what we do for combustion. So it will be such an advanced technology where we will separate the H2 and that H2 will be called as a grey hydrogen. So grey hydrogen is also a alternative to the fossil fuel. The next
is the topic I have given to you, environmental auditing of fossil fuel industry. We need to look at the process and say the auditing. I thought initially when you gave general thing, you are at the right part. But now you got into the different process. This is not a fifth chapter you must have read now. Environmental auditing.
So the latest what we can have an adaptation in place of the food.
That's fine. That's a new topic. That's entirely for this one. Okay, not as a part of the environment. So, what start with your jury? What do you think? See, there's no eat pagoda, no?
At least some case studies from other industries in our environment.
So at least you could have done the, I don't know. So you could have done the energy efficiency of fossil fuels audit of.
Yeah.
That also could have done. The different fossil fuels, energy efficiency, or the environmental impact of the fossil fuels.
Yeah, the fossil fuel is the best energy efficiency given by the clean fuel, which we consider as CNG or natural gas. Compressed natural gas is the best fuel option. So since it's less CO2 efficient, when we use clean natural gas. So obviously when we use coal, this is solid material, which will give more emission. The next, when we instead of solid, if we use fuel like petrol or diesel, in petrol and diesel also, diesel is the most emitting fuel. But in India, these are used by public, that's why it's subsidized. Actually, the most anything this one is best is petrol. The best clean fuel
Let me intervene. I just click the Google search. Environmental audit for oil and gas industry. That is free document file. Okay, and there is a guideline also from our CAG, Controller and Audit General of India. So your theory of not available is not correct.
clean fuel.
Sorry?
Clean fuel about CNG.
CAG, not CNG. CAG, Controller and Audit General, they also have a guideline and template that you could have used for the first 2-3 slides. Then there are 2 reports which gives a case study.
CNG of India.
Yes, CAG. See, there is one article by Moody, not Modi. T.D. Moody, MOODY. Environmental audit of the petrol industry is there. So you come all the way to the temple of learning. I expected you to look at this and see that. Okay? Anyway, you can find out. What do you say, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Chairman should have checked all these things. No, I think you wind up because we have a expert lecture also 6:30. Okay, so it will be the different so that at least we'll give one chance to next step also, no? Okay, now we have to listen to Aparna.
Sir, you go to the slides. Finish it.
Yeah, the hydrogen, green hydrogen is the best option in hydrogen. And India is trying to produce green hydrogen from the state of Gujarat. And even if we use fossil fuels, if we store this CO2 emission and we can, after storing it also, we can still use fossil fuels without using CO2 to the atmosphere. That says about technology CCS, CCU, and when we use the clean fuel, we have a risk of methane release, so that we can have an approximately methane detection system and this technology. And we can even plug after storing the CO2, what is released, even we can plug or merge with the biofuel. We can make still even the conservation. So these are the next different energy targets. The international commitments. All the ethanol blending program already we had a discussion. How we can reduce that's yes, sir.
Why we wanted to do the environmental audit?
You use the microphone.
Why we wanted to do environmental auditing? Fossil fuel industry.
It's very, very important now because one of the major environmental issue is global warming.
We wanted to do the environmental auditing.
We have doing environmental auditing to safeguard our environment and audit and find out what is causing the hazard to us.
Then what now business challenge you explain? What is the environmental hazard is telling? We just talk about that in 5th chapter what Bharti Madam is talked about. That only we just repeated. We didn't see any hazardous thing. You didn't see any hazardous thing. We didn't see anything.
The hazard.
Any emissions you saw? Any waste auditing thing? I don't know.
There can be a waste audit or that. There is one regulation called MOEFCC. In that MOEFCC, tankers which transfer the fossil fuel like petroleum oil from one place to like one origin to another country. The MOEFCC had a regulation that mandatory regulation that any tanker should carry the oil at a double hull.
Sir, please understand. We all are sitting here for the knowledge from your side. Okay. We all are, they also want to present their project and all. Then we are giving the respect to people, then we wanted to get some amount of knowledge from your side also. No? Just to simply the introduction part, just to simply talk about these things. Then, so that already, madam is talk about the environment auditing. Then why we wanted to tell her to, science already told her to do again that her project. That is correct?
Yes, the report that is CAG report and like something not.
No, at least you are not prepared properly. You just tell to the I can give you more. At least yesterday itself we have started this project presentation. Okay, na? Then you can understand. No, why then we will tell to starting this is not the correct way. Then we did. Oh, for perfect parties are told. Then he went and did. At least you are not prepared properly. You just tell to that why you wanted to waste into other time. We also thought that the case study of environmental you will come with different case studies or like that. At least you don't want to take all the fossil fuels or something. One fossil fuel and just
talk about fossil fuel maybe already maybe number. I have to limited certain audit of certain component. I will go and look at the assessment that this is CAG report.
CAG report guidelines. There are other two reports already done for the industry.
And take your
I said it is not available online now. That's where I was supposed to check. Okay.
No, you people should respect to others also. We all are sitting here for years, you people, and you should give some respect to others. Because this type of study, why we want to do, this is just a case study. He is just one table, he is put it and just simply take about that fifth chapter. Based on the fifth chapter, you should come up with some amount of studies. At least I madam did that, whatever her that limiting that time, she did something. Then some knowledge they got. They took a module that Jeff sir and me, they did very good way. You didn't prepare, okay, you didn't prepare. You just tell to sir, I will prepare, I will just go through some other part and I will do. Otherwise, you just ask, you don't know the thing, now you just ask to sir.
Very visible. Not visible. Chair. Okay, Mr. Javed. Huh? So you are also part of the team, no? The same. Who was there in the morning?
Mom, Deepthi, mom. But another Deep. One, yeah.
This is not that. You three are one module. You are also the same module. Okay, you please be seated. I will check if you can be. Jagannath,
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm deeply honored to present this project in front of TVRAMACHANDra sir, who's the head of ecosystem wetland group, and his team, Sinsi Madam, Asulaba Madam, and Bharat sir, Sidhu sir, who have done so much research about ecosystem services of lakes in Bangalore. Before I move on to this topic, I request because before we get into the topic, I feel that we should know some basics that will help understand my project better. Like how wetlands give us a plethora of services. After I did this project, I should say that I got a plethora of knowledge, and I'm so happy to share it with you. And this won't be a boring presentation, and it will be worth your time because I'm going to involve all of you. All of the projects that you did, somewhere you will be able to see it here. Because we have the plant madam Tripti is there, butterfly madam, Chitralika madam is there, and auditing madam is there, and solid waste management sir, Tarun is there. So every one of you will be joining me in understanding this report, and I'm very honored to share the ecosystem services that I did for the lakes in my area, Electronic City. This I thought I should share with you before we get into the topic. So, are you able to see? So, first one is this one by covering the IUCN classification. I'm not sure if everyone is from science background. So, for the interest of all, I will give a short description of what IUCN is and what they do and why I am talking about it. So, IUCN is International Union for Conservation of Nature. It was created in the year 1948. And this is a global authority, and they headquartered in Switzerland. And they have prepared a comprehensive inventory of all the plants and animal species across the globe. So that and they are trying to document the conservation status. Like Tripti Madam told yesterday that based on 4 categories, they are classifying these species into these 7 based on 4 parameters. They are classified into 7 categories. The 4 parameters are population size of the species, area of distribution, degree of population, and the rate of decline. I think this study is very important because we should know what's the status of the species so that we take efforts to protect them and we don't harm their habitat and we don't make more species go into extinction. Let's look at the categories. I'm not sure if it is visible. The first one is extinction, which means the death of the last member of the family. Take an example. I'm going to primates. Dinosaurs. So that is extinction category. Second one is extinct in wild, which means they can only survive in their captivity. These species, they are trying to keep it in, trying to bring from one place to another, and they are trying to preserve it. And then this, previously there were 3 different categories, which now have been combined into the threatened category. Okay, I will give the abbreviation of all these categories before we learn what it is about. The first one is extinct. The second one is extinct and wild. The third one is CE, critically endangered. The fourth one is endangered species. The fifth one is vulnerable species. The next one is NT, near threatened. Next one is LC, least concern. And DD is data deletion. And NE is not evaluated. I think from the initially we are able to get a sense of what the classifications are. Is it clear? So, under that, so since it is too many categories, they have clubbed these critically endangered, vulnerable, threatened categories. So, we now have several divisions. So, the first one, extinct as you give an example, is the death of last member. Second is extinct in wild, they can only survive in captivity. We'll see examples. Because in my project, I came to, I tried to classify species that I identified into the categories. So maybe you would also be able to give me more examples from what you have observed, and you should go and check their conservation strategy. That will be so the critically endangered means they are in extreme critical state. For example, forest fire. Endangered species means they are in a high risk of extinction in wild. One example is African elephant. The vulnerable categories, they are vulnerable and they are commonly listed. Next is the near threatened, which means they are close to being endangered in the future. Least concern is the one that we see on a large scale across a large area. They are unlikely to become endangered in the near future. The next one is data deletion, which means we have inadequate information about the species. And the last one is not evaluated, which means they are not yet assessed by the IISC, which means they are still working on it. All over people are trying to document it, and IISC is trying to categorize it, and we don't have yet data. So is this clear? Yeah. So the either one of the categories throughout my slides you will see what the species is. So that was the first part, and so the services of wetlands in electronic city where I live. But as such, the wetlands, like Priveshwar said, all water bodies are wetlands, but wetlands are not just water bodies. So I have to stick to that because in my area there was not a proper wetland, but any water body like Sir mentioned, which is able to store water, which does the properties of groundwater recharge, and we will see that wetland definition exactly. So I have to take the lakes in my area because wetlands that government has classified as wetlands, that is a totally different one. Like for example, like say from what I can recollect, Ramanathipu bird sanctuary is a wetland, Pavikaran is a wetland. Can you from your case, someone from Andhra, they may know that Pulicat Lake is a wetland. Can you give me some examples like what wetlands that you are aware of, where you visited? I'm not sure they will be able to come.
Yes,
Anyone else wants to give an example of the any wetlands you visited or
Saraki Lake. Saraki Lake is there.
Okay.
This lake is run of Kutch, I think over top we had Gujarat.
Anyone else? Not compulsory. Oh, okay.
There is an and
yes, you have done a project on ecosystem services. Anyone else? Yes. So somewhere in our lives we would have touched the wetlands, or we would have been the beneficiaries of wetlands in some way or another. By the end of the project, I think we will be able to connect to that. So for the part of my project, for evaluating the ecosystem services, which means this is that we get or the benefits that we get from a wetland. So for that, apart from documenting what are the services that we get, I try to assess the quality of the lake water sample, so that we know that why I felt this water quality assessment should be done in lakes is that is the water is it desirable for the intended purpose? Like the lake might look very clean and there might not be any dump, but only when we do an analysis, we'll understand if it has anything like fecal polynorms, which is which is contaminated with fecal matter. Because on the whole, what we see on the surface is just the top, but we don't know where is the inlet of the lake, what is the outlet of the lake, what are the sources that is coming into the lake. So that detail, without knowing, I feel that we should not use lake just like you should not take it for granted and use it for drinking and all. That's why pollution control boards have given a standard, which standard like the water quality parameters should be within that standard for intended for industrial purpose. It makes the water quality parameters level will be different. For agriculture, it will be different. For drinking purposes, it will be different. For fish to sustain, it will be different. And these are the 10 parameters that I considered for the lakes that I assessed. So I'll tell you how I came to a conclusion of the what all lakes to consider later. But this parameters let us have a guide look before we get it. Please let me know if I'm past, if I'm not clear.
How did you do the analysis?
So we collected the water sample from each lake, and then we got the help of a private lab. We gave the sample to them, and water there were a lot of parameters. I was initially confused when that lab person asked me what parameters you want for your project, what is your intention. So I referred a lot of literature that was published before to understand what are the main parameters that have been evaluated and what was the purpose. And based on that, I didn't want to take a lot of parameters because I'm assessing a lot of lakes. The ones that are most important or that alone I categorize. Like for example, why I took pH because pH is I'm sure everyone will have heard. pH value is measured on a scale 0 to 14. If it is the value is 0 means it is very acidic. If it is 14, it means it's very alkaline. In between 7 is generally considered neutral. So anything between 6 to 8 is desirable. So for fishes to live, there is a different pH. For drinking purpose, there is a different pH. So that was the first parameter that I took. And then the second parameter is color. The color was usually uniform, so I didn't mention it. Because the report said it all took place in. It looked transparent for me, but the lab result says it's based on the color that they have identified. The next one is the turbidity. Any idea what is turbidity? Yeah, because of the presence of correct. So turbidity is the presence in context of water bodies. Turbidity is the presence of clay, silt, organic, and inorganic matter. Sir and ma'am, I'm limiting to a very few possibilities of turbidity presence because the ones that I found relevant, I have noted it down. So what happens if turbidity is in excess? So if the lake has too much of silt, clay, and all, the turbidity levels will be very high. Turbidity is measured in NTE, that is the unit. So if it is an excess, it will not be fit for domestic purpose. We expect clear water, and for industry also for various processes, they might expect a certain quality of water. So we measure the turbidity. And then the third one is chemical oxygen demand. I know we have a lot of experts. Anyone would like to throw some light because I just took the standard definition, which is the amount of oxygen that is required for chemical oxidation of organic matter. And these organic and inorganic matter like calcium, magnesium, potassium, all those I'm sure there are a lot of CODs.
Since we decompose it to the electron, there will be connection.
So the next one is biochemical oxygen demand, which means the amount of oxygen is consumed by the bacteria and other microorganisms present in the water body. It is demand. So you can understand that some of the factors that contribute to more oxygen demand are plankton, plant decay, and domestic waste. These are going to demand more oxygen, and they are going to take up the oxygen that might be useful for that will be useful for the aquatic plants. So that is the fourth parameter. Fifth parameter is the total suspended solids. TSS, it is measured in mg per liter, and it is the measurement of concentration of suspended solids. As it says, suspended solids is a water sample. And why do we use it? Because to assess the potential impact of if there is any mining activity around it, does that impact the water quality of the lake. For that, we try to evaluate the total suspended solids. The next one is the total dissolved solids. TDS measured in mg per liter. It is the solids in dissolved state in water. And inorganic salts and organic matter contribute to TDS. TDS measurement will give us the it will let us know that there is chloride or carbonate or iron, potassium, manganese or sulfate present in the water body. Next one is the nitrates, that is oxidized form of nitrogen, is measured in mg per liter, and it is the end form of anaerobic decomposition. So the presence of nitrates indicate that there could be sewage mixing into the water body or the presence of organic matter or the surface runoff has mixed into the water, or there is leaf litter. That is about nitrates. What phosphates will indicate is, though phosphate is an essential for growth of phytoplankton, this is a nutrient that limits the primary productivity of the aquatic ecosystem. So, what could be the sources of phosphate is domestic sewage, detergents that Sir has been telling from day one, agricultural runoff, and industrial runoff. These would contribute to phosphate content. The ninth parameter is the total plate top, which is measured in. So all these are physical, chemical properties. Apart from that, I wanted to understand if there is any presence of microorganisms, harmful fecal matter. So I took two parameters, just the total plate count and the fecal count. Can anyone tell about fecal count? Sure.
Water body is contaminated by sewage water, it will be by distillation for
Yes, fecal waste from humans or animals. Yes, yes. Yeah, so total plate count is CMU per milliliter, and it is the amount of microbial load in the sample. So this is needed for understanding the water can be used for drinking purposes and how would your sanitation plan that will be implemented in the water bodies. So assess that this is needed, and fecal coliforms, it means that the presence of fecal coliforms exceeds the limit. It means that the water is contaminated from fecal matter by continuous humans. If this is clear, we can proceed to the next. This is clear? Can you?
Okay. Can you take a break? We'll go to Canada and come back. To minimize that, you can conduct the interactive session. Still you require this one. We need only the rejection thing. You can continue this. If you have anything interactive, you can do it. Put like later we switch off. Now for interactive.
Oh, okay, okay, fine. Okay. Shall we start from that?
Yeah, please start.
Okay. Okay. Shall I start from that?
Yeah, please say yes.
Yes, sir. Can you see the screen, sir?
Can I? Yeah, I can. Your mic is on.
Mic is off, he said.
You please start. You can start.
Good evening. Yeah. Hello, I had planned to come to Bangalore for this program, but unfortunately due to various issues related to visa, I was unable to make it. But anyway, I would like to share my presentation with you, and I've been participating in this program ever since it started. First, I would like to cover some aspects of air quality management, and as all of you know that this air quality issues in major cities, megacities, and become a serious issue, particularly in developing countries. And again, every year it is a common feature that cities in India, particularly Delhi and other cities, have serious air quality issues, often exceeding air quality standards stipulated by the World Health Organization. And it is nothing new that, of course, it has a serious environmental impact. And I would like to give you briefly the aspect of how urban air quality is managed in most of the countries in the world. Also, of course, in India now, we have put a lot of improvements in how to manage the air quality in major cities, including Delhi, Bangalore, Bombay, Mumbai. Sorry. So I would like to give that this is just an introductory slide. Next slide, please. So it gives you an idea of what we are facing. In addition to the emissions that come from the transportation sector, particularly the vehicles, we also have serious problems due to various other contributions, particularly in Delhi. You have this problem of burning of this agricultural waste, which causes quite a lot of air quality issues during certain environmental conditions. And I would like to briefly outline some of the meteorological aspects which contributes to very high quality, air pollution levels, air quality deteriorating very rapidly. Next one, please. So this is one of the slides you can see. I think it clearly illustrates what we are faced with. As with the economic conditions improve and the standard of living improves, more people are afford to buy vehicles. And in Bangalore, I understand last time I was there a year ago, they said that vehicles, almost 10 million vehicles are there in the road. And the infrastructure is not really built for that, and also the emissions certainly contribute to deteriorate the air quality in the in urban environment. Next one. So but there are multiple effects the air pollution in the last, say, in the early 50s and 60s, when the rapid industrialization was taking place in developed countries, we were only concerned with air quality issues as it affects the human health. But now with the changes that are taking place not only in industrialization as well as urban growth, and then further superimposed that the climatic variation, climate change issues that become even more important. And as some of you know that the World Health Organization as well as the UNESCO, UNEP, they are really trying to bring net zero carbon emissions. So I'm not going to discuss that part of it. The climate change also plays an important part. More importantly, what's important from the point of view of the general population, the air quality as relates to the human health. So there is a whole lot of issues that comes here, and particularly urban air quality with the impact of these small particulate matters, particularly PM 2.5, is a very serious, a very serious impact on human health. Next one, please. So you know that say these microparticles, the 2.5 micron, and we inhale the ability to reach the parts of the lung area, the human respiratory system, where the gas exchanges take place and the carbon dioxide is absorbed, is expelled, absorbing the oxygen. So then we have the serious problems with this small particles, that the 2.5 micron or less. Next one, please. So in addition to the impact of the air quality, there has also been quite a lot of studies done on the effect of this deteriorating air quality on some kind of stress induced, not only for the population as well as the commuting population, and there is some effort made internationally to estimate the so-called pain index, which is a cumulative effect of the time that is spent on driving and the stresses associated with it, coupled with the inhaling polluted air, and of course, longer commuting means more gasoline, more expensive. So the whole lot is bunched, and then consolidated pain index has been estimated, and we see here in Bangalore, 75 is just number 4 in the list of the countries in the world, and for New Delhi is 72. So there is a lot of impact of the air quality, not only from the point of view health, but also stress imposed on the population. Next, please. Next one. So there is a cost. Yeah, go back. Go back. So there is a cost involved in terms of this one. It's not only the time that you spend driving, but also the in terms of the stress that is imposed on the commuting population. So they have made an effort to estimate some of these things. It shows there is a cost that one has to pay by not properly managing the urban environment. We take, of course, the air quality is one of the fundamental aspects of the impact as far as human health is concerned. Next one, please. Next. Let me give briefly, when we try to manage the air quality in an urban environment, the first 1 kilometer of the airspace, what we often call the urban boundary layer, is a very important part of it because the pollutants that are released into the atmosphere, whether it is from stationary sources such as power plants and other industries, or from the transportation systems, they have, depending upon how the atmospheric conditions are and how the infrastructure is, they can remain in the urban environment for a considerable time. I would like to show one of the important aspects in the urban, in a climatological sense, why it is important to know the first kilometer of the urban atmosphere. Here is a chimney plume that's coming out, and you can see here is simply transported, not mixing at all. Because the reason for this one is we often call what is known as an immersion rate, and the pollutants that are released cannot penetrate to the immersion rate. This is because of a diurnal change that takes place in the urban atmosphere from daytime to the nighttime and vice versa. So this type of urban, the climatic conditions is the one which is responsible for very high air pollution levels. And Delhi is one of those examples where you have this type of situations, periodic situations that you encounter, where air quality magnifies as an immersion rate towards the entire urban atmosphere. Next time, please. So this is what I'm trying to say. This is the immersion, because there is winds are calm, more or less no wind at all. The immersion results in poor air quality. So there is this lake that formed because of the density gradient, and most of the pollution that is coming out of all these sources, including the transportation sector, is trapped by this what we call the immersion layer, immersion rate, and the concentrations, of course, will increase in level as long as its immersion rate is dissipated as the day progresses later on. But nevertheless, the concentrations in this one will have the possibility of exceeding even by orders of magnitude during a short period of time. Short period of time, I mean this immersion rate may persist for several hours, 6 to 8 hours in the dawn before the sunshine rises and then dissipates this one. The immersion rate is dissipated. Next one, please. Yeah, this is what you normally see. This is the cold air, we have warm air at the top. So the immersion rate is formed here. Anything that is released is trapped in this layer. This immersion rate could be anywhere from 700 meters, 500 meters, even up to a kilometer from the urban, from the land surface. So these are critical issues one has to worry, one has to think very carefully in trying to manage the air quality in urban areas. Next one, please. So this is a schematic picture to show what really happens. This is the urban boundary layer. I told you that as the wind blows in this direction, both because of the urban infrastructure here, there's a boundary layer formed. But as I told you that in the critical situations when you have an urban layer here, the pollution simply accumulates, and there will be much concentration can exceed 2 to 3 orders of magnitude or what is acceptable for to protect human health. So there are some nomenclature here. We call it the planetary boundary layer and also the atmospheric boundary layer. So this is essentially a control volume of a big city where several sources come into the picture, not only transportation sources, and also, of course, there is individual homes also. There's a some particularly in cooler climates like that we have gas heating. So there is a lot of pollutants going into this. Next one, please. So how are we going to manage the air quality? First and foremost is, of course, the monitoring. In other words, to undertake a comprehensive monitoring network throughout the city so that you can determine what concentration levels are of the individual pollutants, and I'll come to that little later. So the monitoring network has several objectives. One of them is, of course, what type of regulatory measures we can bring about so that you will meet the national standards. And of course, it helps in determining the present levels and the trends of the air quality as the development and urban infrastructure is, development takes place. Exploratory, kind of how sequentially the levels of concentrations increase, not only temporarily but also spatially. There are some short-term predictions when critical levels occur. For example, during the time when there is very heavy commuter traffic, those are critical times. So some of you have experienced this one in major cities like Delhi and Bangalore. And then identification, characterization of pollution sources, which are the major contributors. Of course, it's very well established now. The transportation sector is the main source of pollutant in urban environment. But there are other areas where point sources like major power plant, steam generators, steam power plants could also contribute significantly to the pollution sources. So then the question, of course, is with the monitoring. Once you have a database on a regular monitoring basis, one could attempt to develop some kind of models. These are meteorological models where you develop them to determine the airflow in the urban environment, and then how you see how these pollutants travel, and also exposure to human the population and what impact they have. So finally, of course, one would like to see what the effects for the natural ecosystems. Next one, please. Let me briefly give you a monitoring this one. We have several types of monitoring systems. This is an active sampling monitoring system where the air is taken and then measured at a particular point. In this particular case, is for the particulate matter. And there is some this one here, the sampling is over a period of 24 hours. It takes 10 liters per minute. Some details of the monitoring, and then this is for the particulate matter. Precision constituents are to be measured and monitored separately. Next one, please. Yeah, there is some automatic and continuously operating systems installed in Bangalore also has several of them where you try to monitor most of the major pollutants, including carbon monoxide, NOx, PM 2.5, PM 10, the ones which have significant impact on the human health. Next one, please. And this is a mobile system. Some countries have it. We have camera where you can map in what we generally call Lagrangian type of mapping of the air pollution as you collect them at the monitoring network travels around the urban infrastructure. Next one, please. So what do we do in terms of this to get in terms of this air quality management? The public at large would like to know in a gross or in a sense where they can understand what exactly is the air quality is, how it is, also for the people who manage this one, to protect the public health, there must be an index where you can relate that one to the to health indicators. So that's I would not like to go into details of it because it will be, but there's some kind of a linear relationship so that you can determine a consolidated air quality parameter which would, at low levels, of course, it would not have significant impact on the human health. As it goes higher and higher, it would have health implications for the public at large. Next one, please. So the one I'm going to show here is the one with the US EPA among the they are also been quite pioneers in terms of doing this one. So it's based on 5 pollutants. Of course, this epidemiology of these pollutants will be provided by the medical profession, public health officials. And of course, there is a Clean Air Act that takes into consideration. And those pollutants are the ground level ozone, particularly PM 2.5, carbon monoxide, dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide. So IISC has established what is known as the National Ambient Air Quality System for pollutants to protect the public health. If the index value of 100 which corresponds to the standard of the pollutant, and AQ is a piecewise linear function for each pollutant. Next one, please. Then once you have the air quality index, then this is only for the PM 2.5, which is the critical parameters as far as the human health is concerned, and it is universally considered as a significant air quality parameter to protect the human health. So the numbers are given here, the category, the concentrations. This is low means if the air quality, this is good in terms of the values. This is moderate. It goes in a color scheme where people can identify themselves. Say, for example, here this is the hazardous, and then there is a precautionary. This one that people who have respiratory problems, children. Sometimes, in very extreme cases, schools are closed for that particular period. Next one, please. So in Canada, we follow a different system. We have gone a little bit advanced in terms of indicating air quality health index, and we only consider groundwater ozone, which the epidemiologists have suggested will have a significant impact. We know that particular matter, particularly PM 2.5, we measure more PM 10 and as well as PM 2.5, the nitrogen oxide. So these are pollutants which are provided by the medical profession, which have significant health impact on the public at large, and we have taken this one into consideration formulating a air quality health index. Next one, please. So these things are routinely calculated. Of course, we have a network of air quality monitors, and it is all now online. It's provided. Then the system generates this one and eventually displayed in several locations in the city, and also published in the television, news media, and, newspapers, and all those kind of things. So as you can see here, the color indicator shows the number 1 is risk, very low risk, up to number 3, then we have moderate risk, then high risk, and very high risk. And this very high risk often happens in the summer months when we have this commuters density increases, as well as the urban climatology, the weather conditions are the worst. Occasionally, once in a time, that as I said, when it reaches this critical value, all operations comes into effect, shutdown, except the emergency situations like the ambulances and the police, and they are only, everybody has to stay home. And that has happened in my stay in Canada for the last several years, only once or twice. But what number of times it has reached 7, 8 level? Next, please. So the how we manage the airport is just a very important aspect of it. I mean, just give a brief description. I mean, some of these things are standardized in every country. India is now also instituted quite a number of monitoring as well as monitoring, and the Indian Meteorological Service Act, the Central Pollution Control Board takes care of this. There is command and control measures. There is regulatory action, so that you can fix the emissions. Of course, this is technologically shown vehicles emissions has to be monitored or design of the vehicles so that the emission is limited for the vehicle population. Then you have a fuel quality has to be standardized, and there should be specification and technical measures. For example, the use of smaller nozzles of blended gasoline, then you have catalytic converters, and then of course testing and certification. Vehicles are monitored, routinely tested every 6 months, and the certification has to be given. And there is inspection, maintenance. These are command and control measures, which is in fact taken care of by the traffic management as well as to some extent police also involved with this. So then there is the penalty, the market-based polluter is the incentives, very heavy vehicles. These are all some of the early ideas that were brought into picture. Singapore was the first city to initiate this polluter-based principle simply based on visual observation. Vehicles are stopped and tested, and then there was a heavy fine was laid, so that that essentially means a polluter-based principle. And then of course it's vast public awareness and education, so that they are aware of protect their health in situations where the air quality exceeds the permissible levels. Next, please. So since the very established the transportation system, urban environment all over the world is the main source of pollution, and there is a need to manage this, to manage the traffic of the transportation system. Traffic management to minimize the congestion, reduce emissions. All this comes down to the infrastructure and how the traffic is managed, and some of the times that in at least in some of the developed countries, including Canada, we had quite a lot of initiatives. For example, power pooling and what we call this working time was allotted. In other words, during the week, not everybody travels at the same time. Start in increments of half hour, 7:30, 8, 9, 9:30, like that. And there were some of these measures were still in place, but because when a vehicle operates in a congested situation, the fuel consumption is high and the emissions are also hardly high, and it will create the air quality will automatically is jeopardized. So there are some short-term costs in this, but there are long-term in terms of human health. So these are measures which are simply managing the transport, the urban infrastructure, so that one of the things that in cabinets followed is diversify the not everything is concentrated in the so-called core area, urban infrastructure, but particularly in these days with the communication system is improved. A lot of people now the commuting correspondingly is reduced. Okay, next one please. So some of these measures which can be easily adopted in managing this. And then there is a opportunity to go for technology and vehicle-based measures. This is the vertical exhaust pipes, particularly the larger vehicles like buses and lorries and all these type of transport vehicles will have an exhaust pipe above the vehicle, which gives additional mixing of these pollutants, and at the ground level, of the level at which we inhale air, concentration will certainly come down. And some of these things have become quite normal now. They've already in the design itself, they take care of it. There are, heard of this catalytic converters, traffic oxidizers, and inspection and maintenance, traffic condition, traffic speed. This is you probably heard the government India was thinking of tracking all the vehicles with the 15 years and older because the food for because they emit quite heavy pollutants, because of the age and plus food maintenance. So strict emission control and alternative fuels and things like that. Of course, this is all just to give this one. I think there is because of the climate change initiative and commitment to the net zero commitment by all countries. The transportation sector taking a revolution now. In Canada, we have almost 50% of the vehicles are either hybrid electric vehicles or completely electric vehicles, and the gasoline is about 50%. I think there is Canada is committed to have net zero by 2050, so they are trying the best to see that minimize the emissions, carbon emissions, as a part of the climate change commitment through this net zero commitment. Next one, please. Yeah, this is the one that I mentioned, the traffic air exam. Instead of discharging it here, this is where the respiration, this will bring down the concentration by factor of 8. Next one, please. That's it. Yeah, just in summary, what I would like to tell is that there is a multifaceted approach one has to take in terms of managing air quality, starting from the human behavior, infrastructure, the commitment, all aspects has to be taken into consideration in managing the air quality. And India is, of course, to some extent is behind, but it is catching up based on as the commitments due to climate change as well as, of course, due to the human health, World Health Organization guidelines to protect human health in urban centers. Okay, the next part of it that I would like to share is essentially, I should say, this is urban water resources management. I tried to give a sort of an overview or a synopsis, which includes the concept of how water resources managed. One of the aspects that has come out over the years is the so-called integrated water resources management, which were originated from several conferences that were held under the UN as well as the World Health Organization and this network. So if you look at the scenario here, I mean, of course, every city faces problem. Given some this one Bangalore as an example, Uh, the integrated water resource management, particularly from the point of view of municipal water management, both on the quantity side and the water quality side. So the integrated water resource management has to take both of them into consideration because there is a need for a sufficient quantity of water. Suppose a few, I mean, quality has to be what standards are met. So the separately take order of partnership, in other words, they start from the individual level all the way up to the government level or the people who manage the water. So this is the type of this. But there's some information here. It's just that the multi-stakeholder partnership management through water system is an essential part of the thing. That's what most of the cities in Europe and Canada is followed. And it's gradually coming here also in Canada, in India also it's gradually implemented in implemented stages. Next, please. Next. So the figures are given for some of these type of things you probably have read. I think this all started originating in the there was major impact of water requirements in particularly in developing countries and because of mismanagement, both from the point of view side as well as the community side. And it gives some statistics here, essentially to give you the magnitude of the problem that we are faced with in how to manage the water resources, not only for human consumption but also for agriculture, food, and other needs that we needs for the survival. Next one, please. So if you here in historical perspective here, how these things have developed, from 200 BCE to 2000 BCE. In the earlier water trial without changing the natural source function. In other words, the population was less, people took water from the river basin, used it, then let it go. And it did not affect very much the natural source where the water was taken, the river system or a lake. So therefore, the fishing, recreation and other aspects were not particularly affected. And as the population increased and the industrialization took place, there was a significant change in the cycle in which the water is drawn and how it, after use, how it was discharged, had significant because once you have degraded a water body, you not only sacrifice the quality, but you also sacrifice the quantity. So you one has to be very careful in terms of managing the water resources, particularly for the municipal sector. So it has gone, evolution has gone on for considerable years. I've just shown here the chronology, just for some of the points to look at how it's all changed. This is from the point of view of the world. Next one, please. Similarly, I've shown here how the water quality issues and its impact on the human health. In the early 1800s, we had these epidemics. Even I remember in my younger days in India, the plague, cholera, those type of things were quite rampant, and for smallpox and other type of things. Some of them are related to water, some of other viruses in the airborne situation. So you have the epidemics here, the sewage problem, as we started. Then we had the power generation, thermal power plant came to the face with thermal pollution. This is as the water body, large quantities of water drawn and polluted and put back to the water body. We had this problem of eutrophication where the excessive growth of algae essentially the water quality is impaired. Then you have the introduction of toxic chemicals due to industrialization and other mining and other issues. And the next thing, it continues. Now, finally, we have come here and show you this is the global climate change. I would like to, this is an historical chronological evolution of how things have been managed in terms of the water issues. Next one, please. Abhishek, how I am doing with time? Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Yesterday, Nicola, she made a presentation at Canadian Water Network. This is from NITI Aayog and something like the Planning Commission Indian Planning. You see here, 60 crore people, nearly half of the population. I mean, 20 more major water shortages now. And in 10 years, the available supply may be only half. So this is the assessment done by the government and the government of India, and the economic impact of the water shortage they will have impact of 60% in the GDP. So it's a very one of the major impacts. One of the major impacts that will have if we do not manage the water in a scientific rational way. Next one, please. Next slide. So these are some of the slides I think in 2019, not too far away from this one. It's quite common to see people, population, particularly rural population, looking for various sources, and some of them are of course very distasteful, unfortunately, because water is such an essential for human survival, and we have not been successful yet in remedying some of the water issues, particularly in the rural areas. Also in some of the areas they are environment. Next one, please. And this all because this is the branches are not so well about it. This is one of the lakes in Bangalore, which maybe occurred some years ago, some few years back. So we go on taking care of the ecosystem, the water sources like the lakes, and the rivers, and the groundwater, and if we keep on polluting it, as I mentioned earlier, once you pollute the body of water, not only is affected the quantity and as well as quality. So a comprehensive management is required in terms of meeting the water, municipal water needs. Next one, please. So I have been quite a witness in Bangalore ever since I was studying there, even now I visit there frequently. Of course, with the implications of climate change and variability in the precipitation, particularly the monsoon system, which has been very, according to the meteorologists, the monsoon system is changing not only in time, temporally, but also spatially, and also intensity, also as so you see this, it's a natural feature, particularly cities like Bangalore, Bombay, Chennai. So this is one of those things, and the amount of rainfall is given here, and due to improper infrastructure to manage the shower water, you have flooding, and of course it has negative impacts on urban life. Next one, please. So this is there is shortage of water during the time this one, but also we have the familiar proverb that you might have read: "Water, water everywhere, not a drop." Drink. This is the a sailor in the middle of the ocean, diamond tech. A sailor sailing in the ocean. There is plenty of water, but it's not useful for him. So that's the situation that we are faced with. Citizens of Karnataka, Bangalore, Orange University, confronted with the polluted lakes, contaminated groundwater, flooding, Kaveri, all these sort of places management in concept. Next one, please. So there is a big concerted effort in the last 40, 50 years internationally to deal with this water issues. There is quite a considerable work has been done. There is an international water policy. There is effort made to see that there is what is the basic human needs, basic water requirement internationally established for drinking, cooking, sanitation, hygiene is anywhere from 50 to 100 liters per capita per day. So part of what we call this LBCD. So minimum is 50 and maximum is 100. World population without this basic water requirement, that is 15 to 100 liters per capita, is about 30 to 40%. And majority of these in developing countries, including Asia, India, Africa, and other countries. So this is an established system based on various considerations for human better human health and for human survival. Next one, please. So, what I'm trying to give you here is a synopsis. Most of it, of course, is related with urban water management issues. So I told you that 100 liters per day. So let us take per capita minimum 100 liters per day. That's for the basic health and household needs. And anything less than that, of course, what we call the water stress index. There's not enough water. So it's similar to what you saw those the women and children collecting water from sources either polluted or otherwise. So there is water production, industrial and domestic needs, that's good. And there's a water sufficiency when there is 1,700 cubic meters per capita per year per person. With the occasional localized water source. This is roughly about 1,700 cubic meters per. This is often considered as the water sufficiency. And if it is less than that, less than 1,000, say this is 1,700, less than 1,000 cubic meters is often taken as water stress. The community of the city will be subjected to water stress. And if it goes to 500 cubic meters per capita per year, this is water scarcity and it have water stress. So this is a yardstick with which the human needs are met as per the international standard. Next one, please. So if you look at the globally, say the water scarcity, actually in India, this is yellow, we are water stressed countries. Many African countries, the sub-Saharan desert and that area is all water scarcity, and much of North America and the largest part of the European continent, they are all surface water. So we in India it is a stretch which is midway between vulnerability and scarcity. Next one, please. So the groundwater, I only talked about the water, surface water. It's got a lot of groundwater extraction for human needs is followed. This shows some of the things, but this TV line that we show here is India. The starting from early 50s down to 2010, of course, now the groundwater table has reached as much as 200 to 250 meters in many cities. And this is quite an established fact. But India is opposed to it. All other, the next country is USA, but all others are much below them. So this groundwater is another source of water, particularly for not only for agriculture but also for human consumption. So both from the point of view of surface water as well as groundwater, we are facing serious issues, and that's why India comes under this water stress category in the overall picture of how the water resources managed in each country. Thank you. Next one. So I just like to give a perspective of how the implications in terms of water, even the air and water management. The population globally is almost following a power law future, power law growth, and the district, and not only global population is increasing the power law, but also much more intensified in terms of urban population, where the water demand is even higher further. The urban population also is rapidly even far exceeds the general global population trend. So there is this interplay of concentration of people in the urban environment and their requirements in terms of water, air quality. So they all have significant stress, and that have to properly manage in order to avoid any serious health issues. Next one, please. So I'm just going to give a synopsis here. I don't pretend to say that I'm giving any more than just a qualitative presentation. In terms of water and urbanization, is already the population is also growing in a polar almost faster than linear. So as well as the significant rural-urban migration, that is, it is very much so in India. The urban population is increasing rapidly, and also the demand for water. The demand for water is also increasing in power laws, even in fact accelerated. So majority of the people we have seen in overcrowded slums, inadequate water services. So the World Health Organization predicts the following cities will run into water issues by 2050 based on the guidelines that I gave you before on classifying water stress and the parameters that I gave there in places. Based on that type of yardstick, by 2050, Cape Town, South Africa, Sao Paulo, South America, UK, Mexico City, Miami, US, London, Istanbul, Turkey, all these, of course, Bangalore. Specifically, Bangalore has come into the picture because of the total, for having not managed resources that are available, both the surface water and the groundwater. And then which is prompted to pump water from the Kaveri water basin. So some of these cities are very vulnerable. So it's no exception. Even some of the advanced countries do have these problems, like London and Miami. So that we have to keep into consideration. That is not far off in 25 years now. Safe drinking water systems and adequate sanitation will be essential to ensure cities grow sustainable. A very fundamental, not only the water sector, providing sufficient quantity of water for at least minimum 100 liters. And as well as adequate sanitation in terms of better management of storm water, better management of wastewater, they all contribute to this human health issues. Is essential for our cities to grow sustainably. So this is one of the important aspects. Often it has not been given the same consideration that should be given. Even in India, I think they have started realizing now that sufficient investment has to be made in order to protect the resources we already have and manage them in a responsible and sustainable way. Expanding these services to the millions of urbanites will play a key role in the health and security of cities, protecting economies and ecosystems and minimizing the risk of epidemics. So it is both from protecting the human health as well as sustainability. Very important to manage the water in a next one, please. So the I will talk about this, and this is essentially water and sanitation. The access to water and sanitation already gave you the international the World Health Organization and the stipulation in terms of the basic water needs. There are a lot of initiatives internationally trying to manage water in an integrated fashion. So, in terms of managing water and sanitation system, is very important because, in fact, in the UN Charter, it is basic human rights. It's provided to safeguard the human health. So lack of access to safe and sufficient and affordable drinking water, sanitation, hygiene facilities has a devastating effect on health, dignity, and for billions of people. And the significant consequences for the relation with the human rights. I mean, I'm talking about every individual has his birthright, I should say, human right is granted by the international organization. So that one can meet that or not, it's a different story, but it's been enshrined in the people's rights holders and states are duty bearers providing water and sanitation services. It is the commitment of the state and the government bodies, all the way from the municipal level up to the central government. They have a responsibility in trying to provide safe drinking water, provide sanitary services, so that minimize the human health risks. So the right holders can claim their rights, of course, but this doesn't really happen very often. And in effect, that they have the rights to demand the requisite amount of water, this is what needs as sanitation to protect their next one, please. Food and energy, so we know that water an essential part of it. We're not, just about 2 weeks back, I was talking with one of the students in India. He was telling me there's quite a lot of dispute with the use of Kaveri water, particularly in the Mandya district of the areas. So this sharing of this water between prospective consumers, so it's a serious problem. So they have to manage this sustainably. So there is a growing demand for water, not only for the municipal water, as well as for generating, growing food, and also in some ways this one energy. So the water has a serious impact not only for human survival, but also of course require this one growing enough food, and this so the integrated approach to ensuring water food security sustainability better is required. Next one, please. So I mentioned to you there's a lot of in these days this climate change impacts, the growing interest in not only exploiting as much as possible the natural energy sources, including hydroelectric, wind energy, solar. So the water does play an important role in terms of energy generation. So the interconnected not only from the point of view of hydroelectric power generation, but also water is an essential requirement, and even other, particularly in thermal and nuclear power generation. Next one, please. So what I'm trying to say is that water has impacts in every aspect of human life, from our municipal infrastructure, energy generation, food sufficiency, all these things play. So now we are faced with a serious problem, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years. We have realized that climate change is a reality, and it's already had its impacts not only regionally but also globally. No country is exempted from this. We have the serious issues of climate change in Canada, with the western part of Canada, as well as in central Canada, both in terms of the excessive rain as well as very high temperatures, unheard of in the sense that we had heat domes where temperatures reached 49 degrees centigrade, which is completely inhabitable. People have to be completely evacuated. So there is impact of climate change on water also is a significant aspect of it. As you've seen, this water flooding has become a serious issue all over the world, and more so in India, and particularly in Bangalore and Chennai and Bombay. So we have to take into consideration the climatic influences and the inevitable climate change that is occurring already in terms of water management. In a sense that I'm trying to bring in the multi-stakeholder responsibility in trying to manage water resources comprehensively. So as I said, there may be extreme weather events with bringing a lot of water, flood waves. Then there may be water scarcity. So there is a lot of in Canada. We have many times we have cold spells with causing pipes to burst because everything is frozen. So there is effects as far as the climate change is concerned in terms of water management. From base. So these are the natural disasters. I don't say much about this. And India has its share of natural disasters as far as water is concerned. Urban flooding, and so there's an increasing economic cost, not only in terms of disruption the quality of life, as well as the improper management of the infrastructure, particularly to manage the stormwater, also has a huge impact on that. So we had a natural disaster 2 years back in Canada's western coast. Both west coast and east coast was completely separated because of heavy flooding and this heat dome. All the roads, railways, everything was shut down. Except only air transport is the only thing that was available for about 2 to 3 months. And of course, that disaster caused a lot of economic impact both on the population. Next one, please. So the more important aspect of this, we have to pay sufficient. So this is the most important aspect of it is maintaining the ecosystem. I'm sure you heard Dr. Rochin mentioned many times ecosystem. Lifetime contribution to the management of ecosystem is well known, and particularly in trying to protect the aquatic ecosystem in Karnataka, also elsewhere. So we have this aspect. We have to look at the ecosystem as a whole, and as Ramchandra mentioned about ecosystem services. It contributes to not to the wastewater treatment as well as supplement the conventional water treatment. Just to give you an example, if the stormwater in Bangalore is properly managed, in taking into consideration the inevitable climate change, not only we will have opportunity to minimize the impact of flooding and other, but also manage the ecosystem properly. And there is a possibility to even exploit the stormwater for to supplement for public proper treatment and this one for the general need. So it's an important, so as I said, it's a multi-state approach that we have to take in terms of managing water resources. Abhishek, you tell me when I reach time. Next one. I have to more that. Okay. So water and gender, it's very significant in terms of India is concerned. You know that it's the responsibility of our mothers and sisters to fetch water and particularly in rural areas. So for the women, they pay primary responsibility, and with the scarcity and availability of water, often women have to travel great distances. So it is not so much in developing countries where they have been more water is properly managed in the sense it's available in surplus quantity, and then there's not much impact. But this issue is in developing countries, particularly not only in the global south, in particular in African countries, also in many Indian rural areas. So this is something that we have to take into consideration and manage the water, how best we can manage it in such a way that it's not a big burden for the women folks. Next, please. So this, as I mentioned before, there is not been sufficient emphasis in terms of funding and financing related activities, whether it is from the point of view of quantity and as quality. It's an integrated issue. As I said, it's a multi-stake issue. Just give you an example with stormwater, improper stormwater management, improper management of wastewater, how it is strong implications it can have. So if there is sufficient investment is necessary from from the government, from policymakers to make sure that it is managed properly. The best available technology, best available science and research. So that's something which is lacking in many developing countries. To some extent, I should say, in spite of the fact that vast amount of research is available, still we have serious problems. And one or two left us out. Next one. Okay, I hope we given you a sort of synopsis of how water should be managed as well as in urban situations, and it will be helpful in terms of your pursuit of environmental management in your careers. Thank you.
So we'll have some Q&A. Last questions from and
Okay.
Anyone? You have questions?
Yeah, repeat, Abhishek.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning. Go ahead. we are in Canada or in India? Which lake you're talking about? Okay, if I have answered this question, I will answer this question in a general way. Let's give an example. One of the lakes that we had, if you look at the map, maybe you go back and check, we have these 5 great lakes. One of the lakes, which is smallest one, is the Lake Erie, which is very shallow, very densely populated around the lake. It's a big lake. The lake is 100 kilometers length and 40 kilometers wide, and the depth is only 20 meters. And there are many cities located across the city, like Detroit, Cleveland, and many cities around the lake. With the proper management of the wastewater, urban wastewater, with a lot of pollutants, particularly the phosphates and nitrates, which are promotes algal growth, which essentially causes this eutrophication and oxygen level in the water column is depleted. Once the oxygen in the water column is depleted, it is very difficult for the biota to survive. And along the food chain, there is a serious impact, because once the biota is impacted, dissolved oxygen level goes down, fisheries will be affected. So there is a due to improper, even in Canada, just like in the almost 30 years ago, in 1880s, was very heavily polluted. It was unfit for human consumption. This was very strict. It was mostly man-made because of the urban impact. Although the wastewater was treated, still the technology was not so advanced as to minimize all the pollutants. So that is from the point of view of the eutrophication, or what we call from the point of view of the eutrophication, promoting the substances like comes from the detergents. It also comes from the fertilizers that people use in agricultural practice. And there is also a big agricultural land. All this runoff that comes from the agricultural land contains very heavy load of phosphates and nitrates, which are used in the fertilizer. That also goes to the water column. There's so much of surplus of in the food chain for the algae to grow, and it eventually dies in oxygen, takes away the oxygen, and then we'll have dissolved oxygen. That's one aspect of it. Another aspect of it is the contaminants. Particularly some of the toxic contaminants are a very serious issue. We had several issues like that. Once we had mercury contamination, which is quite serious in drinking water, and not long ago we had this dioxin. I don't know. You're a chemist? Are you a chemist? No. Okay. Dioxin. Even in very low concentrations, it is very risk for the health. So dioxin is detected in drinking water in some of the cities. So there is a serious issue because this dioxin has the ability to bioaccumulate in the food chain, from the biota to the fisheries to humans and all the other food chains. So the issues like that which have emerged in many countries, no exception, but they have to deal with them as and when they emerge. Much of the water quality and quantity management issues, depending on where you come from, in the last 30, 40 years, were mostly water quality related issues because of human intervention, whether it's urbanization, technological mismanagement, all those kinds of things. And it took for us 20 years to clean the lake, one Lake Erie. And now it has reached a stage because the rejuvenation of this type of water bodies, what we call this residence time, I didn't have time to talk about those type of things. So these water bodies have a long residence time. So that takes a considerable amount of time to rectify it. So now as we move on, now we have the impact of important issues because of the climate change. It's, you see, no country is exempt. Every part of the world is affected by heavy flooding and even, I don't know if you had opportunity of seeing the Mecca, Saudi Arabia. You see the flooding in the desert. In the last 3-4 months, there was a heavy rainfall. So there is issues. The population is growing, and the technological changes are taking place. Climate is changing, so you have to devise methods appropriately to survive. Well, this is, we had this problem 20 years ago, when I told you the eutrophication because of the nutrient enrichment in the water body. Both Canada and US took this remedial action. It's a long-term process. This happened in the 1980. We are in 2020, 40 years later. They gave an incentive for the industry to come up with phosphate-free detergents. So we have phosphate-free detergents now in both Canada and US. And so that is only for the municipal sector. But still you have the agricultural sector where phosphates and nitrates are important for the growing food. So that impact is still there. So the other instead is one that to minimize these things of the treatment processes, technologically trying to remove the phosphates from the wastewater so that before it goes gets into the natural environment. So you have to manage these type of things. I had the opportunity of discussing with Dr. Ramchandra many times before, and he had initiated some issues with the central government to India to also bring in some measures to have phosphate-free detergents because it's something which very commonly used. How are you?
In our family, very after problem, what we can do? Because our
What do you mean?
not completed.
Yeah. You know, both water quantity and quality are related. I mean, there is plenty of water around Bangalore as well as, it is a question of proper management. So, once you, as I mentioned before, once a body of water is impaired, polluted, you not only sacrifice the quality but also sacrifice the quantity. So, proper management is essential. I think we are not there in Bangalore or in many cities. We still a long way to go in countries which are really big tech with lot of water, like Canada, US, or European countries. For us, quantity is not a serious problem, very serious problem. But as I mentioned to you, even with this large quantity of water, with mismanagement of one of the lakes, the lake area mentioned to you, it became completely unfit for human consumption, So a proper management is essential. Correspondingly, they have to use more and more science and technology that's becoming available, and where you have to bring that matrix to work in terms of management is concerned, both in terms of quantity as well as quality. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. You give me time. What time is it? 6:30 you are going, isn't it? Tomorrow is the evening. You give me the time. I will come.
Then I will give that back. Is anywhere
Okay, just give me the time.
Is it possible 6 o'clock in the morning for you?
Yeah, I should be okay. No problem. No. 6 o'clock is okay.
That's around
Make it 6:30.
6:30.
6:30 would be fine. Yeah.
That's around 5 o'clock in Bangalore.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Instead of 8:30, 6:30. Okay, that is 5 o'clock, is it? Yeah. 6:30 our time, Toronto time. Yeah.
So then we will meet at
Tomorrow, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm joining today. I'll join at 6 o'clock. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then is this the last session today?
Tomorrow morning we have 2 sessions. Then afternoon these people will get exams. That is between 1:30 to 4:30. Then maybe 5 o'clock they listen to you and then wind up.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll see.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. See you.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Aparna, what shall we do? Shall we continue tomorrow morning? Tomorrow morning we'll do. Tomorrow morning or now? Not now. So you are always good. So what about the Rajeshri madam? You ask her whether tomorrow morning, anytime when she is there's some, let her tell and tell her that there is an exam in the afternoon. I cannot give online.
Yes, send the DVD. So it is so early.
How early? 7:30 also is fine. That's not a bad idea. What, Rajesh? Same thing as the chapter exam. Huh? You listen to the presentation, no? The concept, there is a clarity. You can 100 marks. There will be 10 questions. You will answer 10 questions. Any other question? No. 10 questions you have to answer. If I find time, I will add another 10 questions. So it becomes 20. So you will have one option of answering 10 out of 20. So that's where 10 questions. Like 10 chapters, no? 20 people, then 20 questions will be there. You, whichever you are comfortable, you can answer. There is question on wetland, there is question on environment education, there is question on birds, butterflies, like that. On IISC, then economic valuation, wetland, would be there, like that. Fossil fuel, now I have to add. Huh? There you go. You have to do like this after that. The way you are doing that day you will see. You are the youngest person. Think of Myra. Myra, it is so simple for you.
Sir, I did not understand what you are talking about.
See, our poor doesn't understand. I am telling him to call Aparna. He is looking like this and keep his voice. So that way, that is the problem. These GS fellows are like that only. They don't understand. Correct, no? Okay. So any other questions? What, madam? You should not be so cruel to her, no? 7:30 is too early for her. Now also by the time she reaches, it will be 10 or 10:30. Maybe you have a good husband who will come and pick you up. That way it is good. Sometimes getting good husband is difficult in Bangalore. So that way lucky. That way also is possible. Okay, what project? From Mali you are smiling. What? I saw looking outside and smiling. After her presentation, she went and sat. Continuously she was smiling for 10 minutes. You were thinking about the innocent. I finished it. Any other questions about exam or anything? No. Anyway, one more day you have to be with us. So then we will say bye to you tomorrow by this time. So then we may meet you or we may not meet you, depending on the situation. So all of us together will be till tomorrow evening. But next meeting we do not know whether all of us together will be. Okay? Okay. Then take a break, relax, with positive energy come. Room is with a lot of positive energy, green building plus also visible. So you can come here, okay? 8:30 we will start the journey. 8:30 and we will start. I think there are some expert lectures. Today it was there.
Yes, sir.
That means we are later. Today I also give it, no? Okay. We'll, you are saying 10 minutes, 10 minutes.